The Forge in the Forest, The Winter of the World, Volume 2, by Michael Scott Rowan. Copyright 1987 by Michael Scott Rowan. Published by arrangement with William Morrow and Company, Incorporated. All rights reserved. Narrated by Jack Fox. Randy Week was unavailable to continue narration of this series.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. Elof has rewrought his magical black sword while recovering from battle wounds received at the end of the Anvil of Ice, RC 27171. Because the evil Ekwesh are still causing trouble, Elof gathers a band of men to accompany him as he traverses the menacing great forest. He is attacked, but is rescued by a band of duergars. Elof must also expel an evil spirit from his lost love, Kara. Violence, 1987. From the book jacket. In the last days of the world's beginning, in this tale, for the first time, the two great forces of the long winter come into direct conflict. Here the awesome powers of the steerers of the world are confronted by the wizardry of smithcraft in the hands of a man, though no ordinary man. And if there remains no doubt to whom the first honors went, still there is much of that dread battle that must be told. Table of Contents. Prelude, Side 1. Chapter 1, The Kindling, Side 1. Chapter 2, The Casting, Side 1. Chapter 3, The Ocean of Trees, Side 2. Chapter 4, Hunters and Hunted, Side 3. Chapter 5, The Halls of Summer, Side 4. Chapter 6, The Snow on the Forest, Side 5. Chapter 7, The River of Night, Side 6. Chapter 8, Dry Grasses, Side 7. Chapter 9, The Raven's Shadow, Side 8. Chapter 10, The Flames Mount, Side 9. Chapter 11, The Mold is Broken, Side 10. Coda, Side 10. Appendix, Side 10. Narrator's Note. The map found in the print edition is not included in this recording. End of note. Prelude. Between youth and maturity comes a time of questing and discovery. Between apprenticeship and mastery comes journeying. Of the strange apprentice years of the mage-smith Elof, their great and terrible achievements and their uncanny ending, the Winter Chronicles tell in the Book of the Sword. But when that storm was past, and months of sickness drew to an end, the desire of his heart awoke in Elof once more, and he was free to heed it. And it is of that desire, and the long quest it led him, even along the byways of the years, that is told in the Book of the Helm. Chapter 1. The Kindling. It was the sea wind woke him, as his head drooped lower over the close-scrawled book. Through the open upper door of the smithy it gusted, flattening the hearth-fire, guttering the rush-lamps, and it breathed a sudden chill upon his bare neck. He sat up sharply, blinking in the wavering lamplight, with the queasy alertness of the suddenly awakened. He had been elsewhere, somewhere far away, black marshes or bleak mountains, chasing a shadow out of his past, a shadow that vanished before him, shifted shape in his grasp, reformed and reappeared at his back, forever close, forever out of reach. There came the soft thud of a book closing, and impatiently he shook off the moment of nightmare. "How goes the night?" he asked, without turning his head. "At its accustomed pace," came Rock's calm reply. "An hour before the middle hour it has reached by my glass. Time you were abed, by Il's iron command. Marya and old Huron are off long since, and tomorrow is my Lord Kermervan's day. Sleep, if you would be fresh for that." "I cannot sleep." "A grand mimic you were then, but a minute gone." "I mean I dare not. Not now, with my mind so weighed down by thoughts and cares. My very dreams are poisoned." "You found naught to help you, then?" Elof shook his head. "No, nothing. And you?" Rock rose, stumped over to a bench heaped with great tomes, and slapped down the one he had been reading upon the highest pile. "The same. Much fascinating, much I do not understand, but nothing bearing upon your concern." He peered at the boxes of scrolls beside Elof's table and leaned over his shoulder. "Not so many of those left, either. What's that one all about? Doesn't look promising. Pity our late unlamented master didn't bring more of his precious library south with him. It'll all be mouldering away in the old tower now." "If the duergar have not seized the place," said Elof. "Or others." "The ice, you mean?" said Rock softly, and glanced involuntarily out into the dark beyond the stable door. "Doubt the books have much to tell it." "Aye, but there are other things there. We did not find that helm I made, the Tarnhelm, among the master-smith's effects, and that, too, was a work of power." Rock shrugged. "It had its uses, for passing unseen, and somehow shifting place, if what you saw the night of its making was right." "It was," answered Elof heavily, "and on the ice also. Here is a scroll Ingar must have consulted in planning the helm. See, it bears the very chalk marks from his soiled sleeves." He stopped a moment, caught his breath. Rock said nothing. "This is a treatise on the power of masks, with annotations by the master-smith of much he learned among the Ekwesh, of transforming the wearer into his own living symbol. If I understand aright, such transformation must be the root of the helm's whole power. You remember the virtues he had me set upon it? Of concealment, of change, of moving subtly and unseen. It was that which haunted my dream, the understanding at last how that helm must act, how powerful it truly is. The helm is a mask, a perfect mask, a concealment shaped by its wearer's own image of himself. Let him think of shadow, and he is unseen. Let him think of a shape, and it masks his own. Let him think of being somewhere else, and he is masked in that thought. He is there." Rock swallowed. "A fell power to wear with a light heart. I think of many places I would as soon never be. Ach, but the duergar'll know what to do with it, if any can." "I do not think they have it." Rock eyed him sharply. "You've reason by your tone. What then?" Elof sighed deeply. "You saw, as I did, that last hour. 2 swans flew eastward." "You made but one helm." "Kara wore a cloak when first I met her, ere the helm was made, and its lining was black swan's down. But Louhi wore no such cloak, and why would they ride horses over such rough country, and when visiting an ally, if both could shift their shape and fly? It may well be that Louhi came that night to command the master-smith to make her something that matched Kara's power." He stood up, and the precious parchment crumpled in the convulsion of his powerful fingers. The rod of thick wood at its center creaked and snapped. He looked at it in annoyance, and cast it down upon the table, twisted as the ruined black blade before him. "You see now why I must follow her so urgently, whoever, whatever she truly is? Once more a great power of my making is put into evil hands. Once more must I find it, and if need be destroy it, and she is my only link to Louhi. Even if I did not wish to free Kara, still I would have to follow her, find her, even if I did not love her." Rock pursed his lips and looked away, as he might from the sudden blaze of his forge fire. Gently he ran a finger along the tortured metal before him. "Well, for such a task you'll need your strange sword made whole, right enough. Few in the world could have cloven as that one did in your last need." He stretched and yawned loudly. "But for now, do you try to rest at least. Tired eyes may miss what's plain by daylight." Elof breathed out a long breath and nodded. "True enough. Very well. I'll try, but not this moment. I'll sit up a while and mend the hilt at least, if there's no more to be done now. Work of the hands will clear the brain." When Rock had gone, Elof smoothed out the crumpled scroll and stowed it carefully. Then he sighed and turned to the hilt. The sheer force of the blow that had twisted the sword had shivered loose the plain, silvered wires of the grip. Gone was their cloudy, stormy sheen, racing and beautiful as the marshland skies beneath which they were made. He thought a moment, reached for his precious tool-pack, and bore it to a workbench by the window. There Marya, old Huron's girl journeyman, kept her work. Instead of the blackened instruments of the forge, delicate grippers, thin files, and fine-tipped burins were laid out in neat racks, for Marya was an accomplished jeweler. Elof chose a delicate blade, and from a side pocket he drew a fold of stiff leather. A few dry-leaf needles fell from one end, and he opened it with minute care. Within it lay a dry sprig of the redwood tree, almost naked of its needles, save for one small twig, and this he carefully severed. He laid it upon a polished stone slab, brushed across it a subtle paste of egg white and gums thinned with strongest spirits, and laid across it a light leaf of hammered silver, finer than finest parchment. He breathed gently on this, till a ghostly outline of the twig showed through, and then with fine-tipped tools he began to smooth it down, patiently working it close around the outline of every needle, turning it over and adding more leaf, till the twig was wholly encased, enshrined. Now it looked like the talisman it had been. Little power seemed left to it, but it was too precious a thing to discard entirely. While there are leaves on it, even withered and dead, something of the virtue of forests will cling to it. He smiled. But no autumn wind shall unfix these last leaves. A silver season sets them in place, and I will bear them with me wherever I go. These words he spoke over his work, and then unwinding the wires he fastened the twig about the grip and set the wires tightly in place above it once more. It felt as solid as before, but Elof scowled as he took it in his hand. What was it without the blade it bore? He tossed it down in disgust. The night was silent now, save for the rising whine of the wind, bearing with it the distant sound of the wavelets in the harbor, the clopping hooves of some benighted rider on the cobbled streets. Sleep seemed further fled than ever from his mind, so sharply the need to learn spurred him. Impatiently he snatched up another scroll. It proved to be a wordy treatise on extracting metals from ores, and save for a long chapter on the strange forces set moving by iron and copper and corrosives, it was dull stuff. And before him on the table sat the sword, the precious blade he had not made for himself, but had taken from a long-dead hand. It lay there like a mute accusation. Was he worthy to wield such a thing, if he, a smith of craft and power, could not reforge it? But how? How? He pushed the scroll aside and took up the cool metal in his hands. If metal it was, in truth, for no furnace would heat it, no file bite upon it, no hammer subdue its stubborn strength. Not all his smithcraft, all his long study, all his strength of mind or arm, neither the flames of his forge nor the fires of his need could make that blade anew. "Greetings, worthy smith!" A sound of thunder rang through the smithy, rattling the heavy door on its hinges. Still greater was the impact of the voice. The blade flew from Elof's fingers. The bench he sat on overturned as he sprang to his feet in fury and fright. But the latch was up, the lower door already swinging open, and Elof's anger slackened as he saw what manner of figure stood there, half hesitant in the shadows of the street. The man was old, that was obvious. In the dim light from the forge, his wide hat shadowed his face, its battered brim drooping across one eye, but it only served to stress the whiteness of the wind-blown locks and beard beneath. So also the heavy mantle, that had once been dark blue and was now sorely stained with travel. The shoulders beneath were bowed, and he leaned upon a great staff of smooth dark wood, crowned with its own bark, a strong support, but hard perhaps to manage. Elof forgave him his clumsy knock. "Greetings," said the old man once again, and bowed courteously. "A wayworn guest asks hospitality of your hearth awhile, that shone out warmly from afar in these night-bound streets." The voice was gruff, yet deep and resonant, with more than a trace of the northern burr. Elof smiled at his old-fashioned courtesy, but still he hesitated. "Who is it that asks? Who has sought out my smithy in all this great town?" The old man stepped slowly through the door, as if that had been invitation enough. The sea breeze frisked in with him, whipping up the forged charcoals, pulling puffs of smoke from beneath the chimney breast. "A wanderer only, so the world might call me, for indeed far and wide I have wandered, many long leagues across its face, and further still, it seems, I must go." "I doubt as far as I," thought Elof wryly, but said no such word, and moved to usher the ancient gently out. A beggar once within is harder to turn out, and the city was full of northern beggars now, young and old, who had slipped past the gate guards. He could not feed them all. Also, of this oldster's face, he could see only a great hooked beak of a nose with a bright dark eye above it, and in that a gleam he did not altogether trust. Elof laughed and fumbled at his belt for a coin, enough for a night's lodging. "Well, if you're called a wanderer, the last I would be to detain you. Here is alms, but I cannot—" The old beggar paid him no heed, but advanced into the smithy with that same slow stride, his mantle sweeping odd swirls in the dust. Elof stopped, startled, and let the coin slide back into his pouch. He must once have stood very tall, this ancient. Even now his head was on a level with Elof's, and the pale mottled hands that gripped the great staff were long and muscular. In the trembling fire-glow his shadow loomed enormous against the smithy wall. "Good man greets the journeyer gladly. Aye, so it was said in the Northlands, was it not? For I hear them in your fair speech." Elof blinked at the mild rebuke, but sought to bar his way none the less. The old man ignored him, and turned toward the hearth. "So it was ever with me in the old days. Men made me welcome then, gave me food and drink, even gifts. True men they, not scared to admit a stranger. Trouble fears that trouble wills, thus they said, and opened their doors wide." "Troubles I have," sighed Elof, resenting the nettle's sting. "Why do you come to worsen them?" "I would only sit by your hearth," grunted the old man, lowering himself slowly and wearily onto the brick seat, sighing as he laid his back against it and basked in the warmth. "So, since it is grudged me this scant rest, I must fee you for it as best I can, with wisdom. Much I have seen, learned many things strange even to men of lore. Counsel of mine has lifted gnawing care from many men's hearts. Ask of me what you will." Elof sighed. "Nothing is grudged," he said firmly, "but I have many labors. Take the alms I offered and leave me to them. I need no counsel that you could give." The old man tossed his head contemptuously, and Elof caught a glimpse of his face, lined but hard like some ancient tree. "Are you so sure of that?" demanded the stranger sternly. "Many who deem themselves wise fail only to know the extent of their ignorance." He poked his staff clumsily at a pile of bound books. You bury your nose in dead words. You seek some secret, that is plain. Words hold many, that is true, but not all." Again that dark eye flashed from beneath the ruined brim, quizzical, mocking, and lit upon the cripple's sword. "Ah, you seek a means to mend that blade." He chuckled. "A fine, strong lad like yourself. Can you not simply hammer it straight? No? Then however did you make it in the first place?" Again the dart flew straight and keen. Elof felt his ears burn, his cheeks flare, and cursed beneath his breath. "You do not know," mused the old man, cocking his great head to one side. "You cannot have shaped the blade for yourself, then. It is not yours." Elof glared at him. "It is no man's else. I found it, where it had lain buried beyond sight or memory." The old man shook his head querulously, his shabby hat flapping. "So, found is not freely given. Yet sometimes even a gift must be earned, must it not? A horse that one must learn to saddle before riding, a boat to rig before sailing. It is not for me to say, but such gifts might be given to teach the given new craft, or make him aware of that he already has. Thus truly he wins both the gift and the skill for himself, and stands free of all obligation save gratitude." Elof stood very still. The forge fire was crackling now, whipped up by a breeze sharp as a storm's outrider. He looked askance at the old man, hard to make out against the smoky glare behind him. "Skill I have sought, aye, in books of another's wisdom. They have their place, perchance. But I had always heard that mage-smiths of the north were such men as ever sought new truths, new wisdoms in the very ebb and flow of nature itself." "Aye," said Elof fiercely, stung now to the quick. "So we do. The master-smiths, the great among us, they harness with their craft the many forces of this world. To heights and depths they put forth their hands, and grasp them, bind them in cunning work. The true master-smith fears not to snatch those forces even from the hands of the very powers that wield them." The old man laughed softly to himself. Then, with a speed that startled Elof, he hauled himself up one-handed upon his great staff, and with the other clawed up the black blade from the table, heedless of its hair-fine edge. Outraged, Elof sprang to seize it, only to stop short with a gasp as the great staff, twirled effortlessly about, tapped against his breastbone. The hand he raised to dash it aside faltered at the slight cold sting where it touched him. His fingers closed more gently round the bark, found it a mere wrapping over a shape beneath, and chill meltwater coursed in his veins. It was an edge he touched, narrow, hard, and tapering. This staff at his breast, hard on a strange wound's scarless sight, was a tall spear, and in hands deft to wield it. The old man nodded softly. "Proudly spoken, my wise smith, to set your kind against the steerers of the world. Yet know you of what you speak?" He straightened suddenly, effortlessly, and the black shadow seemed to flutter round the forge, chill-winged on the freshening wind. "Over this world was set their dominion ere it was shaped. Over sea and land they rule, over sky, over stone, cloud and mountain, forest and lake, plain and river, over all that lives, plants, beasts, men, and over the ice." The great staff that was no staff stretched out in a wide sweep before him, as if to score some mighty secret on the flagstones, as if to encompass the wide world. On the outflung arms the mantle billowed as if in the winds of the heights, and flew like a banner from the shaft. High and wise they are, and surpassing strong, the least and weakest past measure of men. In their slightest glances seeing, their least thought knowing, their smallest gesture power. Outheld like some vast sceptre, the staff's head glanced lightly against the flaring forge-coals. The smithy rang with a shattering sound, a blast of thunder that flattened flames and spat sparks, stinging and sizzling into the smoky air. The floor shook, flagstones heaved, and a great blade of glaring light leaped between hearth and chimney. A thunderbolt burst beneath the roof. Wind shrieked, smoke rolled in blasted tatters across the room. The lamp, blown out, topped and shattered. The tools ranked upon the wall jangled and chimed. But amid this stood the old man, stern, unmoved, cold as a winter sky, his dark eye glittering in the shadow of his hat. There was silence then, the strangely unquiet silence, still reverberant, that comes after cataclysmic sound. And in it, distant, faint but very clear, Elof heard what might be an answer, a faint crackling rumble, borne from far off down the shrilling sea-breeze. The gusting air, sobbing and rattling at the door, pressed chill against his stiffened spine, and he began to shiver violently. "Well, cunning smith," demanded the old man quietly, "do you repent now of your pride?" Mutely, holding his eyes on the old man with utmost intensity, Elof shook his head. But the strange wanderer only leaned wearily on the great staff once again. Shrouded still stood its crown, but in the rippling shadow the firelight cast upon the wall the shape of a broad spearhead stood out clear. "Well enough that you should not, for, as I have heard the wise tell it, it is only those of the ice, those who fail in their trust, who desire slaves, servants, subjects. The true steerers cannot, being themselves doubly servants, to a cause and to an end, and that end is best served by those men who need their help least." He sighed and turned toward the door. "I cannot fee you for your hearth-gift. You need no counsel of mine. I depart in your debt, as before." Elof stared. "As before? How so? For I never laid eyes on you till now. And counsel I need, for I still don't know how to reforge the sword." The wanderer had reached the open door. There he paused to look back, the picture of way-weary age. Yet his eye gleamed brighter than ever, and what lurked below the tremor in his stern voice seemed nearer mirth than misery. "You should not think to mock me. Have you not told me of it, you who aspire to clutch the forces of the world in the palm of your hand? The answer lies open to a child. Were not children wont to fear?" He gestured contemptuously with his empty hand, and his mantle fell away from his arm. Beneath it gleamed blackness as dark waters under the moon, a breastplate and the hilt of a vast black sword. Then the old man ducked through the door and was gone. "You!" yelled Elof. A sudden crazed anger seared away awe and fear, and he ran headlong for the door. "You again! Raven! Stay, you wanderer! You gat of a—" From the blackness a bird's harsh scream answered him, a wordless essence of mockery, and the swift ring of shod hooves upon cobbles, and he knew that one of those hooves he had shod himself. Out into the street he burst, but it was a veil of blackness. Many great storehouses and tall granaries of the Merchants' Guild stood there, and their shadows blanketed it deep. Only at the far end, by the harbor, he thought he saw for an instant the gleaming flank of that lofty war-horse. But it flickered again, and he saw it was only the herald of the approaching storm, lightning that leaped from cloud to cloud, glittering against the pale stone. The wind blew hard in his face. The first cold droplet stung him. It was thunder, not hoofbeats, that drummed afar. The wanderer had vanished as he had come. The distant lightning awoke a reflection at his feet. There, glinting on the cobblestones, lay the black blade. He snatched it up and stared at it, caught and baffled. What could the old fox have meant? To claim its secret was already his. A third of its length from the tang was so sadly wrung and twisted that the rest stuck out at the crazy angle of a broken limb. Thus indeed it felt to him, and one not yet set or splinted. Had it not defied every art he could summon up? Even the secrets he had learned of the duergar, who could look deep into the very form and structure of metal, had failed him. And if it was not metal, it had to be metal. It felt like metal. It could not be obsidian or any other glass, or any of the odd stones savages and poor men had once used. And yet, as he played it in his fingers, he became less sure. That gleam was undimmed, its edge undulled. Even long years sunk in a marsh had failed to fault them. Could the hardest metal endure thus? But how to test it? With a lodestone? Many metals would not answer one. With corrosives? To succeed would be to damage it. Elof stood there, his head whirling like the storm wind, and fought for calm. One might ignore what an old beggar mumbled, but surely this weird being said nothing without purpose. How might those words apply to him? He did not know what wisdom he lacked. He had the blade as a gift, but a gift that must be earned with new and daring skill. He could not assume that the lore of it was to be found in books, but more likely among the ebb and flow of nature. How? Where? Somehow he had said it himself. In fury he hammered at his brow as if he might reforge the mind within. The storm crackled as it drew nearer the land. Above the harbor wall the dark outline of the Tower of Veda stood out stark against the coruscating clouds. It woke intrusive memories in him, of fear and blood and pain, and of love found and lost. He strove to force them down and concentrate his thought. In angry defiance he had prattled of a mage-smith being able to put forth his hand and grasp— "Rock!" he yelled suddenly, and whirled round. Slipping on the cobbles, he dashed back into the smithy, yelling for his friend and wondering why he had to. That Levenbolt should have had the whole household hurtling from their beds. But the corridor was empty, and when he flung wide the door of Rock's chamber, his friend was still a round hummock beneath the bedclothes. It was Marya who bounced up first from beside him, angrily clutching a fur counterpane about herself. She had fled with Huron, late her master, out of the north when their towns were sacked by Ekwesh marauders. When at last the great tide of fugitives had borne them to the southlands, they were as near starvation as any, but by good fortune they had fallen in with Rock. Remembering Huron kindly, and knowing the worth of even a minor master-smith of the north, Rock had taken them into his own forge. The partnership had prospered, but to what degree Elof had not guessed. Too impatient, though, to be startled or embarrassed now, he seized Rock by the shoulder. "Wake up! Didn't you hear it?" "Hear what?" mumbled Rock. "The crash, the bolt. Rock, it was the raven." "The raven!" cried Marya, gaping wide-eyed at Elof as if he were mad. Distant lightning whitened the shutters. "The raven!" yelped Rock, sitting up and looking wildly about. "Like you told me? The bastard's back? Where? In here?" "Yes, here in the smithy." Marya cried out and dived beneath the bedclothes in a tangle of brown limbs. "Didn't you hear? It was like thunder." "Never mind. Up with you while I rouse Huron. There's work afoot. I can reforge the sword." "Now hold hard," growled Rock angrily, pulling his arm free and putting a protective arm round a heap of bedclothes. "I'm a cack's teeth, man. You come barging in. I know you're all agog, but there's nothing that won't wait for honest sunlight." "But there is," cried Elof. "While it's at hand. Oh, there's no time to explain." "At least send for Ilse, and we'll see what she—" "No time even for that. I'm sorry, Marya, but we must hurry or it'll be too late." Rock winced as the cold air struck his bare skin. "It had better be good, that's all." It was a strange parade that scant minutes later made its uneasy way down the street toward the steps of the harbor wall and emerged at last, gasping exhaustion like landed fish, into the rain-sprinkled air atop the open summit of Veda's tower. The guttering link-light Marya held high trailed a splash of gold around the battlements, cast her spidery shadow down across the gallery where the master-smith had lurked among his looted wealth. In her free hand she bore Elof's bundle of tools, under that arm the ruined blade, well wrapped, and in the pocket of her man's smock the hilt and fresh rivets. As she came out under the sky, she looked back with concern at the three men stumbling and gasping up the stair behind her, under the weight of Rock's strongest and heaviest anvil. By now old Huron could give no more than token assistance, and even Rock's dour strength ebbed. But Elof drove them on up the steps like a man inspired, taking ever more of the burden upon his own shoulders. Lightning flashed, the thunder hard on its heels, and he chivied his friends furiously up the last few steps. "If that raven shows his face again," gurgled Rock, "he'll have this slung in it." "What I'd gladly know, lads," panted Huron, as they struggled out onto the summit, "is just how much further there's to go." "This is the place," gasped Elof, lifting his face to the spattering rain. "And in time, it seems." "Here?" demanded Rock. "Why here? There's not even a fireplace." But they were glad enough to set down the anvil with a clang that struck sparks from the hard stone. Huron leaned on it, wheezing, while Marya comforted him. Breathless, Elof gazed out over the harbor and the sea beyond. In the lightning's own light the storm clouds rose up immense, bastion upon bastion, like some great fortress of the powers, seething with the energies it could scarce contain. Now their vanguard was almost overhead, and the rain was growing heavier, sputtering against the link's cover. A great curtain of it, opaque as a pearl, was sweeping in across the churning sea, no more than moments away. He set his teeth and looked down into the darkness of the stairwell. All the time they had struggled through it he had been willing some guidance from it, some sign such as he had once felt there. Now there was nothing, save perhaps watchfulness, remote and stern. A flash sent his shadow coursing down the steps. The thunder was so close he jumped. "This grows perilous," he heard Huron grumble, and Marya squeak of agreement. "It does indeed," Rock said. He took the bag of tools and unrolled it on the anvil top. "Leave the gear, Marya. Get you back to the stairs. And you, Huron. I'll give him what help he needs." "It's given," said Elof quietly, unwrapping the blade. "Pass me a good hammer, if you please, the great slope-headed one of duergar pattern. Fit those rivets to the hilt there, and lay them aside with a punch to fit. Then go with the others." "You're sure?" growled Rock, rummaging through the clinking roll. "I smell another of your tomfool tricks." "Maybe. But fool or no, none save myself may try. Now, keep back." Flash and thunder all but drowned him out. The few hulls at anchor rocked, plunged, and vanished as the rain lashed across their decks. "Get below," Elof yelled. "There's no more you can do. Later I may need you." From the pouch at his belt he tugged the armor gauntlet he had made among the duergar, and Rock's eyes widened in understanding, doubt, and awe. "Do you make sure later comes, that's all," he bellowed, and vanished smartly into the stairwell. An instant later the line of rain charged across the tower top, and all vanished in lashing confusion. Elof stood fast by the anvil, fighting to keep his feet against the buffeting wind, struggling to hold the blade while he drew on the long gauntlet. It slid minutely over his fingers, inscribed in patterned plate molding smoothly to the close contours of his flesh, mail fine almost as cloth, swelling and shaping around the very joints, till his arm was enclosed to the shoulder, and his fingers could at last close firm round the flat-faceted jewel at its heart. With that comfort he dared not pause to think, but sprang up upon the battlements and thrust his arm to the sky. Now he himself was the summit of the sea-wall. There was no higher point save the towers of the distant citadel itself. It must happen. It had to happen any moment now. Then a thought unleashed a rush of cold perspiration. Quickly he spread his fingers wide and flat as he could, arching back his hand to raise the palm. If it should light first on a finger-tip, anywhere but the palm. The storm took him and shook him. The blast yelled at him not to be a fool. He felt it roll and swirl in the abyss at his back, down along the streets far below. Or was it at his back? He was no longer even sure which way he faced. All his courage was thinning and draining out of him, leached away by the icy rain. He had carried that anvil too long. He had no strength left. His arm was a taut hot wire of pain, his wrist an agony of tension, his fingers squalling to cramp shut. Another minute, and he must abandon this lunacy, drop down and cower before forces he should never have aspired to defy. Another second even. Then it was as if storm and tower and all else vanished, and an infinite whiteness opened around him, a space that echoed with the single stroke of an incalculable drum. A vast weight descended, and for a moment he held up the whole vault of the sky on his palm, lest it drop to shatter the fragile glass bubble of a world beneath. It was cramp, not will, that snapped his fingers shut. At once the storm was buffeting him again, and he held some vast monster by the leash that throbbed and trembled in his palm. He wavered, lost his footing, and with a yell of madness leaped the only way he could. Hard flagstones slapped at his feet. He stumbled against the anvil, and the black blade clattered down upon it. He was dimly aware of voices that clamored to him, but the throbbing grew within his palm till it seemed the very joints of his fingers must yield. With his right hand he edged the blade round to lie against the metal, and groped blindly for his hammer. The short haft came under his fingers, and he seized it, feeling the comforting weight. Down above the black sword's twisted heart he brought his quivering arm, the clamped fist vertical, closed thumb uppermost. Then, feeling the faint ripple of fine rings clashing, he slowly released his little finger a trifle, as if he would trickle away a fistful of sand. White fire, purer than the shrouded stars, poured down upon the anvil, a sparkling, blasting light that mere eyelids barely barred. 100 high fosses roared there, cataracts louder than the storm. Rock yelled at something, but his voice was lost in the tumult. To the watchers at the stairhead, Elof's sturdy frame stood out against the light in a single sweep of motion, the huge hammer swinging high to the top of its arc, descending with easy, leisurely grace. While the light still shone, the hammer plunged down into its midst, rose and plunged again, and a fountain of smoke spurted up for the storm to sport with. At the fourth blow, or the fifth, the light cut off abruptly, and Elof let the hammer fall. But the gauntlet, still clenched, he raised now on high, and sent his own closed fist hammering down in the hammer's place. A blasting light smote upon the anvil and leaped upward to the racing clouds. A great ringing clang shook the tower, and the smith staggered and sank down to his knees upon the glistening flagstones. Whether it was the final escape of what had been captured, or simply the eye of the storm, a clearness opened overhead. The rain slackened to a fine drizzle, as if the clouds wept for their lost power. The watchers stumbled up from the stairwell and rushed to the swaying figure before them, fearful of injuries they might find. But though his garments smoldered in many places and his wet hair smoked, though his face was smudged and scorched, his eyes glittered with a wild exultation. "See!" he shouted, and pointed with his outthrust gauntlet. "You wise wanderers say, do I pass the test? And you, from whose hand I took it, do you bear witness? Say now, is it not truly mine? From a dying hand it fell ruined, but by a living one it is made whole. On evil it was marred, yet it shines now straight and strong. To life again it awakens, to strike in its defense. Blind the unhallowed with your dark gleam, shatter the evil, strike down the false." Shaking off the hands of his friends, Elof surged to his feet, seized the hilt from the flagstones, and stumbled forward. In the pale glow of the lancing flares overhead they looked after him, and saw. Huron cried out, Marya squealed, and Rock swore in a hoarse whisper. Straight indeed stood the black blade, for it was driven deep down into the very metal of the anvil. Elof thrust the hilt down over the upturned tang and twisted the rivets home. Then, without staying to flatten them, he braced a boot against the iron and gave a single convulsive heave. With a scream of stressed metal, a shower of sparks, a loud triumphant ring, the blade tore free. The anvil cracked now from top to foot, fell slowly into two, and clanged upon the tower's dark stones, hissing in the reviving rain. So cleaves the smith's own blade. Then Elof laughed weakly, and turned to Rock and the others, and embraced them, clumsily, for he would not set down the sword. "Thank you, my friends, thank you. I am sorry it had to come so fast and without explanation. And, Rock, I'll craft you trinkets enough to pay for a fine new anvil." Huron and Marya stood dazed and speechless, but Rock, more hardened to strange matters, simply shook his head in wonder, and set to gathering up Elof's tools. "That's no matter. Leave this where it lies for now, and let's be off here, ere the heavens start some more smithying of their own." He chivied the others off down the stairs, clapped Elof on the back as he passed, and exclaimed at the soggy thump his hand made. "Do you come back with us, man. You're soaked to the skin. We'll find you a stoop of mulled wine and a warm bed." Elof shook his head, still exultant. "I thank you, but no. I've trespassed enough upon you all for tonight. I'll turn back to Kermervan's house in my own bed, and leave you in peace." "As you will," said Rock, putting his arm around Marya. "My respects to his lordship, and we'll be cheering him when he comes out onto the steps tomorrow." "You're not coming to the ceremony?" "What? To hear a crew of windbag syndics spouting for hours?" scoffed Rock. "I'll leave the formalities to you and Ilse. You've the heads for them. Sooner pass the time in the alehouse, if there's any to be had in these days." Elof chuckled with the others. "If there is, I'll be bound you'll find it. Save some for us afterward." Letting the others press on ahead, he lingered in the musty darkness, finding its cool quietude pleasant after the storm above. The blade in his hands was cool also, and the gauntlet at his belt. Scarcely conceivable, it seemed, that such forces had flowed through them not long since. He thought back to the moment of fire, to the brief glimpse he had gained deep into the matter of the sword. It was indeed no metal. Long black strands had glowed within it, coiled and twisted, set thick in a hard, dark binding substance. Glossy and lustrous they had seemed, like the locks of some long-dead beauty set imperishably, save that the blade's edge was finer than the finest hair. He stopped by one of the great stairwell windows, where stormlight yet glimmered, and held up the sword to gaze again. But its surface was once more a mirror, impenetrable. A thought struck him, and he looked at the hilt, tilting it in the light. Once more it glimmered with racing cloud patterns, but they seemed gray no longer. They were black, potent as the storm clouds whose living force had flowed into the blade's reforging. "I never named you before," he said softly. "I cannot have been sure of you, indeed. But now I am, and for the darkness that clings to you I will name you. The bringer of darkness be, herald of night, Gorthor in the Southron tongue, and may you fall ever upon the eyes of my foes." On impulse he slashed at the air with the sword Gorthor, and a voice sang in the darkness, high, exultant, clearer than of old. It spoke words to him that fired his blood, made him forget a moment wetness and chill and the weary walk that lay between him and the bed he yearned to collapse on. "A dark road lies ahead," he breathed, "but at least I have won back one true companion on it. I wonder what others I may find." Chapter 2. The Casting. The wind came howling across the marshlands with a million savage voices, driving dark clouds in a swath before it, scything down the brown reeds of autumn in its path. Again he cowered fever-ridden behind the rattling door of his forge, hearing on the blast the echoes of ancient battles upon the fens, the distant hungry cries of the myriad dead who lay beneath them, arisen now and hunting along the gale. Gusts hammered on the wood like huge hands, huge as the blackened and crumbling fist from which he had snatched that sword. He awoke abruptly and lay shivering a moment before he became aware of the soft bed beneath him, the worn richness of the counterpane under his clutching fingers. The chill was all within his dream. The marshlands lay far behind him. But he knew he had not been wholly dreaming. He listened a moment, with a leaden swell of apprehension. The bed-hangings were dark silhouettes against a faint graying of the darkness. Not even a tassel stirred, yet the howling was still in his ears. The threadbare rug slipped underfoot as he swung himself out of bed. The cool air stung his skin, and the smooth slabs his feet as he padded over to the outward window. But this was narrow, and the grille stopped him leaning out far enough to see. The house, like most of any size or age in the old city, faced inward around its own quadrangle and presented as blank an aspect as possible to the outward world. He turned and sprinted past the door curtain, out into the open gallery and up the stairs that led to the roof. By the time he came out among the dilapidated tiling, his head was swimming, his heart laboring, a familiar ache burning deep in his chest. The night's labors had spent his strength. He had to steady himself a moment on the crumbling stone parapet before leaning out to look. The city below lay in deep shadow, but bright flecks of firelight flickered here and there, surely too brightly for this ashen half-light at night's end. And though the air hung still as a dusty tapestry, the stormy voices were clearer than ever now, closer, louder, a hungry, savage baying that made him shudder where he stood. The touch of something soft and animal on his bare back made him jump. "Small wonder you're shivering," growled Ill's voice. The Duergar girl reached up to drape a robe round his shoulders. "On your feet no more than a month, and you're gallivanting around in your skin." "I'm all right," he protested with a resentful shrug. "This would be a warm day where I was born." But he slid his arms into the garment none the less, grateful for the warmth of the fur lining. The winter, they said, had been the fiercest in the city's memory, and this spring was hardly warm yet. "Good," she said firmly. "After all, you cannot heal from fevers in just a moment." Elof smiled thinly, glad she was ready to make a joke of the matter. That sudden closing of a mortal wound had opened a wider gulf. That moment of strange recovery had briefly stood like a barrier between him and his friends who witnessed it, like a bare blade tossed on the table between hands poised yet hesitant. Ilse, for all her care of him, had grown warier than any. Only the racking sickness that had come swiftly upon him, a symptom of humanity as it seemed, and some price paid for so terrible a wound, had dispelled their doubts. They had remembered what manner of blade struck the blow, and blamed all strangeness upon that. He did not gainsay them, but as his mind cooled, he knew it was not so. Yet even now his thoughts blurred as he probed them. He understood it no better himself. No better. "The row woke me, too," she muttered, calling him back to himself. "What devilry are the humans up to now? It comes this way, by the sound." "I don't know. I fear—" Listen! They heard it clearly, the sound of footsteps, pounding steps, stumbling on the dawn-slick cobbles, running as a man does at the end of his strength, or a quarry a length ahead of the pack. Around the corner of the street below staggered a young man, a boy almost, long-limbed and very thin. He ran with a reeling stride of desperate exhaustion, his copper-skinned face suffused with blood, his breath rasping in his throat. He dived into a gap between the houses, stopped short with a despairing flutter as he saw the stone wall of the citadel blocking the alley's end, and turned to flee. Then he sprang back in fright as a wave of yelling men with torches poured in upon him, blocking his escape. In an instant he was overwhelmed, kicked and beaten to the ground. The horrified watchers saw a rope slung over the grill of a window in the wall below. Struggling and screaming, the helpless youth was being dragged over to it. Ills cursed, turned to the stairs, but stopped. The street was 4 circuitous floors below. By the time they got there, even with weapons, the victim would be past help. Elof looked around desperately. Many of the heavy roof tiles of glazed earthenware were missing. Others looked loose. He seized one, and it came away in his hand. Wolfish, baying laughter arose. One of the mob was about to drop the noose round the boy's neck, others to throw their weight on the rope. Elof poised the tile, and threw. The sureness of his aim startled even him. With a loud smacking sound, the tile took the noose man on the side of the head and stretched him flat on the ground. "Good!" yelled Ilse. An instant later her tile clipped the arm of the first man on the rope, and he fell down screaming among its coils. The other riders looked up with angry shouts, but dropped back in alarm, guarding their heads from a lethally accurate shower of tiles. Then from the street sounded fast hoofbeats, horn calls, shouts, and suddenly a tall man on a great white war-horse plunged in among the rioters, calling orders in a clarion voice. A sword was at his side, but he laid about him with a huge drover's whip, his bronzen hair flying, and screams arose from the crowd as it milled this way and that to escape hoof and lash. Behind him streamed men in the armor of the city guard, and they fell upon the rioters, striking about with their pike shafts. Before the pikes, the mob's killing mood changed at once to panic. They dropped their victim, boiled about and scattered, tripping over him in their hurry to escape, and horsemen and guards wheeled off to break and disperse them. Elof breathed his relief, only to see a straggler suddenly turn back, stoop over the sprawling youth, and with brutal precision thrust a long knife through his stomach. Elof's last throw caught the slayer only a glancing blow to the thigh, and with a savage gesture he hobbled off. Before Elof could react, the horsemen came cantering back through the melee, but the youth's writhings had stilled. At the rider's word, a pair of guards ran up. One bent over the bodies of hangman and victim, looked up to the rider, and shook his head. By the time they had made their way downstairs, Kermorvan was already in the courtyard, leading his horse to the stable and calling loudly for breakfast. "I don't have such an appetite," said Elof grimly, as he followed the warrior into the cool gloom of the lesser hall, where a wizened old servant was setting out a few plain dishes. Not now. Ilse, who had herself cut down men without the least qualm, nodded agreement. "You should keep your strength up," said Kermorvan dryly, tearing at the loaf of hot cornbread before him. "After tossing half my ancestral roof into the street, you must be exhausted." He washed the bread down with a swallow of strong cider and smiled more sympathetically. "I know. It was the only thing to be done, but jesting apart, spare the roof if you can. Those tiles are old and costly to replace. As for the boy, you did right to fell those roughs, but console yourself. It was a kind of justice none the less. It was that lad and 2 others who set on and robbed a shopkeeper earlier this morning, an old man who may well die." Almost overhead, on the high seaward towers of the citadel, Ringing trumpets mirrored the sunrise in their tone, signaling the beginning of the city's day. Elof rubbed his stubbled chin. So, when it could only stir up more trouble between city and northerners, another riot? You are sure? We took one of his accomplices, and he confessed. They were starving, he said, and I believe him, skin and bones that he is. But they also thought to avenge that northerner who was robbed on the outskirts last week. Avenge! 12 more that I know of have died in the uproar this morning, 10 of them northerners. By now it may be more. Do you wonder I insist these things are stamped out the moment they began, and thoroughly? There is no end to them. They breed. Aye, but have a care, said Il starkly. You're brewing trouble for yourself, making yourself unpopular with the rabble. Ask Rock, ask Ferhas. They hear the gossip, and it's that you're too soft on the northerners. They were herding that one here to string him up on your window. A little love gift, since you like them so much. And you're still only March Warden-elect. You've not the full powers yet. Till noon today only. And have I not been given every encouragement to use the rightful powers of office to the hilt and past this last half-year? That's not what Brian and his bullies will be shouting, said Elof. Kermorvan shrugged. If others will not act speedily enough, I must. Brian or no Brian. There have been riots enough with or without provocation, Elof. The first came in midwinter, while you yet lay ill. Then we thought it was a passing folly, a brief outburst at the inflow of northern fugitives, when we were ourselves in need. Kermorvan shrugged. Now we know better. Every day it grows worse, and every day more come, as the Ekwesh rampage through Norderney. The common folk fear. They cannot believe our land will feed them all. I begin to wonder myself. And so fear breeds hatred in both sides, and hatred leads to crime, crime to riot, and to madness all, snorted Ilse, tossing her thick black curls. You men are all daft, to wish such miseries upon your fellows, and to suffer them so lightly. Look at us. Did we not come, we three, through danger upon danger, to succor your folk? And what thanks do we find? Oh, you, Kermorvan, you they laud and applaud, or most of them anyhow. You they make March-Warden, and well they might. But us? Even your own precious faction point the finger at Elof as some kind of northern warlock. Benign enough, maybe, but not to be trusted. And me they call his familiar. I can hardly walk abroad by myself. And that's your friends, what your enemies say, that moonstruck Brian and his rabble. But that's mere malice, protested Elof. It's so obvious Brian seeks only to settle an old score. Surely few save his own close faction believe. More than you think, said Ilse sharply. Her dark eyes flashed. They don't want to believe they were so short a step from defeat, nor that they had to be rescued by foreigners, and there's more like them every day. Well, I have had enough. I go, and soon. Back to the hollow hills, and this city may slide into the sea for all I care. The men sprang up, protesting, but Ilse sat back, face set and stubborn. Waste no more words. I endured this long only to see Elof made well, and the success of my healing. Her round fingers knitted together a moment. He needs me no longer. My mind is made up. Kermorvan sighed. And you, Elof, what will you do now you are well? I hope you at least do not wish to depart. My house is yours for as long as you wish it, and the city folk do respect you. With your fair skin they forget you are a northerner. Will I? Kermorvan blushed in embarrassment. Do not take it so. I meant only that you may help overcome their foolish distrust of northerners. Remember the first copper skins most have seen were on Ekwesh, and your folk look much like the Reavers. Too much, in eyes that saw the horrors of the siege. But if you and I can open those eyes to the old kinship, there is a chance— Elof shook his head. I'm sorry. Oh, it's true enough what you say, but no. My prime purpose, my heaviest duty, ended when that evil I unleashed was undone. Another promise claims me now. There's another place I must go. Kermorvan frowned. What place? I don't know. Elof looked out into the courtyard, to where the first long rays of the sunrise warmed the courtyard's cold paving. I know only whither it lies. That way, in the path of the dawn, whither I must go, to wander, to roam across the whole wide world if I must. I do not wish to tarry long. I dare not. Kermorvan nodded. I understand. But you will stay at least for today. And you, Ilse? At least come to the ceremony, both of you, ere you settle your minds to any of this. There you may hear something to make you think. I doubt that, muttered Ilse. She'll come, grinned Elof. She wouldn't miss it for the world any more than I. Will it be you saying all these things? Kermorvan stood up, rubbing at his stiff back. I appreciate the honor of my position less during early alarms. Yes, some of them at least. He sucked in a long, determined breath, and his face hardened. I mean to make myself heard. The syndics have been dragging their heels over this matter of the northern refugees. We must settle it, secure their safety, and quickly, at whatever cost. Then his grimness faded to a smile. Linger over your food as you wish, but I must be at the syndicacy well in advance. Fairhouse, my robes! Come, I beg you, both of you, for if this day goes as I think it may, I shall have need of my friends. He strode away from the table and up the wide main stairs, Scabbard slapping at his riding-boot as if to punctuate his shouts for his squire. Elof gazed around the gloomy hall, following the peeled and faded murals, the portraits darkened by centuries of smoke from the hanging lamps. He values us, you know, he said. Admirers he has now, aye, and flatterers in plenty. No family at all. I know, said Ilse, and sniffed disapprovingly. A poor place to grow up in, this, with only a few old women to look after him, and his father's squire for a tutor. A wonder he did not turn out odder than he is. I think he has few friends as close as we, said Elof, and this ceremony must mean a lot to him. Will you not witness that at least? Then you can tell your folk that they have one friend among our rulers, mad and savage though we be. We? Never number yourself among these folk, nor among your precious northerners, retorted Ilse. You're another breed entirely, whatever blood flows in your veins. And him also. He is wise to grab hold of his march-warden's place while he may, hard and thankless honor though it is. The tide of gratitude that swept him into it neglected to provide wealth to patch even his own roof, let alone sustain the people's. In these parts it seems gratitude's a beggar child, starved into an early grave. What will be left of it after he puts down a few more riots? It'll be back to what drove him out in the first place, his partisans and Brian's breaking each other's heads in the streets, and the ordinary citizens damning them both. Fairhouse says there are whispers even among his friends. Only this time there's the Ekwesh waiting to sweep up the bits. Well, since you insist on going to the ceremony, so will I also, for all my heart counsels otherwise. I fear, Elof, I fear. You? What could you fear? Anything. Nothing. This great warrant of men oppresses me. It dims my wits, as the sun does my eyes. I start at shadows, that's all. She tossed a hunk of bread onto his plate. Eat, and pay no heed. But as they emerged into the sunny street an hour or so later, Elof could well understand her feelings. The bustle and roar of Kerbrahane, the great city, swept at him and over him like an inrushing wave, carrying with it the sound and scent of men a millionfold. From the cliff-like crag of the citadel overhead to the first low slopes of the hazy hills around, everywhere, was a great sea of men, walls and houses rising above it like summits of coral along a reef, and writhing coils of smoke. Vast and stately as were the works of the duergar, they stood quieter, emptier by comparison. There was no such sense of fierce vitality barely pent, nor of such bitter unease. Yet he understood it a little better than Ilse, and what aroused her contempt awoke in him a measure of pity. The city folk had been terribly shaken, first by the sudden and devastating assault, when they had thought themselves so rich and invulnerable, and then by the vast inpouring of northerners fleeing the Ekwesh. The people had looked to their lords for some wise word, some simple gesture that would turn time back to the days of their smug security. But now they were growing impatient, beginning to suspect what might well be true, that there was no such word or gesture, that there was no going back, ever, to what had been. In such a time it was easy to seek scapegoats. They had heard Kermorvan cheered to the echo as he left the house, but now Elof saw heads turn in the crowded street. He heard, or guessed at, the dark mutterings, ribald whispers, sniffs of sternly self-righteous disapproval, sensed fingers pointing in stabbing gestures of distrust and fear. By popular prejudice, duergar were regarded as vermin, on a level with beasts of the gutter, and he is some kind of necromancer for walking with one. He swung aside the bag of tools that he was taking to finish some work for Rock, and took her arm. It was tense against his side. Nowhere among all this, not even behind the walls they had just quitted, could she feel even remotely secure. Fortunately, the way to the Syndicacy was not long. Kermorvan's ancestral roof, dilapidated as it was, stood tall among the houses of the old city, against the rocky crags of the citadel's northern flank. Before its gentler eastward face there opened a wide quadrangle, all paved with white stone, the square of the citadel, and along one whole side of that ranged the massive grey frontage of the Syndicacy. High though it stood, it was outwardly stark and plain, its only ornament a line of austere pillars, which ran out around the great main doors to support a lofty canopied porch, towering on steps above the heads of the throng in the square. Ilse flinched nervously at the noisy crush around the steps, but strode beside Elof as if she had no troubles in the world. The crowd parted swiftly to let them pass, as if fearing the contact, and she smiled sardonically. "Even vermin have their privileges, I see." When they entered the portico, the Syndicacy's air of austerity vanished, for all around its inner walls were rich mosaics, male and female figures depicted in swirls of vibrant color. Elof guessed by their size and their heroic aspect and distinctive attributes that they must represent the powers most revered by the folk of Brehane. There was Nairad with his nets, succoring mariners, and Ilmarinen, as it seemed, releasing lava to shape the citadel rock, and many others he did not know. He looked in vain for a figure in black armor or blue mantle, till Ilse pointed to the summit of the great doors ahead. Above their wide arch rose a great sun in gold, pouring down gilt radiance, and across its disk, flying with open beak, a vast raven. To Ilmarinen, Ilse bowed as they passed, but at the raven Elof glared. The doors beneath were blackened wood, of great height and thickness, and width enough to span almost the whole floor of the chamber within. At most times they stood shut tight, shielding the deliberations of the Syndicacy from common eyes. But upon rare days such as this they were flung wide to vouchsafe the crowd a glimpse of its solemn ceremonial. Ferhas, Kermorvan's squire and steward, awaited them there, white mane bobbing nervously. He ushered them swiftly up a marble stair to places kept for them at the front of the crowded public gallery, overlooking both chamber and doors, but himself chose to stand some way behind. Elof smiled wryly. Even wise old Ferhas was as much a city man as the worthies on either side who edged discreetly away. Much as he valued these proven friends of his master's, he had long held the city view of northerners as bumpkins at best, at worst barbarians, and still less could he shake off the violent prejudice against duergar. The conflict left him perpetually ill at ease in their presence. It was chiefly more travelled men, Northland traders such as Cathal Cataean, who held broader views. There were not so many of these in the city now, and among the 400-odd syndics fewer than a score. And even of those, how many could Kermorvan rely upon to side with the refugees if the majority would not? Elof scanned the wide, empty chamber below, the banked rows of seats carved from fine stone and gilded wood, set about with signs and blazons where the place was held by ancestral right as well as wealth. The many-colored windows flecked the chamber with glowing warmth. All in all, a noble sight, yet to his eyes it looked cold and hard, entrenched, unyielding. So, also, too many of the syndics seemed as they filed in, proud in the sweeping splendor of their robes. Too many faces reminded him of the headmen and elders of Assenby, Strong and even capable men those had been, but blind to all of the world that did not concern their immediate interests. So also these seemed, and from all he had heard, in defense of those interests they could be selfish and quarrelsome as children. Green robes marked the landowners and men of property, gray the scholars and officials, brown the merchants and tradesmen, but they varied wildly in shade and pattern and ornament, sometimes as a mark of faction, more often as a display of wealth. The two great factions, once nobles and commoners, now old nobility against new, generally wore darker or lighter shades of their particular color, but still they vied in ornament. Some of the gray robes were most richly and garishly adorned of all, while many of the scarlet robes of the warrior order, worn over armor and the weapons they alone might bear in the assembly, seemed positively old and threadbare. Not so one that was borne by a dark man of great height, taller even than Kermorvan. Light red it was, and marked at the breast with the device of a claw and broken chain. Its discreet border of worked gold and baldric of golden mail bore out his air of prosperous ease, as did the smooth joviality with which, pausing by the doors, he acknowledged the loud acclaim of a good part of the crowd. At last, men of the city guard called for silence, and a wide door at the rear boomed open. Syndics and spectators alike rose to their feet, and the crowd surged forward to see. In came the two elderly marshals of the city in gray robes, their faces uneasy, and behind them, in scarlet and armor, the wardens of the eastern and southern marches, flanking Kermorvan as warden-elect of the north. But at sight of him a swelling cheer from without faltered, and dwindled to a great babble of astonishment. For the robes he wore were not scarlet, but black, trimmed and collared with heavy gold, and over his heart, in gold, was traced the emblem of the raven and sun. The guardsmen hammered their staves on the marble floor for silence as the procession swept toward the center of the assembly, leading Kermorvan to a tall seat, one place to the right of the marshals' chairs. But ere they could reach it, there was a rustle of robes, and the dark man was on his feet, his gangling frame towering over the marshals and blocking their path. "One moment," he cried, his deep voice echoing through the chamber. "One moment, my lords. By what authority do you admit this man to the syndicacy and lead him to a place? And by what authority is he permitted to bear those robes?" The astonished marshals gaped at him, while through chamber and square alike a buzz of dispute arose. Many of the crowd, and even some in the gallery, howled abuse at the tall man, till across the floor another man rose, in brown robes trimmed with fine furs that only emphasized his stoutness, and his rich, mellow voice rode over the uproar. "By the unopposed vote of this assembly under the rule of war these 6 months past, that would be how, my Lord Brian. And in recognition and reward for great deeds done, which is more than I recall you were ever voted. And those remarkable robes, my Lord Cathal?" As to them—" The merchant's voice was honeyed as ever, but it had lost something of its first certainty. "Well, they are of his choosing, and I know of no law that prevents him." Kermorvan raised his head calmly. "My lords marshal, they are the robes my great-grandfather last wore in this assembly, as was the ancient and unquestioned privilege of our line. By what authority has that been changed? And by what authority are these questions asked?" "By the urgent need to question a decision forced through in haste and folly," said Brian with equal calm. "And consequently perhaps to impose some grave penalty." Sharp whispers, astonished and aghast, ran across the chamber, echoes rustling like dead leaves in the domed roof, and outside the crowd rumbled contention and discontent. But he has not yet taken his seat in the assembly," blustered the leading marshal, a stout, red-faced old man with bristling white mustaches. His blue-gray eyes were not penetrating like Kermorvan's, but bulging and opaque. "Looks like a dead fish," muttered Ilse, "only with fewer wits." "Let him stand, then," said Brian quietly, "as must all brought here to our judgment." A wild chorus of dispute broke out, and Elof could hear that neither in chamber nor in crowd was at all on Kermorvan's side. Scuffles were breaking out, and files of guardsmen went hurrying down to deal with them ere they spread. The harassed marshal conferred with his colleague, a younger edition of himself. They shook their heads at Brian and Kermorvan alike. And when the guards had eventually enforced silence, they announced that all should take their seats for now, but without ceremonial, and Brian should have the right to speak. He smiled and bowed graciously and stepped to the middle of the floor. "My lords marshal, fellow syndics, for any discourtesy, I crave your pardon. But it seemed to me the only way to forestall what might not easily be undone. Master Cathal, in justifying this strange act of the syndicacy, you mention the matter of some great deeds done by this man. But the people of the city are driven to ask, were such deeds ever done?" "What foolishness is this?" stammered the marshal into a shocked silence. "Yours, I fear," said the dark man coolly. He rounded on the other syndics. "What do those deeds amount to? A skilful claim, aided, it shames me to say, by some within the city, to have compassed the defeat of that whole savage army which besieged us. How?" He shook his head in apparent wonder. "By the slaying of one of their leaders, and by the shattering of some savage totem which he claims they relied upon. But I ask you, look again, without panic and credulity, at the events of that sorry time. That we were beaten back by the first attacks, that is little wonder, for they came upon us without the least warning, and we, a people at peace, unprepared. But given a day or so to muster our full force, to plan our strategy, we sallied out and we drove them back into the sea, as you would expect, for how could such savages stand against the forces of this city? Ask of yourselves, must we really hare after miracles to explain their defeat? Are we ourselves grown so savage, are we sunk to the level of simple northerners that believe in magical mutterings over metal?" His cool eyes swept the chamber with mild scorn. "It seems we are. For from a sideline of the battle a man stages a clever show with the corpse of a slain chieftain and a broken weapon. Were there not enough of both that day? And with some small encouragement we fall at his feet. Some encouragement, no doubt, from those who would gladly turn aside the people's allegiance, that they might more easily be oppressed. Turn it aside from their chosen leaders, from us." The word was spoken no less quietly, but with the spitting intensity of water on hot steel. Elof sat silent, held in icy thrall by the pattern of what was unfolded before him. It was shaped with cunning to appeal to all that was narrowest and most insular in the Southron temperament, and the typical syndic most of all. They would know, if they remembered truly, that events had not been as Brian described them. For one thing, where had the lightning come from that blasted their walls? But he was presenting them with every inducement to disbelieve and distort their own memories, even an open appeal to their naked self-interest, a hint that Kermorvan threatened their power. As if scenting success, the tall man's manner grew more jovial. He grinned and fingered his bushy beard. "And after all, why should we believe such a man, whom we knew even in his first youth as a vicious, brawling braggart? Was this simply not on the point of trying and exiling him, save that he slunk away in disgrace, to avoid a formal sentence and the seizure of his property, such as he has? And what did we hear of him then? Tales that he had taken up with a pack of starveling corsairs, and then vanished from their ken, until 2 years later he reappears amid a sudden onslaught of savages. An onslaught he had been threatening us with for—" "Warning," said Kermorvan, equally quietly, yet so unexpectedly that all started. "Warning, not threatening." Brian inclined his head. "As you will. It mends nothing. Warning us, then, for years, in an attempt to spread a panic that would bring him power, as in the end, it seems, it so conveniently has." The change in his voice was startling, so loud now that it overbore the first cries of protest. "Those brown-skinned reavers took us by surprise, that is true, but have you not any of you asked yourselves how such a thing might come to pass? How a pack of sea-roving savages could dare assault, let alone manage to breach the walls of the greatest city in this land? How else, Brian answered himself simply, save by treason? And he looked from Kermorvan up to the gallery, straight at Ilse and Elof. Elof felt his ears and face flame hot as if he bent over a forge fire. He sprang to his feet at the gallery rail and shouted, "And do you call me a traitor? What manner of man, then, skulks on city walls at dead of night? What manner of man tries to murder those he meets there in secret, though all they ask is to be brought before authority, and there's witnesses enough for that?" The crowd seemed to snarl like a slide of falling rock. Kermorvan flashed him a sudden warning glance. Ilse plucked him down by the sleeve. Brian did not so much as look at him. His voice was calm and smooth as the stuff of his robe. "Which brings us to the manner of this singular return. Did he come openly and in brotherhood, offering to take his place among us as an equal? He did not. At dead of night he came slinking over an embattled wall, and he came in strange company, a northern vagrant, the first of many, and though one would hardly credit it, a creature of the mountains, a race accounted as savage as the man-eaters and still more beast-like." A rush of memories awoke in Elof, of halls rich and noble in the hollow hills, clam rivers mirror-dark under stone, strong faces lined with lifetimes of wisdom and great craft, of a folk who had succored a desperate unknown in flight from his own destiny, and set the power in his hands to forge it anew. He was ready to spring down, to spit his contempt in Brian's face and dash his fist after. But to his surprise, Ilse at his side remained calm, though her heavy brows were drawn tight. "Be still," she hissed, and he remembered suddenly how much older than him she must be. "We are but ciphers here, conceits in a debate, no more. It is not for us to answer, but Kermorvan." "Then may he do so soon." Brian gestured at Kermorvan. "What do you think the ancestors he vaunts before us would have made of him then?" "Much what I did, I fear. And if in the days since that return he had proved me wrong, with all my heart I would have made amends, and been the first to follow him today. But has he? What has he brought us since? Help and wisdom in our need? Hardly. Instead, he has encouraged a flock of carrion crows to settle upon our already devastated fields, under guise of a kinship long forsworn. His pack, for do they not hang upon his every word? And how many more of them are there to come, when the northern marches are in his hands? Shall the northlands be emptied for us to feed? See how the half-savages he shields steal among you, the northerners who scuttle southward from their cannibal kin. See how they slip the very bread from before the mouths of your hungry children, the smallest wealth from your pocket, the roof from over your heads. A strange way to treat a city he professes to care for. Either he is mad, or he has a purpose. And what can that purpose be?" He waved a hand in Kermorvan's general direction. "I am grateful to him in his arrogance, for so vast was his pride in what he thought his hour of triumph, that he has saved me the labor of convincing you, for he stands revealed in his purpose. Is he not clad in its colors?" Elof could not guess what he meant, but that barb struck harder upon the city folk than any gone before. There was a moment of stunned silence, and then a roar like a great wave breaking. Elof could hear cries both for Brian and against him, for Kermorvan and against him also. But it was as if the same feeling fed them, a ravening anger that seemed to convulse both crowd and chamber, syndics and spectators both, as a lightning flare leaps from cloud to cloud. Blows flew freely among the crowd. Brawls sprang up and spread outward like ripples in a pond. Anger rode upon the shoulders of the crowd, anger whose very cause and moment seemed forgotten in its own mad onrush. It was like a wave, indeed, driven on from behind by shouts and milling brawls. The great crowd surged forward, up the steps, and spilled through the doors into the syndicacy itself. Elof shuddered as he heard the rising growl of that most savage and monstrous of beasts. A mob. Syndics sprang to their feet in fury and alarm, but their shouts went unheard in the row. His formerly stolid neighbors in the gallery were on their feet also, shouting first down into the chamber, and then at each other and others around. Feet clattered on the stairs, and a tide of rioters spilled into the gallery. "Mad!" shouted Ilse, ducking down as blows were traded above her head and Elof's. "Stark mad! The whole pack of—" Then a heap of struggling, cursing bodies tumbled between them, and they were forced apart. To either side of Elof the spectators scattered in panic. stumbling over the stairs and each other, and he saw one almost toppled over the low stone balustrade. "Ilse!" he shouted, and heard a faint voice cry out, "Elof, beware! At your back!" He whirled and saw a knot of tall men forcing their way determinedly through the crush in his direction, 5 copper-skinned northerners, all with faces hard and fell. They saw him even as he saw them, and plunged down on him. He saw steel glint among their garments, and his hand flew to his side for the sword that was not there. He cursed, seized the heavy bench he had been sitting on, and with a heave tore it free as the first knife reached out for him. It stuck in the wood, and he upended the heavy seat and smashed it down upon the wielder's head. Another threw his weight upon the bench and tore it from his hand, and the rest sprang forward. Elof looked desperately for some weapon, saw at his feet his tool-pack spilled open, and seized the huge hammer with which he had forged the sword. Short in the haft it was, but terrible weight was in its high-peaked head, as long as his forearm, and cored with strange and turbulent metals of great weight, which the duergar alone knew how to refine and contain in safety. Swiftly he straightened, and with wild strength he swung it against the nearest blade. There was a sharp, shattering ring, and the long knife splintered against its wielder's hand. Icy pain lanced into his side. He felt a blade snag in his jerkin, fell back, and struck out once again. With a frightful muffled sound the hammer struck deep into flesh, and the man fell choking and writhing to the floor. Another loomed over him with upraised hand, in it no knife but a short sword. Elof's arm was seized from behind, and the crook of an elbow snaked round his throat. Then it was suddenly torn free, as if somebody had hurled the man away. With no room to swing the hammer, he drove it straight into the swordsman's stomach. The man doubled, and it was Elof's hand that rose and fell once. The cry came again. He sprang round and saw Ilse by the balustrade, struggling half-choked in the grip of the remaining 2 killers who were striving to force her over. So it was she who had freed him. From the chamber below came the ring and clash of swords, but he paid that no heed, and barged through the crowd toward her. The killers saw him, pulled her back from the balustrade, but instead set her before them as a shield and charged up the gallery steps toward the door. Without stopping to think, Elof whirled his arm and let the hammer fly, as he had the tile. A handspan above Ilse's dark hair it flew, and one man yelled in horror as the other's head was dashed into a spraying pulp. Ilse's arm was free, and even as Elof sprang and shouldered his way through, she caught her attacker by the throat and hurled him to the ground. He sprang up, snake-lithe, unfolding a clasp-knife from his sleeve, but Ilse seized his arms. The knife slashed past her throat. She heaved, and her duergar's strength told. The man cartwheeled down the steps, struck the balustrade, and slid, screaming and scrabbling, over its brink. Elof stood gasping, staring. How many attackers had there been? Then they saw the man whose sword in hand he had shattered run for the door, holding old Fairhouse off with a knife. He had all but reached the stairs when there came a clatter of arms beyond. He sought to spring back, but a robed silhouette blocked the opening. With horrific suddenness, a bright sword leaped out between the man's shoulder blades. Then a mass of guards poured through and set about subduing the rioters and herding them toward the stairs. Elof looked at the dead attacker, and at the red-robed man who had run him through, now stooping to wipe his sword on the victim's jerkin. The newcomer glanced up and raised an eyebrow. "Brawling again, Sir Smith? And in the syndicacy, too. No tiles here. Be warned by the fate of this one. But it appears that you took some small hurt. We shall call that lesson enough." Elof looked down. Only when he saw the blood-stain in his side did he remember the sting and feel it anew. "A scratch, no more. And glad as I am to see you quelling disorder for once, Brian. You were not quite timely enough. As before, we had to do most of the work ourselves." Red flame burned in the dark man's cheeks. "Fitting enough," he shrugged, and kicked at the copper-hued arm. "Northerner slay northerner. Your friend put paid to another 2 brace on the chamber floor. Perhaps he is learning wisdom. Guards, remove this carrion." "Northerners?" muttered Elof, following the guards who were dragging the corpses away down the stairs. "I wonder. I grew up among them, remember? These have brown skins, yes, but look at the hard faces of them and the scarring. Do they not sooner resemble—" "Amacac's guts, yes," roared Cathal, stumping over to the door with Kermervan at his heels. Ekwesh, and the ones down here also. Where in Hela's name did they spring from?" "Stragglers from their foraging bands, perhaps," said Kermorvan thoughtfully, "left behind in the rout, slipping into the city in the guise of refugees to seek revenge, seeing their chance in the disorder caused by Lord Brian's unruly followers. But there is another, darker chance. They could be spies, assassins, deliberately sent among the refugees from the Ekwesh settlements in the north, in which case—" "We cannot afford to admit any of them," broke in Brian. "It seems you learned wisdom indeed." "You mistake me, Brian. It proves my point, not yours." "And what point is that?" "You will hear when the session begins anew, and the sooner you call your mob to heel, the sooner that will be. I suggest you set about it." A mirthless grin gleamed in Brian's thick beard. "I have not yet had my full say, but better perhaps that you stand convicted out of your own mouth. Speak on, then." "Well, you make progress," croaked Ilse to Elof as they climbed wearily back up to the gallery. "Brian speaks to you instead of at you. Wonders will never cease. Speaking of which, a wonder you dealt with that one behind you. I strove to help, but I was already half-throttled." "But you did help," said Elof, gathering up his trampled tools from the gallery floor. "He was pulled away." She shook her head firmly. "Not by me. He only turned to me after you threw him off." "Who, then?" But Ilse only shrugged. "Perhaps he slipped." She avoided the bloodied end of the bench as she sat. Elof shook his head. "I cannot explain it, but they were certainly assassins. They knew their targets. What will Kermorvan have to say about that?" The chamber and the crowd alike were hushed as Kermorvan stepped out to speak. He looked at them a moment, and then at Brian, and his gaze grew very cold. His words rang clear against the marble of the chamber. "Syndics and people of Kerbrahane, this day you have heard my lord of Briharan lay many grave charges against me. Or have you? I know this man of old, and I took care to listen to his actual words, not the dark things he implied. For the most part he simply struck a spark with subtly worded questions, and led your minds to blow them to a blaze. For well he knows that such cloudy and insubstantial matters are harder to dispel with solid truth. But truth is the best I have to offer you, and I warn you now it will not be the truth you wish to hear. Yet it will avail nothing to riot or shout me down, for truth is truth, and if you stopped my voice forever, it would not alter by one jot the forces I see at work, save perhaps to hasten them." He looked at Brian scornfully. "I have ample answers for the trifling charges this man made, but I will content myself with an example or two only for now. Take the matter of the corsairs. I joined them only because they were willing to fight the Ekwesh, when all others in this land laughed at the idea that they could be a threat, or chose to believe Lord Brian's insinuations at that time, which were that I sought to win military power for myself by building up a false menace. Those corsairs are in this city now, having won pardon, and we have testimony enough that they fought the Ekwesh, and valiantly." Brian inclined his head mockingly. "I bow to your authority. They fought, aye, for booty already riven from our folk." Elof bit his lip. That was sadly true, though not as it was put. But Kermorvan was undaunted. "Did I say it was not so? Yet I thought that better, much better than nothing, for even such small opposition might discourage the reavers from the Southlands long enough for the city to see its peril, and I could at least put the wealth gained thereby to building up a fleet, a small hope, and as I eventually realized a false one. When I heard of a matter more urgent, the mysterious mind-sword, I turned to that instead. For another example, take the manner of my return. How in the world could I have returned openly, as Brian suggests, to a city besieged and partly taken? What other way was there but quietly and in darkness, when it could not be said for certain who held which part of the wall? The suggestion is absurd, as Brian must know, yet see how he used it to color the gravest charge of all he dares to bring against me." Trouble passed over Kermorvan's lean features like a cloud, and his voice was stern and bleak as a cold wind from the north. "He has deftly avoided making that charge openly, but through his words I stand accused in some of having sought by some means or another to use the events of the siege to seize power within the city, to set myself up as ruler, as tyrant over you all, as your king." Elof's first instinct was to laugh, but the deadly stillness quelled it. The crowd hardly seemed to be breathing. This was something they took with deadly seriousness, and looking at Kermovan, he saw that his friend did also. A great hush filled chamber and gallery alike, and the silence seemed itself a clarion calling from the deeps of time. Kermovan lifted his head, and there was a fierce smile on his lips, a grim pride in his voice. "But why should you believe this? The child of kings I acknowledge myself, but this was never their kingdom." Elof blinked as if he had been struck, hardly aware of the uproar that washed over him. "I saw before Envar that he must be some great noble," he murmured to Ilse. "But a king? Of where?" "But did you not know?" hissed Ferhas in his ear, detachment forgotten in the excitement. "His name! Don't the glories shine out of that all alive? You in the north, sir, have you quite forgot them? The lost lands in their great city of olden times, greatest there's ever been in this land." Yes, the Strandenberg, he called it, the city by the waters. But his name? He called himself plain Kermovan, then. "Ah," breathed Ferhas. "And he stuck to your northern tongue? That'd be when he wasn't right sure of you, if you'll pardon me saying, sir," he added hastily, with a furtive, superstitious gesture. "But you've the Southron well enough, sir. Can't you see now? Cahir, or Ker, that's a walled city like this. More, a great lake or sea, and more Owen. That's the water strand. So, Cahir, more Owen. Kermorvan?" "That was the city's name, sir. And so of its kingly line, what remains of it. The name alone's not uncommon, for there are younger branches that bear it. But Karen, now, that's one of the kingly names, for firstborn of the true line only. Put the two together, and he'd have been telling you who he was at once. It was among the corsairs you met him, wasn't it, sir? And them Southrons? He'd not risk naming himself clear in that company. 'Twasn't you he distrusted, sir. 'Twas them." Ilse was nodding slowly to herself, as if at a suspicion now confirmed. But Elof stared down at his friend as if he had never truly seen him before. Kings were hardly human to him, benign or frightening figures in childhood tales, remote figures of worship and majesty, or wicked tyranny. This lean young fighter he had first met barefoot upon a beach, rubbing shoulders with a hard-bitten corsair crew, hardly seemed to fit either image. Yet even as Elof formed the thought, that mantle of infinite age seemed to settle about the tall young warrior once again, as it had in the courts of the Duergar before Anvar, their lord, and had diminished even his grim presence. Kermovan, his face mild and calm once more, advanced to the center of the floor, and the light from the windows gleamed in his thick bronze hair, so that he looked in truth a king already crowned. "It may be, though, that you will not believe what I say, or, more subtly, you fear that the enmity of Lord Brian and his friends will force me to fight for the dominion of Kerbrahane, whether I will or no, and so plunge the state into civil war. That indeed might come to pass." He raised a hand to quell the swelling protests, and repeated more loudly, "Might come to pass, if Brian forced me to it, and if I thought such dominion worth the winning. But I do not. Never for good or ill would I seize their rule. Why? Because though I dearly love this realm, these lands in which I was born, I believe that the days of their greatness are ended, that even the time of their enduring draws to a close. As well seize a sandhill around which the tide is washing. For I truly believe that this city is doomed. I believe that the downfall of Kerbrahane is at hand." The sense of shocked disbelief was so tangible in the chamber, Elof almost expected laughter. But it was a cry of fear as much as anger that arose from the crowd outside and wiped any laughter from the faces of the syndics. Then Brian sprang up and rounded upon the crowd. "Pay no heed to the man. Is not his purpose clear? He seeks to fright you like children with shadows, to scare you, that you may come clinging to his skirts." Now indeed cries of anger arose, as rumor of Kermorvan's words and Brian's were tossed and bandied about, no doubt with exaggerations, among those too far back to hear. Again the growl of the beast awakened, but even as it did so, Kermorvan strode to the door, and his commanding cry echoed across the square. "Be still! Be still and hear!" And astonishingly, the crowd indeed fell silent. Kermorvan rounded on the syndics and pressed home his words as a fighter feeling his enemy's guard falter. "The Ekwesh, they are our doom. They have seen our walls breached, our strength falter before theirs. They have tasted blood, they have tasted wealth, and worst, they have tasted defeat and flight. That at least will unite them, now that fell sword cannot. They will return, and soon, before the eldest who fled is too old to fight, and redeem his honor in his clan, and before our scars can heal. At best in 10 years, at worst in 1. And how then shall we sustain such another siege? In 10 years, if we have them, the city may build new walls, new ships, new houses. But how can it regain its sons?" The weariness in his voice now was more moving than any trick of oratory. "We were unprepared. The blame for that is not our present matter. But as well as fighting men, to the tally of our slain it added women and children. Within these walls more than 1/5 of both perished, and the country folk, being first set upon, fared worse. Let us ponder on that, we confident syndics. As our folk grow old and die in their turn, who shall replace them? What does it mean for our numbers?" The assembly stirred in deep disquiet, but no word was spoken, not even by Brian. The dark man looked baffled a moment, then sat up sharply, as if seeing Kermorvan's intent, and looked as worried as the rest. Kermorvan nodded. "You see, our wound festers and worsens. Our numbers will dwindle further. For my part, as warden of the northern marches, I would be fortunate in years to come to raise half the levies the last march warden had, and he and they were slaughtered out of hand." He rounded furiously upon his audience. "By Caris Gate, need you wonder now why I welcome the fugitives from Norderney? I would do so even without the demands of mercy and the bonds of kinship, but those bonds exist. Look." He gestured up at the gallery. Elof glanced round to see who was meant, and realized it was himself. "Elof, my northern friend, to whom the true glory of the siege's ending belongs." Elof, feeling his face redden, smiled sheepishly. "But he is also a reminder, if you must have it, that northerners are our kin, as they have been since the founding of the great Caris itself. What if they are chiefly brown-skinned now? What may the skin tell against the man beneath it? They at least had the sense to welcome and succor fugitives when they themselves were weak. Shall we be less wise?" The rumble from the crowd had little enthusiasm in it, but less anger. Kermorvan nodded. "The northerners will fight beside us, and heartily, if we have the wit to accept them." The chamber was silent still, but Elof could feel the change of mood. He became aware that his neighbors were looking at him hesitantly, unsure, almost shamefacedly. But Kermorvan did not seem heartened. His voice was, if anything, more sad. "Think on it, my friends, and be as honest as I have known you. And yet, I fear even that may not be enough." "What will, then?" burst out Brian. "The placing of a king over us, as our ancestors of old so wisely shunned? Never!" Other voices echoed him in angry refusal, many syndics among them. Even Cathal and Urins, the other leader of the merchants, looked anxiously at Kermorvan, as they might at a customer who carried the haggling too far. But Kermorvan appeared not to notice them. He was staring into the many-colored windows, as if into an infinite distance, a gulf of years as well as leagues. "I mean, Brian, that we need more folk and a greater vision. We must reunite Northerners and Southrons, Runduathia and Penruthia, Svarhath and Arauthar. That should never have been sundered. But we must not stop there. We must unite all our scattered kin. All." The syndics looked at each other in puzzlement. "But who do you mean?" demanded Cathal. "There is only us." Those that fled here from the lost lands, us first and northerners after. Who else is there?" "That you have forgotten is small blame to you," said Kermorvan, with a thin smile. "Few in Kerbrahane would remember, for their ancestors fled westward long before the victory of the ice. But others endured longer, until the glaciers were at the very gates of the ancient city itself. Then the king sent many more westward, his queen and his infant heir among them, from whom I am descended. Then, as now, there was strife, and many fled northward to settle Norderney. But they recorded that the king had sent others east to the small ports they had on the coast, as we do on ours. These were not so far from the ice and very small, but shielded to some degree by mountains. So perhaps their descendants also have survived." The chamber rumbled with excited comment, and among it some incredulous laughter. "A few, perhaps," chuckled the elder marshal. "But what are they to us? We cannot send them word, let alone summon them." Kermorvan's grey eyes glittered. "Why not?" Now indeed there was laughter, and it spilled over into the crowd as Kermorvan's words were repeated. "Why, man," demanded the other marshal, "have you lost your learning or your wits? Have you forgotten what lies between? The whole span of the land of Brassiahal, nigh on 1,000 leagues. "Aye," shouted Orange, the merchant, "and most of the way through the great forest, by all accounts. Such a place that claimed half of those who set out westward." "Yet half were not," Kermorvan threw back at him with a snap. "Half, many 1,000, came through, for all they set out ill-prepared and in haste, burdened with families and great store of possessions. And more than half of the northerners came through, though they were even less ready." "So, indeed," nodded an arid old man in plain grey robes. "But they drew no maps. They were so crazed with fear they would scarce talk of it again." "All the more reason that some be drawn," said Kermorvan grimly. "We may be wanderers again, if the Ekwesh return too soon." "But there's nobody mad enough to set foot in the forest nowadays." Kermorvan smiled. "I have, though it scared me and my friends." He paused to catch a shout from the crowd that other voices took up. "What's this? Another?" "Try Casa the Hunter," bellowed a rough voice from the foreground. "He's always boasting about it." "Then let him come forward." For a moment it seemed he would not be taken up. Then a dark-haired man of middle height was more or less bundled through the throng and up the steps, and stood there sullenly, seemingly ill-pleased at finding himself the center of attention. "Well, man, what know you of the forest, of Tapiala on Athen?" Casa scowled. "That you'd best keep that name to yourself beneath the trees, for one. Yes, I've been in it, and often. My master's estate stretched to its very shadow ere the Ekwesh torched it, and him, and my father and grandfather before me's hunted there. You learn, there are things to do, things not to do. You watch your step, keep your nerve in your well, and the hunting's good." Kermorvan nodded. "Well, then, so you at least would brave a journey into it?" "Well—" Casa's leathery face twitched, and the crowd laughed. He scowled again. "Not alone," he barked. "Who would? Not you bastards, for sure." "You would not be alone," said Kermorvan. "A company would be sent." "Is this not the idlest folly of all?" cried Brian, and awoke clamoring assent from parts of the crowd. "How do we know there is anyone left alive in the East, or that they are worth the finding? They could have dwindled to nothing by now, or be as free and strong as we should be. I agree, we know nothing. We must find out. We must send a company eastward, scout and embassy both, and without delay." Brian threw up his hands. "Can we in our need spare some such costly mission? Let alone the huge war band it would require as escort. Its mere absence would weaken us, let alone its most likely loss. He has told us we bleed, which we knew full well already. Now he seeks to open our wounds still further. And in pursuit of what?" he shrugged. "The shadow of a memory, or something worse." "My Lord Brian," sighed Kermorvan, "I conceived of no such great enterprise, apart from your most wise objections, So great a force could not stir a league in those dark lands without drawing the attention of every perilous power. Or powers. The emphasis was clear in his voice, and many stirred uneasily and shivered in the noon warmth of the southern sun. A small party we need, of men well hardened to wandering and to peril, yet led by those who can speak for the city, and perhaps also the north. "And do we not have such a man before us?" demanded Brian, not bothering to conceal his triumphant smile. "For you must be a most accomplished vagrant by now, and some, I feel, may account your absence welcome, your loss small. As to speaking, you have presumed to do little else this last half-hour. So, my Lord Kermovan, I say to you, go and take with you the discord you have sown in this city. If your idea has one virtue, it is that it would rid us of you. Lead this embassy of death, and I will gladly support it." Breathing hard, the dark-haired man sprawled back in his seat among the cheers of his followers, grinning with delight at having so entrapped his adversary. Elof clenched his fists, and Ilse cursed hoarsely. Kermorvan would have to refuse, and so appear to betray his own idea. But the warrior bowed solemnly to his adversary and held the floor. "I thank you once more, Brian, for saying what I wished said, though somewhat garbled. But I counsel you do not measure me by the extent of your own ambitions, Brian. I have no wish to become your king, nor do I enjoy sowing discord for its own sake, as it seems you do. Never, never will I be the center of bloody strife and division among my own people. Sooner than that I withdraw from among you, as I did before, and seek another way to help you. I will lead our mission eastward." Both within and without the great chamber, syndic and spectator alike stared in dismay and disbelief. The sight of them, agape like so many fish in a trawl, had Elof chuckling silently to himself. These great folk were as insular as his own villagers, unable to imagine an exile once returned ever leaving of his own accord. They had known Kermovan's worth well enough, were glad enough to have his valor as their shield, but imagined they could treat him like a mere watchdog, tame him and chain him, if need be, with the threat of exile. Well, now they knew better. Even some of the syndics who had applauded Brian most loudly seemed alarmed, glaring openly at the dark man. But Brian sat stroking his curling beard, his long, pale face calm, expressionless, with only the faintest glimmer in his narrow eyes. But my Lord Kermorvan," stammered the younger marshal, "there was no thought of— We need you. The city needs—" "Lad, how can this be wise?" barked Cathal. And then, because he knew his man, "How can it be honorable? To toss away your life on such a shallow venture, when your city needs you? That way east it's 100 deaths, plain and fancy. Chance is we'll never see you more. And then, if you're right, I believe you mind, if the Ekwesh do come back—" "Then trust to the northerners," said Kermorvan curtly. "That defence I leave you, if only you are honorable in accepting it. And you, Cathal, shall hold the northern marches in my stead. Hearken well, for that is my herald's fee, my price for peace. I exact it as a pledge from all present, you, Brian, most of all. You shall decree and depose an oath that from tonight you shall no longer close your gates against the northerners, but treat them with honor and justice. You shall admit them as citizens and equals, subject to the same rights and laws, and you shall allot them land in the country to settle and grow food for themselves in the city. We have it, and to spare, since so many were slain." "But if they bring more Ekwesh among them?" shrilled a youngish man in ornate green robes. "Now they are on guard, I think you may leave it to the northerners themselves to stop that rat-hole," said Kermorvan with grim humor. "Remember, a mere likeness of skin will not deceive them. What better guards could you wish? Enough, then. Will you swear? Or are you so eaten away by old hatreds that you will see the city fall to slake them?" He spoke to the assembly at large, but his glance fell clearly upon Brian Bryharan. The tall man shrugged and met Kermorvan's gaze with a grin. "I'll swear," he chuckled with jovial contempt. "It may just be worth a few northerners to be rid of you. We might even civilize them in time. I'll even suffer a merchant to be march-warden in these upended days. Why, I'll go so far as to wish you success in your venture, scant though I fear the profit will be." Strange how once Brian has sworn the mood of the syndics eases, Elof muttered to Ilse, as he heard them take the oath without a word more in dispute. And yet his followers are no majority. They have been more concerned with avoiding clashes between Kermovan's factions and Brian's, she whispered back. At any cost, for it might upset their own comfortable lives. Who was right and what was best for the land? That walked a long way behind. Small wonder the Ekwesh caught them napping. The session lasted only a little longer, time enough to make formal the decree and to install Cathal Cataean as warden of the northern marches. For all Brian's jibes, he was a popular choice. From his travels he knew the northern borders better than most, and though not a warrior, he had made a wise commander in the siege. But that he was so easily accepted marked the hold Kermovan had gained upon the syndics. "You see, I learned my lesson well among your folk, Ilse," he smiled as he met them on the steps outside, "that one may get what one wants by bending before a wind, as well as standing up to it." "You did well," said Elof soberly. "The northerners are deeply in your debt, but the cost to you—" Ilse nodded fiercely, forgetting her aches. "To exile yourself again, and so soon. Did I not say these men were ungrateful? Among my folk you had more honor than this." Kermovan threw back his head and laughed, a rare thing in itself. Then, still chuckling, he rested his forehead against a cool pillar. "And to think one of my ancestors forbade nobles to perform upon the public stage. Do you not see? Why else do you think I have maneuvered Brian into demanding it? This is what I want." And indeed he looked happier and more carefree than he had for many a day. "To be no more a focus for strife and intrigue, to be no more an intriguer myself. Can you not guess how great a burden that has been? To be free from the follies of this place, and wander through the world once again, on a great quest. The East. Long have I dreamed of seeing its shores, and the wide ocean over which men first came here from ancient Keris. And you will come with me, will you not? Did I not say you would hear matter to make you think?" Elof stared. "I must follow the path of the sunrise, aye. And where do you think I go?" insisted Kermovan. "I need men of mettle in my company. Why should we not set out together, face the perils of the inner lands together as we did the mountains and the sea? We will surely fare better together than apart. Well, do you hesitate?" "Not I," Elof laughed. "I was taken by surprise, that is all. Of course I'll come, and glad of it. It was loneliness I'd come to fear the most." "And you, Ilse?" Kermovan turned to her. "Will you—" But Ilse had vanished from the steps. Many in the streets had seen her, heading back to Kermovan's house, and when he and Elof returned there, the servants assured them she had come in, and not since passed the gate. Yet when they looked for her, she could not be found. Gone from her room was her scant gear, nothing left save a simple message on a table. "Fare you well, and may the Shaper speed you, and may we meet again." "She has gone, then," said Kermovan unhappily, passing the note to Elof, "as she said she would, and secretly, lest we entreat her too greatly to come. Well, I cannot blame her. She has deserved better of this city than it has given her. May we meet again, indeed." But that night in his bed Elof drifted out of dreams, vaguely aware of a shadow that seemed to slip across the floor and bend over him as he lay. "Ilse?" he mumbled. A quiet chuckle. "I awaited the safety of the dark, where I can see and you humans cannot. Where better than here? But I could not resist." She bent down, and her lips pressed hard against his a moment. He breathed her breath. "Fare you well, indeed," she whispered, and crushed his hand to her. Her wide eyes gleamed in the blackness. "It's only that I cannot—" She rose and vanished. He sat up, suddenly awake, but heard nothing, not even the faintest footfall on the stairs. Only the heat of her breath seemed still to course through him. He found it hard to sleep again. Next morning he was unsure whether or not he should tell Kermovan, but when he went down to breakfast he was saved the decision, for he found Kermovan deep in conversation with a rotund man, blond of hair and beard, and was startled to recognize him as Hall, skipper of the Corsairs. "Well now, sir, sirs," he corrected himself, with a respectful nod to Elof. "There's all kinds of reasons. See, we all of us bought off our outlawry by rescuing the women. Fine. And we had a fair whack in booty put by. Some of the lads turned their share to good use and settled down. Some stopped one in the siege, rest their scabby souls. But others, well, they've shed it one way or t'other, through gaming or skirts or whatever." "Would I want such fools as followers?" inquired Kermervan. "Ah, but they're not all of 'em fools," protested Hall, tapping his long nose. "Some are just plain wild, money or no. Fact is, there was reasons we were outlaws, all of us, and we ain't changed in a day. No, nor a year, neither. Piss-poor citizens we make, but corsairs, adventurers by sea or land, well, that's another matter." He drummed his fingers on the long table, managing to look at once sly and diffident. "You were a real skipper, sir. No gainsaying that, not that I ever resented it. We followed you before. And it wasn't us as ran off and left you, was it, sir? But we'd be glad to take up with you again. And you, Sir Smith," he added hastily, bouncing up to bow to Elof. "We've seen your mettle, too." Elof smiled. "Lord Kermervan alone is our leader, not I. But how many do you speak for?" "Ah," said Hall, and began to reckon on his fingers. "About 20, sir, there being some downed by drink or disease." "Too many, I fear," said Kermervan. "Our company must be small, its members men of experience. That huntsman Casa might prove useful for one. And there should be some northerners among them, to show that we can fare together in peace. I'm having it cried both through the city and the northern camps that we seek such men. Our company must be ready to depart in a matter of weeks." Hall shrugged. "Well, sir, the pick's yours. But I've sailed rivers as well as seas, and that might be useful. I'd be glad if you'd count me in. And Mail, the bo'sun. You know what a hard nut he is." Kermervan nodded in amused remembrance. "So be it. I'll start my choice with you both." He cut short the skipper's grateful protestations with a lifted hand. "Remember, this is no wild venture, wagering peril against a chance of plunder. Death weights the scales, and the greatest prize on our side may simply be survival." Hall plucked at his scanty beard. "Aye, well, I'll settle for that. I've always had a fancy to cast an eye on that Eastern Ocean. Might be they're short of corsairs in those parts." Elof laughed, but Kermervan's smile was sterner. "Or they may have an excess of gibbets," he said. "You are a great rogue, Hall, though a brave one. Leave your corsairs' ways here in the west, lest I hang you myself." The fat man chuckled. "Like I was saying, sir, we ain't all changed in a day. But I'll skip to your tune till journey's end." "Do so, or you may dance your last, but you will not go unrewarded if it is in my power." When Hall was gone, Kermervan suggested they take the sun up on the roof a while. Elof sensed why. From there they could look out over the whole city, across the wide squares and high buildings of the old quarter, down along the plunging streets of the newer circles to the half-repaired breach in the outermost wall, and beyond it the dark shading straggling over the plain that was the northerners' town of tents and huts. The sun above was warm, the breeze light, and yet where sky met distant mountain, gray streaks mustered. "The clouds gather," said Kermervan, "and while we are gone they will surely close in further still. There is little enough time left us to save this place. I did not say this to the syndics for fear of closing their minds altogether with scorn. But it may not, as they think, be a matter of summoning Easterners westward. Our wounds are too bloody, our healing too slow. If the Eastlands can offer any refuge at all, it is we who may be forced to flee." "Eastward, aye!" The smithy was hot, for they were casting silver, but none the less rock-shivered. "Over the mountains and into the forest. Brr! League after league of it, and full of who knows what. Run north, and there's the wastes and the ice. Run south, and there's the wastes and the desert. Freeze or burn, Or worse." "That's just what I need," laughed Elof. "Encouragement. It's all very well for you. You're not going." Rock put down his ladle with a clatter. "And who in hell's name will stop me?" Elof stared at him. "Are you serious?" "You are serious. Rock, you're daft. Here you're well settled. You've the best smithy in all this town, and Cathal for a patron. In a year or two you'll be rich." "Aye, and when I told you as much it didn't stop you, did it?" "Well, but I've a purpose, Rock." "And haven't I?" growled Rock. "I'll be rich, says you?" "Aye, just in time for the Ekwesh." "Yes, but Rock, this journey must take more than a year at its swiftest. What about Marya? Doesn't she have some say?" Rock shrugged. "I never promised her anything. She's no claim on me. She'll have the smithy, of course, with old Huron. They'll manage fine till I get back. She waits, or she doesn't. Rock, you well know there's a chance you never will get back. I don't want to drag you away." "Understood," grunted Rock. "But it's my decision, nobody else's. If you're too daft to stay, someone's got to keep an eye on you. And I fancy a share of the sport this time, see? You won't shake me like you did before." And indeed, when some 3 weeks later the time came to depart, Elof was no nearer managing it. It was a motley group of callers that came knocking on the gates of Kermervan's house that evening as the sun slid down behind the clouds of early spring. First to arrive were 2 tall men clad in rough green and russet, marked as northerners by their copper skin. Gisa and Eastan were their names, and they hailed from villages far inland, on the margins of the dense northern woodlands. They themselves were foresters, men accustomed to rove freely under the shadow of trees, wise in their lore as few Southrons were. They both bore broad falchions, Gisa a short bow of strong Weissenhorn, and Eastan an immense long-hafted axe. They were quiet men, exchanging only curt greeting with the noisy corsairs who came straggling in soon after. Though they had obviously been celebrating their departure, it encouraged Elof to see them no worse than merry. Besides Ermahal and Mael, Kermervan had judged only 3 others sound or trustworthy enough to make the journey. They were all Southrons, men of the sea, but with some experience of wandering on land. Dervis, Ermahal's helmsman, and Peric had been deserters from Brahane's small war fleet, and Stihan, a hand on a trade ship. Borhai, the youngest, had been a fisherman till exiled for killing a man in a drunken brawl. After them came the hunter Kasa, slipping shadow-like into the courtyard. And then 3 more northerners, Tenvar, Bura, and Holvar. Lighter skinned than the foresters, they were burghers, sons of Saldenborg, who had fought in that rich port's brief but heroic defense and made their way south through many hardships, passing scatheless through the forest's arm. They, too, were merry, but what worked on them like wine was new hope, a fresh light in eyes that had long worn the dull gaze of the fugitive. Their new garb and weapons put swagger in their step and flourish in their salutes to Kermervan, seated at his ease beneath the yellow-crowned locust tree in the center of the yard. Last to arrive were Rock and an older Southron of somewhat the same aspect, Arvis. Chosen at Cathal's suggestion, he had been a trader of his caravan when Rock and Elof met it, and spoke the northern tongue well. When all this company was assembled, Ferros brought wine. Kermervan pledged each of the company in turn, and they drank his health. It was no time for greater ceremony. Thoughts of the paths they must tread weighed upon them all, and the only words exchanged now were quiet inquiries about gear and provisions. "We must do our best to slip away unnoticed," Kermervan had decided. "For one thing, Brian's rabble might gather to bid us a warm farewell. For another, if there are any spies about, better they cannot say what time we left or by what roads." A file of ponies was led out of the old stables, and they busied themselves loading their baggage. Their vestigial side-hooves marked the beasts as of the Northland stock, short of leg and coarse of coat against long-limbed Southron breeds. But Elof and the other northerners rejoiced to see them. The Southrons were not so sure. "Sight too free with the flaming teeth for me," grumbled Ermahal, skipping awkwardly out of one irritated beast's way. "Don't haul so on the girths, man," laughed Bura. "It's no longboat you're loading there." "Would it were, that I'd have somewhere to kick you off. Give me a solid beast of Brehane any day. These jades are half rat, and about as well broken. But they will bear even you, grinned Elof, over ways where your solid Brehane beasts would stumble every second step, and leagues long enough to burst their hearts. Not even Kermorvan's great white warhorse can match them in endurance. True, acknowledged Kermorvan. I would never think to lead her on this rough a journey. It's said there are wild horses east of the mountains, said Tenvar mischievously. Giant ones. Maybe they're tameable. They sound better suited to bear a man of your, presence, Southron. Presence? Growled Ermahal, purpling and rounding on the young northerner. Tenvar stood his ground, smoothing his small moustache nonchalantly, and his fellows moved to join him. Kermorvan's genial voice cut into the silence. And of mine. My long shanks lose grace on these little beasts. I am close to walking. But we will miss them soon enough, I reckon. Once within the pathless forest, no horse can help us, and we must be our own beasts of burden then. It was a sobering thought, and turned each man to securing his baggage once more. But Elof had some skill in reading Kermorvan's impassive face, and whispered, That was a cut well parried. Aye, but spare me any more such. Those Saldenborg lads are fools to jest so, though they meant no harm. Ermahal would hardly be a Corsair captain if he were a safe man to mock. Elof, you are a northerner of much their age, and they are used to heating smiths. Do you take them in hand. I'll have them as rearguard, then with Rock, away from the Corsairs. Do you so? As well to have sharp eyes and live minds there in any event on the dark paths we must tread. Kermorvan gazed about the gloomy courtyard. Now the sun is all but down, the city's voices grow quiet. The time of our going is here. Home of my fathers, night and silence claims you once more. Shall I ever rest at ease in you again? Yet it must be. It must be. Elof, my friend, it may be that all our trials and troubles so far have been no more than a prelude to this. I was thinking the same, acknowledged Elof, but of my own quest in particular. Kermorvan nodded. May that prosper, whatever else betide. Well, all farewells are said save mine. I must not linger. Then Ferhas and Kermorvan's few other servants came and knelt before him, a thing done rarely in north or south, even before great lords. Yet there was no servility in the gesture, but more of love, for clearly they wept. And when Kermorvan handed over a great ring of keys to Ferhas, they shook and rattled in the old man's hand. Elof saw then something of Kermorvan's shaping, for it was these old servants who had brought him up, as the deaths of his parents and his family left him increasingly alone. He was a lord shaped by vassals, a king moulded in the image his followers sought to believe in, all the more so in an age and a place where kingship was no longer welcome. Such an upbringing might have turned out many ways, but in him, to Elof's mind, it had tempered pride and strength with compassion and restraint, and the urgent need to command with reason and respect for those commanded. Aye, agreed, said Rock. Couldn't have been easy, though, growing up a prince with no domain past these four walls. Small wonder he was wild as a lad. But like I told Marya, there's few men else I'd follow where we're bound. Ferhas was fumbling with the keys now, and even as the gates creaked open, Kermorvan, Gisa, and Eastan began to lead out the line of ponies. As had been agreed, the travelers pulled cloaks and hoods about themselves and slung weapons out of sight. Leading rather than riding their mounts, they would look like many another party of weary fugitives. Ferhas saluted Elof as he had the others, but plucked at his arm and whispered vehemently, "You'll have a care of him, won't you, sir?" The idea of himself guarding that fearsome fighting man seemed absurd, but Elof could not laugh at the old esquire. He nodded, clapped him on the shoulder, and passed on. The long caravan ahead was silhouetted against the pale stone of the mansion opposite, like figures on a moving frieze, as if already they merged with the faded chronicles of times past. The young northerners were on his heels. He heard the gate creak to, and awaited the sound of the lock. It did not come, and although he would not turn his head, he held clearly in his mind the image of old Ferhas standing there in the wall's black shadow, listening, straining his ears until the last faint hoofbeat had utterly died away. The night was cool, the streets fast emptying. City folk hurried here and there with their smoking link lights, few sparing an eye for the drab procession that clopped and clattered across the cobblestones. The square of the citadel, where tall braziers burned, they skirted, and also the merchants' quarter, still busy and aglow with everything from crystal candelabra in high windows to rush dips and little charcoal ovens in the street stalls. He thought of Cathal, now on the northern borders ordering his new domain, and smiled. The merchant had not gone without giving Rock and himself strict orders to report on the wealth of any eastern lands, and their dearth and surplus of a long list of commodities. "You seem very confident we will find somewhere," Elof had said. "Course you will, lads," Cathal had puffed cheerfully, and then, remembering perhaps his claim to be the honest, added, "But, well, it's a poor peddler doesn't knock on even the rickety doors, eh?" He would miss the man, thought Elof, and if he, too, was honest, he realized he would miss this whole huge, sprawling city as he had never dreamed he would. He rested a protective hand on the saddlebag that held his baggage, meager but heavy, a few garments, a change of boots, but chiefly the things he most valued, a certain gauntlet of mail, his precious tools, and with them a crook-tipped rod of worn bronze, the strange cattle goad that was his only inheritance from his first youth. He had brought that on impulse, not for any use it had, but now he knew why. To here also he might never return. Once a tiny village had been his world, then a lonely tower. The first small towns had seemed overpowering. But this teeming human hive, it could have swallowed them up 1,000-fold. And for all its sins, he had come to see that only out of such a community of men could arise the order and strength of will that was their best shield against the oncoming ice. It made the wild lands beyond its bounds seem that much wilder, and himself more foolish to seek to venture into them once more. Others seemed to be feeling the same. Burra, fond of his food, kept scuttling over to stalls they passed to buy last portions of local delicacies. Elof found it hard to blame him, for the northerners had eaten poorly enough before being chosen for the company. But then he saw Borhai, the corsair, slip across to a wine stall, and Tenvar began chatting to the market girls walking alongside, and he called them back into line. "That's well done," said Rock. "There's some as'll know us, and talk." "For which I'll wager Lord Brian has ears listening," agreed Arvis, dropping back. "The happier I'll set out without flagstones flying round my ears." "There's that," admitted Burra, indistinctly, munching spicy chunks of fowl from a skewer. "Gate's not so far, though, now." "A step is full far enough, with a mob in the way." The shadow of the high gate tower might have concealed one easily enough. Now, though, there were few folk about in its shadow, and most of them sentinels of the city guard. But the figure who stepped suddenly out of the shadows was clad in tunic and cloak of richly worked red velvets, and he was very tall. Elof exchanged horrified glances with Rock and moved swiftly down the column to Kermorvan's side. "A shame on you, my lord of Morvan," was the newcomer's jovial greeting, "that you sought to slip away thus. Did you think it could be kept from me?" "I had my reasons, my lord of Briaron," Kermorvan said coolly. "You, among others. What have you to gain by hindering me?" Teeth flashed in Brian's beard. "I? Hinder you?" He sounded affably hurt. "I came only to wish you well." Kermorvan sighed and rested an arm across his pony's back. "My lord, I fail to understand you. That we are hereditary enemies is of little moment in these times. But if the law permitted, I would cheerfully slaughter you for all the wrongs you yourself have done my family. You have ever sought to thwart any plan of mine simply because it was mine. You are no generous adversary. Am I expected to believe you now?" Brian shrugged. "If you are right, you bring us some small benefit. If you are wrong, you cost us little. I hope you do find survival in the East. Most sincerely I do. Is that to be a crime in your kingdom?" "Hardly. I accept your good wishes to the extent you mean them, and return such thanks as they are worth, though from one who sought to murder me in the secret—" Again Brian shrugged. "In the best interests of the city, as the troubles that followed have proved. But we are warriors of the same high order, you and I. I would not fear to face you if I could, Karen Kermervan. Nor I you, Brian Bryhiren. Now, may we pass? Brian's deep laugh was wholly genial. Am I preventing you? But for all the world I would not go, succeed, or be damned to you. And still chuckling, he turned and strolled off into the dark. Elof glared after him. For a moment I thought that human mantis meant what he said. In part, perhaps, mused Kermervan. We are of the same order, the same discipline, that one and I. We have endured the same trials, and may speak of them to each other, as I may not even to you, a friend. That bond even hatred cannot wholly expunge. He smiled. But you and I, we have shared our own ordeals, and others no doubt lie ahead. At least we need skulk no longer. Mount up all and follow. Guards there, open the gates. Open, stand aside for a lord of the city, cried Rock in his powerful voice, and the other Southrons joined him at once. The Northerners, who had known no authority stronger than town elders or guildmasters, smiled to see how the guards scurried to the immense windlasses and set the long weight chains clanking down over the stone, the heavy gates grinding inward. As the first gap appeared, it seemed to Elof that a deeper darkness came spilling in, like the shadow of some vast beast lurking, and a light but chilling breeze. He shivered, but when Kermervan led the column forward, beneath the deep arch, he followed gladly enough. He thrilled to the clink of the smoothly metalled high road beneath his pony's hooves, the grating rumble of the gates closing behind them. It was exciting, after all, to be a wanderer once more. He looked up. The sky above was pearled with a full moon rising, but the city walls barred its light. The company plunged into shadow like deep water, dark and cold. Rock looked back at the gate ramparts and nudged Elof. A lone watcher stood there, outlined in silver. "You've good sight by half-light," he grunted. "Who'd that be? 10 for 1, it's that bugger Brian." Elof looked and smiled wryly. "A poor wager. Marya." Rock snorted violently. But he dropped back a little, and a moment later, when he thought Elof was not looking, he turned and waved, and for many minutes he would surreptitiously look back. Across the plains of the city the caravan trotted, that Elof had first seen as a gaming board of fields, spacious and rich. But over them had passed the Ekwesh, plundering and destroying beyond all reason, and after them the refugees. They had made their pitiful camps of tent and shack there on land that should have grown food to help support the city. The camps cultivated only a few scant patches, and at poor yield. But the blame was the city's. Much waste could have been avoided if it had accepted the Northerners and made use of their willing labor, instead of branding them beggars. The thought angered Elof. Kermervan was right. Why had he needed to fight to prove it? What made men so blind to their own best interests? It was long before they passed the last of the little campfires, but longer yet before those fires faded from his thoughts. Chapter 3. The Ocean of Trees. Little was said of their route, for little could be said. Those who had fled westward had not lingered to make maps, nor sought to perpetuate any memories of their ordeal. It seems that such maps as the chronicles preserve were all made at a much later time, for it is certain that Kermervan found none to guide him. The charts of Rohan ended at the Shielding Mountains. He had, however, conferred with Kassa and all other folk he could find who lived in the lands nearest the range, eager for any word of what lay beyond. But few could tell him much. All along the foothills lay the western arm of the great forest that they dreaded, and from their own experience Elof and Kermervan could hardly blame them. Few save outlaws and wild solitary men dared cross the margins of the trees. Fewer still ever returned, and their tales were fantastic and contradictory, full of strange sights and visions. In the end, though, Kermervan found he had few choices. He had to pass the shield range somewhere, and only in 2 places could he venture that without going through the forest's arm. He could circle the mountains to the southward by Orhai Lake on the Gorlafras, the great river west flood, where the rich lands ended and the increasingly barren wastes began. But those few who had stood atop the summits of the shield range had all reported sight of other summits on the horizon across the river. And they make it a poor risk, Kermorvan had concluded, tracing with a finger the rough map he had compounded out of many accounts. If those mountains can be seen from so far off, they are at least as high. We cannot tell how passable they are, or how far southward they extend into the wastes. But it seems they do not continue northward very far, not as far as the passes in the west of the North March, level with Iolan and Armen, our northernmost towns. And between those passes and the west flood, we know there lie the open lands, hilly and lightly wooded, easy enough going. So that way lies our road, I guess. But could we not turn further northward still, wondered Elof. Are there not wide gaps in the shield there, where the rivers come down? Aye, the shield breach, but that is past our borders. Those are the debatable lands still, doubly debatable, now the Ekwesh hold so much of Norderney. And see what lies west of them, those uncanny marshlands of yours. Through those gaps run the rivers that feed them, swelled by the meltwater of the ice, and all it brings with it. That is no safe way for us. Elof shrugged. What is, since we seek the forest? And once I felt almost at home in those strange fens. But I agree. Wastes to the south, war to the north. By all means, let us seek a middle way. The trek north and east was long, for at first they had to take the coastway that skirted the forest's westward arm. But on the high road the going was quick and sure. Only shelter for sleep was wanting, for all the roadside inns and post-houses had been devastated by Ekwesh foragers, and the dwellings in the land around, from peasant cot to high mansion, had fared little better. These grim reminders along the wayside, like so many hollow teeth, sharpened their vigilance. Some of those foragers, stranded by the sudden flight of their fellows, might still be lurking in the land. Such folk as had returned to work their fields dwelt behind hasty palisades, greeting all outcomers with anger and suspicion. And in truth they had little enough to spare for hospitality. Outside some gates brown-skinned bodies dangled on gibbets, and whether Ekwesh or northerner none could tell. Travelers on the roads were even less trusting, and many fled precipitately at the very approach of the company, or at the sight of darker skins among it. Such troubles eased as they turned steadily further inland, where fewer reivers had reached. At the ford of the river Ermelek, boundary of the North March, they encountered a strong guard of the March Warden's garrison, posted there by Cathal to watch for strays. It was in these inland regions that Kermorvan had thought the outlivers of Brehane could seek refuge in wartime, rather than in the overcrowded city, and Elof could see why. They were rich warm lands, untouched as yet by war. The company fared more comfortably a while, but came at last to the ending of the roads in the upper valleys of the Ermelek. Sound tracks carried them a few leagues further along the steep grassy slopes, and after that, paths maintained by the little farms they served. But one hot morning, when they stopped to buy refreshment at one of these, on high ground above the Ermelek's narrowing gorge, they found no onward path. Dense woodland spread across the slopes ahead, growing thicker and darker the further the eye followed it. They had come once again to the margins of Athenek, the lesser forest. "That'd be right, my lord," croaked the little old man who poured their ale. His speech was sprinkled with dialect words the northerners found hard to make out. "Further paths there were once, one or two even when I was a little lad, but they're long gone, long sunk back under grass, like the crofts they served. But 'twas not that way they led." He plucked at Kermorvan's sleeve, ushering them all across the cracked and weed-grown flagstones to the rear of the cottage. "Long gone now, the crofters, their children off to the Cahermore, that high city of yours. The last I am now, all alone, and naught at my back but fell and forest and barren Ygelderau." "He means—" began Kermorvan, but his voice dwindled. Nothing indeed lay at the back of the cottage save a high plain, a sea of whispering green grass, and beyond it a smudged line of darker green. But above that, towering craggy and gray-white against the hazy blue sky, rose the vast peaks of the Meneth Skahas, shield and boundary of the realm of Brehane and all the western lands. Out to the southern horizon they stretched, an immense jagged rampart against the wild lands beyond. Northward, though, the mountains seemed to tumble and fall sharply away. From the last of them a ridge plunged down, ending in high, steep hills, gray and misty and generally treeless, save around the river gorge that plunged between them. But beyond it another ridge swept upward, and the mountains continued their northward line. "Aye, my lord, that's all there is now. The wild. Times are, even now, on a dark night or in a wintry storm, it come a-creepin' and a-tappin' round my door. And when I'm gone, why, it'll stroll in and make hisself at home. Old Edmai, down the valley there, he'll be the last then, and it'll go call on him." He gave a wheezy laugh. "And when he goes, what then? Where do you think it'll fetch up one day, eh? It's only got to wait. We go, my lord, one by one we go, and it takes another step." They took their leave of the old farmer and set out across the wide plateau. Its whispering grasses brushed at their legs as they rode, as if seeking to hold them back from the wilder lands beyond. Even the ponies seemed to sense a change in the air on this easternmost margin of their land. Camp that night was lonely and windswept, and they huddled gladly round their fire. By the next day they were at the plateau's end, a downland slope ending in a stream that was marshy and hard to ford, and a shallower rise to the high hills beyond. These the company found no more comfortable, their grass short, dotted here and there with scrub and sparse trees, but boasting no better shelter. The company's tents of oiled leather and fabric could keep the spring rains out, but the wind chilled them mercilessly. In the days that followed, mountain and sky above them vanished all too often under weeping cloud. One such drizzling afternoon they saw, atop the summit of the hill ahead, a great irregular slab of dun stone, a tangle of bushes about its base. It had an eerie look to it, upthrust thus against the gray overcast sky like a giant's forbidding hand. Elof and Kermervan, sure it could not be natural, rode ahead to examine it. Even before they reached it, they saw it bore some inscription, but it was soft sandstone, and time had run rain and rough mire down the deep graven letters, blurring them into mere rain furrows that could not be read. Disappointed, Kermervan urged his mount round the far side of the pillar, and called back to Elof, "We may guess what it spoke of anyway. Come see." Beyond the stone the hillside fell away sharply and steeply. The valley below, like so many they had passed through, was enshrouded in rainy mists, its further slope invisible. Or was it? Even as Elof strained to see, the shifting breeze whipped the shroud away, and unveiled for a moment the lands beyond. There was no further slope. The hills were at an end. They had come through the pass, and to north and south he saw for the first time what few men living of the western lands had looked upon, the eastern flanks of the Shield Range. Out into the open lands they curved like an embracing arm, and below them, as far as he could make out in either direction, a rough-cut ribbon of blued steel lay stretched across the land, spreading here and there into thin threads and broader curls. This could only be the west flood, its threads tributaries and its curls lake and mere. Between mountain and river, the open lands were as Kermervan had predicted, rolling and sprinkled with patches of light woodland. But it was what lay on the far bank that caught his gaze and gripped it, as does the void beyond the cliff edge. That was what the stone had spoken of. There was blackness, an ocean of it to the gray horizon. Elof stared at it balefully, knowing it for what it was, straining his stinging eyes into the depths of the rainstorm for some break, some gap in its grim solidity. But save for stray threads straggling from the west flood, there was none. Over all the lands before them, the great forest, Tapiala on Athen, still reigned supreme. A new onrush of rain swallowed those distances, and Kermervan pulled his pony's head round, calling to the company and pointing down slope. Not far below them was the only woodland for a league or more, dense enough to afford them shelter. "We may still reach it ere the worst of the storm comes over, but though it is not yet the forest, be you on your guard." They found it hard to remain so as they urged their bedraggled beasts down the steep slope, hooves skidding and sliding in the slippery grass. At last they had to dismount and lead the poor brutes down, broad flanks steaming in the sharpening downpour, and they were well soaked ere they reached the sheltering eaves of the wood. The downpour beat upon the outer leaves, hung there and dripped down in long rivulets, driving the company on deeper beneath the tree roof. A heavy twilight gathered. "I'm almost missing good old Norderney snow," Rock grumbled, stifling an immense sneeze. Kermorvan gestured curtly for silence, and sent out Eastan and Casa as scouts. The huge northerner slipped through the trees every bit as silently as the smaller man, and only the softest of rustles betrayed how they circled round among the dense bushes, seeking the slightest trace of danger. Meanwhile, the company huddled against their beasts for warmth, and sought to forget how tired and hungry they were. Water trickled suddenly down Elof's neck. He glanced up irritably. It was falling from an opening among the leaves where a little patch of sky showed gray. Some great bird swooped and wheeled across it an instant with brief grace and vanished. He pulled his pack off his saddle and fumbled in it for his hood. Then he heard a soft crackle behind him, a sudden tang of smoke, and the thin midge song of damp wood steaming. He spun round to find his townsmen heaping up twigs upon little tongues of leaping red. A thin thread of white was already blowing here and there among the branches above. Holvar squatted on the ground, happily clicking his flint and steel. "You thrice-damned idiots," growled Elof. "Listen, you may want to catch your death here, while my lord makes up his precious mind," said Tenvar thinly. "But we don't." Elof moved to stamp out the fire. Tenvar and Bura barred him, and he thrust them staggering aside. Holvar sprang in front of the fire, and Elof, unwilling to start a fight, stooped for an armful of leaf mold as a smother. Something sang across his head, and he heard a startled gasp from Holvar, but it ended in a gurgle. The tense legs buckled, and Holvar sank to his knees. A wash of blood welled from his mouth and pattered onto the mold, flooding the arrow that transfixed his throat. Its black and white fletches turned scarlet, and Holvar toppled face down into his own fire. Elof was no longer visible. At first sight of the arrow he had dropped, pulling Bura and Tenvar down with him. He hugged the ground, slinging the heavy pack over his back, and shouted, "Down! Down into cover! Ekwesh!" A sinister wind whistled among the branches. The leaves jerked and whipped as black streaks hissed among them. But the stunned company had that moment's warning, and ere the next arrow could land, they were flinging themselves from their saddles, diving wildly behind trees or into bushes. Yells and shouts mingled with the thud of the arrow striking. A high scream froze Elof's blood. One of the baggage ponies bucked and toppled, breaking its reins, and lay kicking. The others, with arrows thudding into loads and saddles, plunged and bolted as one, whinnying with terror. There was a sudden eruption in the wood ahead as dark-clad figures sprang up to escape the threshing hooves. "So that's where they lurk," growled Gisa, and loosed 2 swift shots of his own. One shape leaped high and fell. Bushes crashed behind them, and he whirled round with a curse. But it was Kermorvan, still mounted, ducking past lashing branches as he spurred his pony forward. "Up, Westman, on your feet and rally! They come! Morvan, Morlenhall!" Elof and Rock sprang up as he passed, running at his heels, and behind them Tenvar and Bura, faces ashen, tear-streaked but murderous. Ermahal was up, bellowing to Mael and the Corsairs. Ahead of them, Casa whipped up an arbalist and fired. A shriek told of a mark found, and then the dimness was flickering with shapes, crashing this way and that. An impact almost yanked Elof from his feet. The jagged limb of a fallen tree, hidden by brush, had snagged his belt and all but jarred the wind out of him. He snatched at his sword, found it entangled in thorny twigs. A shadow loomed up before him. A spear glinted from behind a painted shield. He ducked, swung the pack from his shoulder, and dashed it at the shield. The shield cracked, the spear flew up. Its tall wielder staggered back, and a gray-gold blade crashed down on his head. He toppled beneath the hoofs of Kermorvan's mount. It stumbled as a war-horse would not have, and Kermorvan fell heavily from the saddle. A copper-skinned warrior rushed forward with spear raised, and took Rock's mace full in the face. Elof struggled to free himself till a dull gleam caught his eye among the spilled pack at his feet. It was the great hammer. He had not replaced it in his tool-pack. Even scoured clean many times, some taint of death still seemed to cling to it, clouding the identity the true smith must feel with his instruments, and he had feared lest somehow it contaminate the rest. Now it seemed to blaze before his eyes, and there was no denying its power. "So be it," he cried. "Smite metal no longer. Come and temper men." It felt almost as if the hammer leaped into his hand. Through branch and brush it smashed, and barely in time he was free. 3 shapes closed in. 2 spears crashed where he had been. He felt hot fire sting his leg, and it leaped to his head. With a yell of sheer anger, he caught the hammer in both hands and swung a great scything arc, whirling on his feet with the impetus of it. Momentarily, the world became a smashing, shrieking blur, and then he was bounding clear and striving to get his bearing among the sudden skirmishes that erupted through the dense thickets. Then it was as if time stopped. A new sound rang through the clamor of the wood, a discordant blaring cry of menace in the near distance. Heads turned. Blows faltered on both sides. It seemed to Elof that neither side knew what to make of it. From behind him came a blood-curdling yell. Mail the boatswain rushed madly past, whirling his cutlass about his head, and fell upon an Ekwesh warrior as huge as himself, who stooped and thrust with his spear in one serpentine lunge. Mail's jerkin burst asunder, and the spearhead leaped out between his shoulder blades. But the force of the corsair's rush bore him down the shaft. His heavy blade chopped once, convulsively, downward, and the warrior's head sprang from his shoulders. They tumbled together among the moss. Another Ekwesh poised his spear, and Ermahal leaped to catch it. For an instant they swayed, struggling. Then the captain's massive shoulders flexed once and turned the Ekwesh spear down into its wielder's body. More Ekwesh rushed on him, then flew apart like wind-blown leaves as Kermorvan surged out of the bushes. Elof stared, astounded at what followed. Well as he knew Kermorvan's skill, he had never seen the like of this. Into the thick of the foe Kermorvan plunged, hewing to left and right of him, cutting, thrusting, bounding, twisting, whirling around to counter some new blow, always that trace faster yet minutely precise, never still yet wasting no movement. It might have been a dance of death, for spear and shield splintered where he struck, and his sword trailed scarlet streamers in the air, which seemed to float on an unfelt wind. This was slaying made a craft, a discipline and art deeper than mere strength, speed, or valor. All those the tall Ekwesh had, yet Kermorvan passed unscathed among them, and all who stood against him bowed like reeds to the sickle. Terrible in its energy, it was more so in its eerie grace, and most of all because it could not last. If the Ekwesh did not break, it could have only one end. And even now a huge white-haired warrior, a chieftain evidently, ran up with one of the bowmen, pointing frantically at Kermorvan. Elof gathered his wits and sprang to aid his friend. The archer took swift aim, but even more swiftly Elof whirled the hammer and flung it. The archer whipped round and fell. Bow and breastbone shattered as one, and the chieftain, taken aback, sprang away. Elof caught up the hammer and thrust it into his belt as he ran, ripping twigs from Gorthar's hilt. At last the black sword sang loud and deep from the scabbard. It was as if it found answer. Once more that jarring call rang among the trees, much nearer now. The Ekwesh heard it. Heads turned, and they fell back. With 3 quick strides Kermorvan was through their ranks and away among the trees, crying out, To me, Westmen! Rally, and we'll hold them!" He turned to Elof, who pounded up beside him, and added, "If we can. These are no mere foragers. There must be nigh on 100, and they were lying in wait." "But how?" gasped Elof. "And where are the others? Mail's dead." "I know," snapped Kermorvan, spitting blood from a split lip. "And the rest scattered, with the Ekwesh hunting us down. We must gather—" A wall of painted shields swept out from behind the trees. Elof swung Gorthar high in a spray of severed leaves to hew down at the shield before him. Then it dropped, and he saw the taut feral grin, the spear poised at his unguarded breast. But suddenly it was as if a swift cloud rippled across the scarred face. The Ekwesh, startled, clutched at his eyes, and Gorthar smashed straight down upon the line of its own black shadow. They fell flailing into the undergrowth, but only Elof scrambled up. There was crashing and shouting in the trees all around, but he could not see Kermorvan anywhere. A twig snapped, and he whirled about. Eyes and teeth glittered in the gloom. He heard a fierce, hissing breath and swung up Gorthar, but too late. The heavy shield slammed into him. His feet skidded in the mold, and he fell. A thorn bush raked Gorthar from his hand, and he crashed upon his back, winded. He had a brief glimpse, too fast for fear, of the huge white-haired chieftain above him, a great steel-fanged club descending, slowly as it seemed, relentless, unstoppable. Then the stroke flew wide. The Ekwesh leaped and cartwheeled over him, hurled by the force of the spear in his back, and all around him the trees shook with the cry, 100 war horns, snarling in fierce, insistent rhythm. Feet drummed among the mold. Figures loomed up in the twilight, sprang over him without a pause, and were gone. There were shouts, a brief clashing of metal. He rolled over and struggled up, bruised and wheezing, and scrabbled to retrieve Gorthar from the churned mire. The cloudy patterns in the hilt glimmered, if anything, more clearly in the tree gloom, yet shadow seemed to drip from the blade. There was power in that talisman yet. He looked around sharply, expecting some new peril, but the uproar was hidden by the line of trees before him, and moving still further away. Save for the chieftain's corpse, he was alone. A sick fear gripped him for his friends, and he hobbled after the noise, hacking furiously at the undergrowth that barred his way. When he made out a clearing ahead, he set his sword before him, and with laboring lungs he burst through the last screen of brush. Armored figures stood there, leaning upon spear and axe, but none made a move against him. He stopped, half-crouching, and then he could have laughed aloud with his relief and delight. He gazed upon the squat forms, the stern faces more lined and gnarled than the tree bark around him, with something like love. He lowered his sword and gasped for his poor stock of duergar words, but they simply gestured to him to pass. He nodded, still breathless, and strode through their ranks. He saw now they were a guard, watching a flank of the wood for any Ekwesh who might seek escape that way. Beyond them opened a narrow avenue of trees. Looking down it, he saw faces he knew, faces of the company, and he began to run again, waving and shouting. Tenvar sprang up from the ground, and across from him Arvis and Bura. But into his path sprang a small, solid figure so close they could not but collide. Strong arms seized him in embrace, and all but swung him from the ground. "Ugh! You've grown heavy," gasped Ilse, and she laughed and wept all at once. Elof whooped with delight, crushed her to him, and kissed her so hard the light helm she wore tumbled from her dark curls. Then he stopped, looked up and around in renewed concern. "Ilse, how— but Kermovan, Rock—" "Still hard on the hunt with my folk. Most of your company is safe, I think. We feared you might have been taken." "No, the fight passed over me, that was all." He hugged her again. "But how by the powers came you and your folk here, at the moment we needed you most?" She snorted and jabbed a mailed fist into his stomach, none too gently. "You're as bad as those ice-worshipping man-eaters. Never give the mountain folk credit for being able to look downward now and again. We count these lands between mountain and river ours, though it's seldom now we fare abroad in them, save to seek wood. I came this way homeward, and found the land alive with Ekwesh, a huge force of them hurrying south, combing all the lands west of the river, setting pickets on every path an eastbound traveler might take. There was hard doing then, I can tell you. I was driven well out of my way southward, but I reached the mountains at last. Our gate garrisons thought the Ekwesh too strong to challenge without good reason, but I guessed you poor fools might try these passes. So I had them set a special watch in the hills and sent word to Ansker." Elof rumpled her hair. "And your watchers saw the fight here in the deep woods? Sharp eyes the duergar have gained this last year." "No, loon. Our sentries saw an Ekwesh band enter the trees as if to set a picket. The watch were only awaiting the dark to come down off the hills and deal with them. But the sentries saw your company approaching and summoned the garrison in haste. Did you not hear our horns as we hurried down the track? We knew we might be too late. So Ansker ordered them blown in the hope of scaring the savages off." "Ansker? Your father? He's here?" "Indeed I am, journeyman," said a deep voice. Elof released Ilse and whirled round. He seized the hard, calloused hand held out to him and sank to one knee, wondering. "My master! Again you step in to save us." The hard planes of Ansker's face were as stern and intense as ever, but the smile playing about his thin lips and his dark, wise eyes hinted at the depths of kindness beneath. Behind him, flanked by grim-faced duergar, others of the company came straggling out of the trees. Kermovan, Rock, Ermahal, Kassa, the greater part of the company, alive. Ansgar had indeed saved them and their quest. But you should not have risked yourself in war. The great Durg laughed and raised him up. I would hate to see my good schooling go to waste. He rubbed his shaven upper lip as if to suppress a sly smile. In any event, it was my duty. I fear we may soon face these new-come men in our northern passes. As well the Lord of the Duergar should learn something of how they fight. The Lord? Ilse grunted. They chose him in succession to Anvar. He thinks it a blessing not undivided. So it appears we have a friend in a high place, said Kermorvan, and added dryly, or a deep one. But you, Elof, I am glad to see you whole. He had you, that spearman, but they all fell upon me ere I could help. How did you escape? Elof told them of how he had set the talisman, and Ansgar asked to see. His gnarled fingers, like twigs of old oak, chased the dark clouds as they coursed across the hilt, traced the outline of what lay beneath. I marvel. You were wise not to throw this thing away. But have a care. There is much of you in that blade, and in binding it there you have bound the forest close to you. More than one virtue is held here now. Useful enough was that one, said Rock cheerfully. Seems you and my lord here kept the Ekwesh chieftain too busy to order his attack proper, left us time to split up and leg it. Then it was raining these good folk, and the man-eaters legging it in their turn, and still running, I'll wager, those as can. A rare scare they've had. Rare indeed, said Kassa, the huntsman, his normally saturnine face keen with wonder. Then it clouded. A shame that this sword of yours could not throw a shadow on that fire the young fools lit. It was that called the savages down on us. They were not to know, said Elof sharply, seeing Tenvar flinch and Burra turn away. The death of their friend would weigh heavy enough on them. They needed no further flaying. They were already waiting for us, Kassa, said Kermorvan, massaging his neck. His face was grim. They were only choosing their moment to strike. Leave the lads alone, and let us take muster. Holvar is slain, and mail, grievous enough. Are all the rest of us here? They looked, one to another, faces crusted with mud and mold and smeared blood, some grim and stern, some haggard with shock. Shoulders sagged or quivered with shock and tension suddenly released. Elof felt himself shivering, suddenly weak, but there was only one more face he could not see. Ermahal jerked his thumb. Perix, over there. Spear through his thigh meat, but the little men are caulking him fine. Good, breathed Kermorvan. I feared it might be worse. And the ponies? We catch maybe 4, 5, volunteered a Duergar warrior. Maybe more now. Bags were torn loose among trees, many. We gather them also. Kermorvan bowed his head gratefully. Then we may be in better state than I feared, and ever more deeply in your debt, my lord. Friends need not talk of debts, smiled Ansgar. As you said yourself once, we fight a common foe. Well, you are weary and hurt, but we must not linger. These lands are alive with the barbarians, and those who fled will summon a mighty horde. You must go with us, a short way at least, northward beneath the mountain shadow. If the eaters of men tread there by night, they will not live to learn better. Come. It was a weary group of travelers who filed back out of the wood and up into the hills. Many already looked longingly at the last glow of sunset in the skies above their own fair land. But the young northerners looked back toward the wood where their comrade had fallen, and the corsairs also. The smoke of a larger fire arose there now, twisting skyward against the weeping clouds. Ermahal scowled. Let the savages see it, and make feast on their own if they've stomach. Though it was less than a league the Duergar led them, it seemed miles, uncounted to the travelers, their limbs leaden, their wounds pulsing fire in the cool breeze. But when they staggered and slipped on the rocky slopes, a short, square-built figure was always at their elbow, saying no word, but bearing them up with care. The men gazed wonderingly at these stern creatures, whom they could no longer think of as vermin or idle legends. Ilse held by Elof's side, and he was glad of her. Only Kermorvan, striding out with Ansgar at the fore, seemed not to be weakened by their ordeal. But as he turned to look at the smoke of the burning and the wreck of his company, The horror and anger that seethed behind his eyes were not hidden from Elof. The duergar brought them to a little dell among the slopes, hidden from view behind a screen of scrubby birches. A spring rose there among tall stones, but there was no more to be seen till one of the stones was tilted smoothly back into the hill, to reveal a wide stone chamber in the rock. "Shelters like these we make for our watchers and woodcutters," said Ansgar, ushering them in, "when they go abroad in these lands, or into the forest. Here you can rest and be healed of your hurts in safety." He looked at Kermorvan, still pale and grim, standing apart from the others. "And we may take counsel, perhaps, to help you on your way." A fire could be lit in the wall hearth, its smoke cunningly dispersed above the rushing waters. The company hastened to slump down around it, but Elof turned to Kermorvan, and with him Rock. Ilse joined them, bearing water and salves to tend their wounds. Kermorvan sat silent and unspeaking. "You need not reproach yourself," said Elof. "How were you to know such an ambush was prepared? You took precautions enough." Rock nodded vigorously, but Kermorvan shook his head. "I was careless none the less," he said quietly. "Too much concerned with the perils of the forest, not enough with what might be nearer at hand. But you mistake what most troubles me now. Ilse, the Ekwesh force was hurrying south, you said?" She nodded, tending a gash on Rock's cheek. "At a killing pace, even for their long limbs. A large band. Those you faced today would be a 10th part of it, no more." Kermorvan's face hardened. "So, then they had some tryst to keep. And what, other than with us? They knew we were coming. They were summoned to picket all the likely passes and waylay us. Summoned, aye. Another treason, another betrayal. There are still spies within the city." Rock swore. "And able to send word northward damned fast." Kermorvan nodded. "Exactly. This is no tentative gesture. It smacks of swift and deadly scheming." He shivered. "Did I hope for 10 years' grace ere the Ekwesh returned?" Rock nodded grimly. "We'll be lucky to have one. And what worth does that leave our journey? You might be better employed shaking some sense into the city." Elof fought to force down the laughter that welled up in him from a spring of sudden hope. "And that's what's weighing you both down? You doubt the worth of the journey? But are you too weary to see the other side of that coin? We may not know the worth, but it seems our enemies do. High enough to have them send 1,000 men running to forestall it, for a start." Rock thumped fist into palm. Ilse breathed sharply. The growing fire crackled and blazed under a cauldron of water, and as Kermorvan looked up slowly, the flames shone golden in his grey eyes. Yes, it must be so. It must. I was too weary indeed to see that, and stricken with grief." He smiled suddenly, lopsided because of his cut mouth. "Very well, we press on. And my next command as your leader is that you, Elof, and you, Rock, sit tight and let your hurts be tended. At once." "And you?" scolded Ilse severely. "That torn mouth won't wait if you keep wagging it. You're next in line, my long lad." That night they slept the deep sleep of utter exhaustion. The stream's rush lulled them, or perhaps there was some healing herb mixed in the strong wine of the duergar, for all were strangely free of pain or dreaming, all save Elof. He awoke near dawn from a vision he would not tell of, though his face was streaked with tears. He had seen black swans' wings again, wheeling northward against a scarlet sky of dawn, and then, just before they vanished, eastward once more. And when after daybreak they conferred with Ansgar, northward was the route he bade them take. "Southward, down river, that is barred to you now. The hunters know you are about, and can follow you out of our range. But if you turn north, we can shield you a while, and cover your tracks with our own." Kermorvan sat deep in thought. "That is kind indeed, Lord Ansgar. I thank you for it. But our way lies eastward. Sooner or later we must cross the west flood and enter the forest. Why not here?" Ansgar nodded. "Sooner or later you must, indeed. The duergar do not often enter Aethin the Great, but we know something of it. It is a place of deep shadow and deeper mysteries. Many spells and many secrets, small and great, are worked in the gloom beneath its dark canopy. It is not a land into which I would willingly send a friend. But since your quest leaves you no choice—" He drew a small brass case from the sleeve of his tunic, and opened it to unfold a long sheet of the duergar reed paper. Craning over Kermorvan's shoulder, Elof recognized the snaky backbone of the shield range, drawn in finer detail than he had ever seen before. Anskar's blunt finger traced a long blue line running alongside its eastward face. "Here is Gorlafris, which flows from the very margins of the ice to the southernmost borders of your land. Swelled by the meltwaters of the ice, it has carved itself many wide lakes and outflows. This one, the greatest, flows through the shield breach and feeds the marshlands that Elof knows. Doubtless it disgorges there many of the terrors it bears from the ice. This far south of it the river is wholesome enough, and not so far north of here there is another outflow, almost as great, but this one flows eastward." "Into the heart of the forest?" exclaimed Kermorvan in excitement. "But how far, Lord Ansker, and is it navigable?" Ansker nodded and smiled. "You are quick to grasp my meaning. Indeed it is, for vessels of shallow draught. But as to how far, I cannot tell you. The duergar have not penetrated so deeply into Tapi Aula within living memory. It is said to end in a lake within sight of some tall mountains. That is all I can say." "My lord, it is vastly more than we knew," exclaimed Kermorvan, his pale face flushed, his grey eyes agleam once more. "You have given me a surer road, where I thought to find none." "Surer, but not safer," cautioned the duergar lord. He hunched his broad shoulders uneasily. "You may have slipped the Ekwesh from your scent, but there are other perils, perhaps worse ones. No road is safe beneath the trees." "But this one we will venture," said Kermorvan softly, as a silken surcoat over steel. "And since you have recovered so much of our baggage, and beasts enough to carry it, we will heed your advice and leave soon, within the hour if your folk are ready." "What about Peric?" put in Elof. "He can ride, but he won't be fit to walk far for a long time." "Him we must send back, I fear," said Kermorvan. "He can take such of the riding ponies as we can spare. We will keep only the baggage beasts, and set them free to make their own way south again, or into your land, Ansker. From this point forth we will fare better on foot." He touched his mouth gingerly. "I have proof of that. Beware of galloping among low branches." Peric protested bitterly enough, but underneath it the corsair seemed glad enough now of an excuse to withdraw without cowardice. The broad Ekwesh spear had torn his leg so terribly that none could dispute his reason. They saw him off an hour or so later, mounted on Kermorvan's strong pony, with 2 other beasts and an escort of day-hardy young duergar to see him across the hills in safety. "He will say no word in the city of our chosen route," said Kermorvan grimly. "Tidings of that at least will not reach the ears of spies. Now let us be on our way." "At least we won't lack much," said Tenvar, who had seen to loading the ponies. Elof patted the bulge of his recovered tool-pack reassuringly. "Aye, naught but what's most needed," grunted Rock. "Do you wait and see." But he, too, was cheered, for it was a fine morning, and the sun warm and soothing upon their aching limbs. Most of the duergar, save Ilse and some younger warriors, pulled hood and helm low to shade their eyes, and muttered about being frozen one minute, fried the next. Elof and Kermorvan sympathized, remembering the seasonless cool twilight under stone, and were happy enough that the duergar's chosen route north led them for the most part under cover of thick woodland or in the twilight. "For the Ekwesh have the long sight of sailors," Kermorvan observed, "and their shamans, it is said, may call upon the service of other eyes." Elof thought of the swan, but said nothing. He looked at Ilse, deep in some converse with her father, and remembered the biting suspicion in her voice. "She is this Louhi's," Ilse had whispered, "and not yours." After a quiet journey of many days following the river, the travelers came to a fair-sized lake, the first of those that Ansker had mentioned. and passed through the dense woodlands on its banks. When they reached the far side in the light of a grey morning, they found themselves beneath the outermost curve of the Skahas, and looking across hilly country, bleak and treeless, to a whole chain of lakes. "Here the open lands live up to their name," Ansgar told them. "Too open for the duergar, I fear, and too far from our mountains. It is here we must part." "My lord," said Kermorvan fervently, "already you have done more than we would have dared ask. I cannot imagine how I could repay you, but we will not forget." "Humph," was Ilf's comment, though Ansgar frowned at her. "And your folk? True, they can't forget what they won't learn." Kermorvan flushed scarlet, with shame or anger, and she chuckled and jabbed a plump finger into his ribs. "Oh, don't worry, long man. I know you mean well." "And not just him," put in Ermahal unexpectedly. "We've learned us, and we're not what you'd call the cream of our folk. More like the dregs, all counts rendered. If we can, so'll others, or take a sore brain bone on account." Ansgar bowed with great gravity. "We are honoured, good sir. But as it happens, we have thought of some repayment you can make now, high though the cost may seem." Kermorvan looked guarded. "What might that be?" "A hand in this venture of yours, that you let us share its hazards and its success. We also came from the east, many long ages before you men. The roads we took lie now under the ice. As well we should find some new ones, and learn how the Eastlands now stand." "What he means," snorted Ilse, "is that if we want the crack-brained thing to get anywhere, we'd damn well better take a part in it." "You already have," protested Elof. "Where would we be without you?" "Toasting on an Ekwesh fire, I've no doubt," said Ilse with a certain relish. "But we won't be so easily at hand in the black bowels of Aethin the Great, not unless we come along, or one of us at least." "You?" cried Elof in delight. "But I thought you could suffer men no longer." Ilse squirmed slightly. "Not the city mob, indeed. But this crew of yours is not so bad, though rough. I'll endure them." Kermorvan held his features as impassive as ever, but Elof almost laughed aloud to see how delight and dismay chased across them. "My lady," began the warrior with strangled formality, "you would be welcome, most welcome. But the unknown, the dangers—" Ilse made a ferocious face and thrust out her buxom breast aggressively. "Are you implying, my lord, that I did less than my part in our last little jaunt together?" She ran a speculative finger along the silver-inlaid axe-blade at her belt. "Because if you are—" "I believe that is settled, then," said Ansgar smoothly. Elof looked at him. "It is no small treasure you send with us, my master." "Treasure!" snorted Ilse corrosively. "Little enough lost to those stuffy caverns, when there's real work for the duergar in the wide world." "I fear she is corrupted," said Ansgar with mock severity. "She grows more human every day. Well that she has a chance to weary of it. But in all seriousness," he added a little sadly, "I feel as she does. We have remained hidden too long, retreating before the changes of the world. We cannot retreat forever. Our numbers dwindle. Our young folk can look forward to nothing new. Even our smithcraft grows weaker in our eyes when such as yours, Elof, burgeons now among men. Something must change, and perhaps this journey is its beginning. Few of us are more able than Ilse, and fond enough of men in their daylight to share in it." He smiled. "I shall miss her, yes, but I would not hold her back from it, even if I could." He turned and embraced her, briefly as it would seem to men. But both these creatures were old, far older than most men, and Elof guessed at the flood of feeling behind their light manner, flowing as deep and strong under its calm surface as their dark waters beneath the stone. "We will take every care of her," he said, dodging the blow she aimed at his midriff. "I know," said Ansgar, and took his hand, and Kermorvan's. "Farewell, then, my lord. May your high ancestors guard and guide you in their paths. And farewell, my journeyman. Strive still for mastery, of what you know full well. But have a care. Study the gentler skills as well as you have the fiercer, if what I hear is true. Anvils are expensive." He laughed, but Elof bowed his head. "Now the sun rises to hammer hotly on our poor brain-pans. Come, my duergar, the mountains call us. It is time we were away." And as the travelers watched and waved, the duergar warriors drew their hoods over their heads and wrapped their cloaks tight about them. Then they bowed, once with stiff courtesy, and seemed almost to dissolve among the shadows of the wood, so silent was their going. But Ilse looked up at Elof and smiled. He smiled back uneasily. "You have some other reasons for leaving the city that you would not say." "Oh, those," Ilse shrugged. "As bad a way as near, I found. That's all." Elof understood only that she would say no more, and changed the subject. "Ansgar said the duergar also came from the east. When was that?" Ilse's reply was stark. "When the first men set foot on its shores. We fled you, as you the ice." Going among the ponies as they made ready to depart, stooping to check a loosened girth, Elof heard a voice he recognized as the corsair Borhai's. "Not such bad little tykes, them, eh?" "Have them for me," said a harsh voice that could only be Cassa's. "If you'd been a hunter like me, you'd know. There's more than one thing walks the woods in a human shape. Some you steer clear of, some, well, you can treat with them, but duergar, they're uncanny wights, and good riddance to 'em, say I." "What about the lady?" That was the coxswain Dervis with his coarse chuckle. "Her shape not human enough for you?" "Bouncing prow on her," agreed Borhai enthusiastically. "What's ado, Cassa? Feared of her axe? Aye, and she can swing it, by counts." "I'll bet a human woman or none," growled Cassa, displeased. "My sires 'd slaughter any duergar vermin they found, and string 'em up to dry on the trees. Leave that bitch to the northerner, the tinker boy. He's near as uncanny, him." They moved off down the line, leaving Elof boiling with rage. It was as well, perhaps, that Kermovan gave the signal to move off just then. Yet even as they emerged into the open lands, Elof had no eye for the view, no taste for the fresh breezes. He walked by himself at the back of the train, and neither Tenvar nor Burra dared disturb him. In the corsair's coarse words he found no harm, and even a certain admiration. But every word of Cassa's he longed to ram back down his throat, and his teeth after. He embodied the Southron's worst prejudices. He had a mind of mud and filth, that man, despising those who had come to help him, reducing Elof's friendship and affection for Ilse to the lowest level, and to him the most obscene. As if it could be so. For a moment Elof lost himself in a hazy distance, a waking dream of Kara slender amid peril and moonlight, the gleam of her dark gaze, the last agony of loss. Then other dark eyes rose in his mind, another thought, a stealthy intruder, tore him out of his dream, all unprepared, undefended. What he felt for Ilse he knew indeed, but what might Ilse feel for him? The idea clawed at him. She was not even of his race. She was older by a lifetime than he, and much wiser in the world's ways, with all the might and craft of her ancient race at her back. And she knew of Kara, had glimpsed her perhaps in the tower. What could she ever feel for him, young, rootless, homeless, both in body and in spirit? Even his name was of his own bestowing. Impossible, and yet he looked at her now, laughing and joking with Arvis and Ermahal up ahead, never so much as glancing back at him who walked silent and alone. Elof lashed the thought from his mind. The very idea was absurd. It was 9 days' march through the open lands, and the mountains lay far behind them before they came in sight of the largest lake in the long chain so far, and knew it for their goal. On the map Ansgar had given Kermovan, the jagged duergar script named it the Spearhead for its shape, but high up as they were, they could see no more than its southern shores, its northern expanse lost beyond the horizon. The slaty waters lifted in the wind, flecked by a sweeping cloudburst. Reeds hissed and bowed around the western shore, but all along its eastern flank a dark blur dipped and swayed. This was the wall of the true forest, Athen the Great, and its foliage shimmered under the clouds. "You're not telling me we've got to cross that," shuddered Burra. "No, indeed," smiled Kermovan. Only the river south of it, and there are fords and islets enough on Ansgar's map. It will not be too arduous, but we must turn loose our ponies." "And after that?" asked Eastan bluntly. "We have provender enough yet, with what the small folk gave us, but we cannot bear it all on our backs." "Strong servants await us there on the far bank," answered Kermorvan calmly. "Strong enough they look to bear not only our provisions but ourselves, for many long leagues on our way." "What do you mean?" asked the others eagerly, seeing that he had some scheme in mind. "I mean the currents and the trees. We have in our baggage tools and tackle to fashion strong rafts, such as you northern foresters use for your timber. I had wit enough to foresee that need, at least. But first comes foremost. We must seek out our crossing. Come." By midday they had found the first of their fords. The west flood here flowed from the lake in many narrow channels which merged and separated and merged again, creating a patternless, marshy maze a mile or more across. But Ansgar's map led them straight and true. By evening they found themselves on a narrow wooded islet no more than a bowshot from the eastern bank and the walls of the true forest. "But the wall is breached," said Kermorvan. "See that wide channel there, that crooks away from the others, past the islet about a mile down-river? Thenceforth the trees hide it, for that is our outflow, the river that flows deep among the trees." They made camp there among the trees that night, and even with water as their chiefest sentinel they kept their fires small and sheltered and set a watch. Elof took the first hour, watching the faint fire glimmer on the long bare trunks of the firs around him, listening to the rush and swirl of the wind in their greater kin beyond. Even when Ermahal had come to relieve him, he lay long awake in his blanket by the fire, listening to the corsair skipper humming some slow chanty over the embers, wondering what other songs might be sung beyond that wall. The next day Kermorvan, who had taken the last watch, roused them all at the first trace of light, and set the company in a flurry of activity. The ponies were loaded at once, and, stumbling in the gloom, the company made its way down to a stand of huge old willows on the bank that marked the last ford. It was a poor ford. A slip on the weed-slimed rocks meant a plunge waist-deep into chill water and a strong current. The sure-footed ponies fared better than their masters, who had often to catch hold of their traces to avoid a ducking. The corsairs, hardened by colder ocean, would have laughed at the others' discomfort, save that the looming rampart of trees cast a shadow in their hearts. Nobody felt eager to make much noise, and they even cried out and cursed in whispers. But when at last they reached the far bank, the dawn glowed behind the trees, with a welcome promise of warmth. It was easier to remember then that the lowering wall was, after all, only trees and not some sinister fortress. Kermorvan, wringing out his cloak, seemed well pleased, despite the others' complaints. "We need every moment of daylight for our toil. It must needs make noise and attract attention. By day and at the forest's edge I guess the risk is not so great. But when night falls I would sooner be far from here." Then, shivering with more than cold, the others agreed. The strongest and most practised of the party, himself included, Kermorvan set to seeking out and felling suitable trees. They did not need to search far. Even at the forest wall there were many of good height. Though the giant redwoods of the coastlands were rarer among them, there were firs and cedars and spruces aplenty that seemed to burgeon in their absence. Elof touched the furrowed gray bark of the first fir, gazing up at it. "These are noble trees. I wish we did not have to fell them." Kermorvan, stripping off his tunic and hefting an axe, nodded with some regret. "I feel as you do. I would kill no living thing I did not have to." "Tree's a tree," said Gisa, the forester, faintly surprised. "Some fall, others come up in their place. The forest's the thing. Look at it that wise. Fell sparingly and far apart as you can. Don't wound the wood too grievous, and you won't turn it against you." "I have heard similar counsels of kingship," said Kermorvan, amused, and struck a well-placed blow that made the tall tree quiver from stem to crown. Small birds fluttered scolding from the leaves. A large squirrel bounded to a neighboring branch and clung chittering with rage. But Gisa's blows followed Kermorvan's, and a low cut chopped out the wedge. On the tree's far side, Rock and Elof, under their direction, began to cut the notch that would determine its fall. The pungent reek of resin flooded stingingly into nose and eye. Not far away, another treetop jerked and sprang at the bite of axes, as Eastan and Ilse, aided by Dervis and Kassa, set to their task with equal vigor. Elof found time to wonder amusedly if Ilse had also shed tunic and shirt for her labor. That, if anything, might alter Kassa's view of her humanity. So hard did Kermorvan drive the felling parties that by the sunny mid-morning 5 tall trees lay by the bank, and a 6th trembled on its half-hewn stump. It was just as the sun reached its zenith that the 10th tree dropped along the line of its own short shadow, and the fellers let go their blunted axes and collapsed into the shade. Only Kermorvan stayed afoot, goading on the others of the company whose task it was to trim branch and root, and, with the ponies, to drag the trunks to the river. Though his lean frame ran with sweat and his voice had thinned to a croak, his endurance seemed endless. An hour or two later, he came striding back from the riverside with a leather water bag and splashed it over the exhausted fellers. "Come and marvel," he called cheerfully in his normal ringing voice. "You will have days ahead to lie idle." Groaning and cursing, they struggled up and shuffled after him. But when Elof reached the bank, he was indeed surprised that so much had been done in so short a time. There, bobbing high in the current, 2 long rafts were tethered. The others of the company were toiling with hammer and nail, cord and chain, fastening the second together. Ilse came along to join him, curls straggling from a refreshing douse in the river. He noticed she was fastening her tunic. "Look solid enough, don't they?" she laughed. 4 good trunks for each, with the half of a 5th on either side, and both longer than that little courier boat of ours. And see what the northern lad's about." On the completed raft, Tenvar was even putting together a makeshift canopy, roofed with leafy branches. "We'll ride like lords." By the late afternoon, both rafts had their canopies indeed, and all the baggage was aboard. All that remained was for Gisa, with Arvis and Tenvar, to turn the ponies loose upon the western shore. Even Kermorvan, in all his impatience, was loath to abandon those game little beasts under the forest's shadow. In the open lands they would find good grazing, and perhaps make their way back to the North March, where they would fare well enough, wild or tame. But leading them back took time, leaving Kermorvan anxiously eyeing the sinking sun. At last, as the shadows lengthened, they espied the 3 drovers picking their way back across the last difficult ford. Arvis fell in once, and Tenvar many times. Gisa plucked them out by the scruff of their necks like puppies. "They're too small. Heave 'em back," jeered Kassa. But his raucous laughter rang alarmingly loud among the trees, and the others glared at him. "Quiet, Kassa," commanded Kermorvan sharply, as the 3 came straggling ashore. "All well, Gisa? Then to your rafts, and cast off." He drew on one end of the forward mooring line. The knot slipped free, and with long poles they thrust the leading raft's blunt bow out into the current. The line that linked it to the second raft thrummed taut, and Elof jerked the moorings free. An eddy sucked at it. The blunt-nosed logs ground and jarred against yellow mud, and the water grew suddenly thick as milk. But poles and the pull of the leading raft freed it, and together, as the sun fell behind the trees, the rough craft leaped out into the smooth onrush of the west flood. Its flow was faster than it had seemed from the shore, and they found themselves hurled forward at a smart pace, with the breeze whipping at their hair. The younger folk of the company whooped with excitement, Ilse loudest of all. Rock's cry went almost unheard, till he seized Elof's arm and jabbed a hard finger at the receding shore. "There," he hissed, to be heard through the river's rumble and rush. "There, below the cedars. Can't you see 'em?" Not a thing. No, a few boughs shaking, perhaps. Some beast with such like eyes. They were watching us, no mistake, really watching. But not like a man's, neither. Green? Cat-like? The forest folk have such eyes. Rock shuddered. Not so wholesome. Just 2 gleams, slanting, yellow. Maybe they caught the last sun, I don't know. But they sent a proper chill through me, they did. Elof looked around. Nobody on the leading raft seemed to have seen anything, and nobody else on their own. Ermahal leaned unconcerned on the steering oar. Tinvar and Burra sat in the bows enjoying the ride, and Arvis dozed peacefully on the baggage. Only Kassa gazed at the shore, and he gave no sign of having seen anything. "I believe you nonetheless," said Elof quietly. "Whatever they were, they prove one thing. Kermorvan did right to goad us hence so fast. I would not now care to linger by that ford after dark." Rock nodded. They were glad to see Kermorvan ahead of them shift his weight on the steering oar and take the raft further from the bank, aiming it straight down the center of the stream that flowed down the divergent channel. Their own matched it smoothly as Ermahal followed suit. Kermorvan's way with boats he had gained chiefly at sea, so he had taken Ilse to advise him, skilled at sailing the shadowed mountain rivers, and put Ermahal in charge of the second raft. The skipper was probably the most practiced waterman of them all, whether on sea or river, and he seemed glad to be at a helm again. His screwed-up eyes scanned the river ahead with keen appraisal, watching every little shift in the water's flow as they passed between islet and shore, and when they rounded the sharp turn at its end it was he who called the first warning. Ahead of them, like an outstretched limb of the island, a low shelf of rock thrust out halfway across the river, just below the surface, so that the water bubbled and foamed across it like a natural weir. It was on to this that the current was carrying them, faster already than a horse could gallop, and with no chance whatsoever of steering for the clear channel. "Down and grab hold!" yelled Ermahal. Elof saw Kermorvan fall on his steering oar and sweep it from the water, and after that there was little any could do save throw themselves flat upon the logs. With a booming crash, a dreadful scraping, the first raft hit, slewed sideways a moment so Elof feared they would strike it amidships. Then it was lurching up and over. Elof saw its stern bounce and settle. Then the impact took and shook him, rattling his very teeth in their sockets. His raft tilted and water sluiced along the logs. There was a roar of rage from Arvis as the awning toppled onto him, then that terrible scraping once again. Elof felt the logs judder under him, heard the cross-pieces creak with the strain, and then the whole craft slid bouncing and splashing into the wider channel. "Well," said Kermorvan as they strove in the fading light to set the rafts in order again, "that is one feature your father's map did not show, Ilse. No doubt there will be more. We must keep a proper watch, especially when faring on through the dark." "You'd no thought of doing that tonight, had you?" inquired Elof, among groans and protests. Kermorvan shook his head. "No, tonight we are all too weary. We will find somewhere to moor and sleep if we can. There are some islands marked away down river, too far perhaps for tonight, but we must find somewhere safe." All of the company understood him, for in rounding that bend in the river and crossing the weir they had lost their last sight of the open lands and of the west. Both banks now were high walls that closed in as completely behind them as ahead. Wherever they looked, they saw nothing save rank upon rank of trees upthrust at the sky above, mirrored in the river below. Aethin the Great, the forest realm, had closed its gates behind them. So it was that as the last light faded from the sky, the rafts glided on down the stream. It was a clear night, but warmer as the wind fell. The forest was beyond sight for the moment, dark upon darkness, but never out of mind. The wafting odors of pine sap and tar and damp humus bespoke its awesome presence, and the myriad scurryings and snufflings of its small night-dwellers. Then the stars came out, and the moon arose, dusting the tree-tops silver. Their dark reflections narrowed the river, but the rafts sailed on serenely down the strip of sky mirrored at its center, across shoals of glittering cloud and deeps of starry blackness. By then most of the company not on watch lay asleep, but Elof could not. He moved astern to sit by Ermahal, who seemed quite happy to go on steering. "And why not? Grand night to be out on the river again, like when I was a lad. Grew up on a river barge, I did. Do you know that? Used to borrow the tender to take the lasses for rows on a moonlit night like this." He chuckled. "Worked a treat, did the moon. You ever do that?" Elof shook his head regretfully. "Nothing but swink and study. There were no lasses where I grew up, save one." The corsair nodded, not unkindly. "Aye, her you seek, would that be? Guessed as much. Must be quite a lass, to all you so far." "She is." Ermahal was obviously expecting more details, but when none came he sighed and scratched his head. "Ah, well, I might have felt the same when I was your age, if only for the adventure of it. Not now, I'm old." "You? You are no greybeard yet." "5 winters short of my 1/200, twice your age, if I guess aright." "More or less. I cannot be sure of it myself." "Well, there you has it. Precious few lasses 'd fetch me out into the wilds now. Save one, p'raps. Her I used to go with that many years back. Pretty's a picture, all long blonde curls to her waist, and a bold blue eye on her like a summer sky. A fine shape, too, that a man could get a hold of. Her beckoning me to come, and I wouldn't, not me, seeing I was on first watch and all. Funny that, seeing her again, after all these years, just the same, beckoning, on one of them big willows down by the ford. Fancy." Elof looked up in astonishment. Ermahal looked much as he always did, if anything calmer and more serene. The moonlight seemed to have smoothed away some of the salt-hardened lines from his broad face. Perhaps that was why he was wandering in memory, seeming to talk of his memories as if they were only of last night. "Sittin' on the tree-limb, out over the water, bold as brass, swinging those plump little legs and beckoning." His voice tailed away, and when he spoke again it was of another and less innocent memory. He did not mention the girl again. They had at last to accept that they could not reach any islands that night, and chose to moor on an outthrust sandspit, wide enough for them to sleep on, but narrow enough to be guarded by one. Ermahal, still apparently unwearied, offered to take the first watch once more, and was not opposed. Even Cormoran was stumbling with weariness. But Elof, though he also wished to sleep, was concerned enough to seek out Cormoran and tell him of Ermahal's words. Cormoran also looked concerned, but not unduly so. "I know a few men less given to fancies than he. Perhaps it was only weariness that spoke, and the strains of a long day. Still, we should have a care for him. You travel on his raft. Watch him, and if anything seems worse about him, summon me at once. And now I must have some sleep, if I am not to start babbling also." Elof agreed with Cormoran's judgment. The corsair skipper was a hard man to daunt. At their first encounter he had feared anything that might have strayed off the marshlands, but he had not been afraid to fight it. Sitting on watch now, leaning on his steel-bound halberd, he looked the very image of solidity and strength. But when he awakened Cormoran for the second watch, some 2 hours later, Elof also awoke. The corsair rolled himself in his blankets, grunting comfortably, and appeared to drift off at once. But only a few minutes after, when Cormoran's attention was fixed upon the wood, Elof saw the skipper sit up, clutching his blankets nervously to him, and stare fixedly across the dark waters around. Then, with a disappointed sigh, he lay down, and at last began to snore. The night passed without incident, and the next day's sail, save that the forest seemed to be closing around them ever more closely. Open patches of bank were scarcer. The trees were growing down to the water's edge, many overhanging it with their long limbs. Some had broken or partly torn away and lay rake-like below the water's surface, perilous snags for any craft less solid than the rafts. That night they did not moor, but set full watches and sailed on. Elof chose his with Ermahal. The skipper seemed cheerful enough, but nervous. He started violently when an owl plummeted silently from the trees to pluck some small beast shrieking from the bankside grass, and once again at a sharp splash from the calm waters astern. They looked, but saw nothing save wide circles of ripples spreading outward from a deep place in the moonlit water, and the flickering dance of night moths above them. "A fish rising for a moth," Elof remarked. "They must grow big in these pools with none to fish them. We should try trailing some lines astern one of these nights. Our supplies—" He stopped. In the strong moonlight, Ermahal's face was a-glisten with sweat, his breath labored, as if with some great effort. But all he said was, "Might be an idea, that," and turned the talk to other things. When they went off watch, he took gladly to his blankets, but Elof watched him lie for a long time on one elbow, gazing into the black river, till finally his head nodded, and he sank into unfeigned sleep. All the next day's sailing, Ermahal seemed in high good spirits, as if some weight of worry had been lifted from his mind. He was as pleased as any when they rounded a bend and espied a fine flock of deer ahead, drinking at the bank. Gisa leaped for his bow, but they fled too quickly. "No matter," Kermervan said. "I had hoped that we could hunt for our food by the river, and this proves it. We shall find other drinking places and lie in wait." He looked at the mud churned by hooves, and at the trees beyond. Interesting, though, that the beasts fled so readily, as if they were accustomed to being hunted by men, or folk like men. Ilse bit her lip thoughtfully, looking at Elof. "You mean the tall ones, the children of—" She seemed reluctant to speak the name, and here, beneath the frowning tree-wall, Elof was of like mind. He felt suddenly very vulnerable out in the open, and acutely aware of the power within the woods. Memories came to trouble him, the gaze of green eyes, a voice over vast distances, ravens riding a storm wind, and for that time they obscured his other concerns. Toward evening of that day they came upon the string of small islands the map had promised. They were nearly as thickly wooded as the shores, but seemed safer in their isolation. The company chose one well apart from the rest, and in deep water. Here at least they could search the brush, climb the tall willows and other trees, and be sure neither man nor beast lurked there and wait. They found nothing, not even snakes, and settled down to sleep with only one on watch. When Elof's turn came, not long past the middle hour of night, he was happy enough to sit with his back to the smooth bark of a tall tree, a maple of a variety new to him, and think his thoughts. He listened to the soft wind-rush overhead, imagined it sweeping across an incalculable plain of tree-tops, like a green ocean, and wished he could sail over them as easily. But he was not minded to complain. Despite the horror of the Ekwesh attack, his own quest had proved lighter by far than he had feared. Instead of wandering alone and aimless into the wild lands, he had traveled fast and with friends and in relative peace. Whatever the terrors of the forest, it seemed they might not extend to the river. He wondered how long it flowed, how far it would bear them, whether they might not find other rivers flowing eastward, and so be whirled safely right through these menacing lands. He stiffened suddenly. Something had moved, softly, heavily, among the bushes behind him. Hand on sword hilt, he twisted about, crouching on his knee with the trunk as shelter. A bulky shadow stepped softly, hesitantly among the undergrowth, away from the camp. He caught his breath as he recognized Ermahal. It had to be him, as broad as Eastan or Gisa, but not so tall. What was he doing? His errand might be natural enough, yet he was stopping and looking about as if searching or listening. Cautiously, Elof slipped out from behind the tree and followed. Over the low ridge of the island they went, Elof keeping low among the leaves lest he be seen. But the skipper did not look back once, only turned his head urgently as one who seeks something lost. And gradually, as they went, Elof grew aware of a faint sound in the air, floating, as it seemed, high among the branches, then falling, rippling like laughter along the water. It was a sweet, soft sound, yet it plucked at his ear almost to the point of irritation, as the whine of some insistent insect. But that thought brought the shock of recognition with it, for that was no insect. It was a voice. Ermahal changed his pace suddenly, went blundering swiftly down the slope to the bank, then halted, hesitant again as he emerged onto the shore. Elof followed more cautiously, for the moon was slipping down the sky, and his way was no longer so clear. He was crawling now on all fours to stay hidden among the low brush, straining his eyes to seek some trace of what held Ermahal in such thrall. It was only when she moved that he saw. He had been looking at her for some time, perched in the crook of a great willow, without distinguishing her shape, so still had she sat. It was a pose of tense, crouching energy, knees to chin, so that her long hair fell draped about her legs. It was as she lowered her feet to dangle beneath the branch that Elof saw her in truth. There she sat, a slender figure of a girl, naked, her long legs hanging over the black water of the still pool beneath, playing, dancing with their reflection and that of the silvery moon beneath her feet. The song was hers, high and soft, a yearning, winsome song whose words he felt but could not understand. In truth, he understood nothing, and did not dare move, so still was the scene before him. Her beauty alone held him, as graceful as the deer and as fragile. Almost he feared that she might vanish as they had. Yet some part of him remained aware, and perceived that this was not the girl Ermahal had described. Her legs were hardly plump, but long, slender, her toes pointing as if to dance on the very water. Her arms were lean and strong, enticing as they beckoned. Her hair hung long, yes, to below her waist, but straight, almost lank, not curling and blonde. Even by moonlight it had a strange sheen. And as for a bold blue eye— He shivered abruptly. They gleamed and glittered in the dying moonlight, those eyes, altogether too brightly, with the rainbow sheen of fresh landed fish-scale. Could Ermahal not see that, blundering forward thus to her beckoning arms? It happened too easily. In the instant between Elof's foreseeing it and his shout of alarm, Ermahal plunged on with reckless abandon, right out along the sagging bow, his heavy face held up to her proffered lips, which were poised not to kiss, but curved in a strange, sweet smile. In that instant her legs snapped straight, toes a downward spear-point, and she slipped smoothly off her perch, all her weight bearing down into the corsair's straining arms. And as she slid down, so also the moon dropped behind the jagged summit of a tree. Utter shadow blotted out the pool. Elof sprang up and rushed forward, but in the darkness he tripped among the damp vegetation and fell to his knees by the bank. The splash he awaited did not come, even to his keen ears. His swift eyes pierced the lingering moonglow, but nowhere could he see another human shape, or any stirring save the faint tremor of leaf and blade in the night breeze. The pool's black surface showed him only himself, staring ashen into a mirror undisturbed by ripple or bubble. He flung himself at it, shattering the image, plunging his arms into the shoulders, but his fingers raked only among slimy tangles of riverweed, and when he thrust his face beneath the surface he could see no more. Ermahal was gone. "It is useless, then," said Kermorvan wearily, glaring up at the bright sun of noon. "We must rest." He leaned against the willow while the others slumped exhausted to the ground. Since Elof's first shout in the dark hours before dawn, they had searched high and low for Ermahal, or the slightest sign of what had befallen him. Even in darkness they had taken grapnels and strong lines, and dragged the pool below the willow, and a long way, both downstream and up. But like Elof, they found only weed and slime and small water creatures, and once the bones of some great beast sunk in the mud. They had crossed to both shores, but there was nowhere among the trees a man so big might have landed without leaving traces the foresters could pick up. With that against them, there was little point in searching deeper into the forest. Which way, after all, should they turn among such a trackless desert of trees? "Had we only some small trail to follow, a mark even," growled Dervis painfully, "then I'd tear up every bloody tree in our way to find him, even if it took a year." He shook his head. "But now, do we turn this way, that? Never dreamed a man might be lost on land as surely as at sea, lost and gone to Amakak." Kermorvan nodded. "If I thought he lived, I would not now be resting. My heart tells me that he is far beyond any seeking of ours." Elof sat sunk in misery, thinking of his first swift clash with Ermahal, his equally swift acceptance, and their share in the sea-fight. He had liked the fat captain for all his past misdeeds, a rogue but a friendly one and capable, a loss to his land, a loss to the company. "As I told you," he said dully, "that was no human creature that enticed him. I saw her." "Then why did he not warn the man, or us?" growled Kassa, and spat in Elof's direction with a curious averting gesture. His eyes were narrow with suspicion. I don't like that. I don't like it at all. No more Casa, said Kermovan sharply. That is fool's talk, or churls. Elof's trust is past question. The huntsman looked to the others for support, found none, and scowled. Well, there's nothing in the forest ever hurt me, that's all I'm saying. Me, I've walked in it 100 times. You've just got to do the right things. Kermovan stood up, stretching, and shook his head. Spare me your superstitions, Casa. You were fortunate, perhaps. You know, as I do, that many others were not. No, you heard Elof. He warned me. He tried his best to help Ermahal at the last. But I wonder whether any of us could have saved poor Ermahal. For how could we have guessed what threatened him till it showed itself? And then, as Elof found, it was too late. Stian nodded. Wouldn't have thought he'd fall for a such-like lure. I might have thought it of others, agreed Kermovan, but not of him. Elof fancied that Ilse stole a glance at him then, and perhaps also Rock. Strange what may linger within a man's heart. Well, he is gone, and we must live on. Ilse, you have the skill. Do you take his place on the second raft. We must be gone in haste. He turned to face the company, and they saw that with his long hunting knife he had graven deep in the willow's bark the day and year, and the name of the man who, in adversity, had been his friend. Back to the rafts now, and let us quit this unhallowed place. But henceforth, let none of us be deceived by any vision of our past returned. There was a general growl of agreement, but as they returned to the rafts, they spoke no more than was needful. Out into midstream they turned once more. The island slipped away behind them until it was no more than a fleck of darkness upon the waters, as lost to them as the years of their own youth. Chapter 4. Hunters and Hunted. The chronicles tell little more of that river journey till its end, though it lasted many days more, and bore them some 150 leagues at least into the heart of the forest. Rapid and shallow they passed with no desperate troubles, for their rafts were strong and stable, and brought them through where fleeter boats might have been lost. Their journey was swift, for now they seldom cared to moor, but sailed on throughout the nights, as long as they had a glimmer of light to steer by. Only when moon and stars failed them were they driven to seek the land in the hours of darkness, and there they slept on the rafts, close together, with a strong watch set. But although for that time the travelers were assailed no more, care still lay heavy on their hearts. "Wonder if all those lost folk didn't just starve," grumbled Rock. "Could be hunger's the worst terror in this land." "Terror enough for me," muttered Burra, eyeing the dwindling hummock under the awning. They were on half rations now, which must soon grow less. Kermovan had intended that they live by hunting, such supplies as they carried, serving chiefly to tide them over and provide some healthy variety. All the company could hunt, some with great skill, not least himself, but save for a few fish, even they had caught nothing. It was not that Athen was empty of beasts. By day and by night they could be heard at a distance, living their lives among the trees, part of the vast cycle of growth and life that was the greater life of the forest. But save for those first few deer, no living animal had shown itself. For 2 whole days the huntsmen had lain in wait by the bank, at what they all agreed was a well-frequented drinking place. They had chosen their hides well, disturbed little, and covered track and scent with consummate skill, yet not so much as a sound of a living beast did they catch. But even as they took to the rafts again, angry and dejected, pinched with hunger, the murmur of the forest reawoke around them as vigorous as before. Small bluebirds chased one another here and there, and a high whickering screech sounded mockingly from the bushes. "It's not canny," grumbled Borhai. "All them beasts steering clear of us. Not natural-like. Evil." "How'd you know what's natural and what's not?" grunted Casa. He and Borhai were sitting dawn watch on the first raft, leaning across the steering oar. He spoke softly, but so still was the brightening air that Elof heard him clearly, lying half awake in the bows of the raft behind. Evil dreams had hounded him from sleep. "I know these great woodlands, me," rasped the huntsman. "I've walked in Athenek, remember? I know. They're not like the piddling little woods these Nordene oafs are used to, for our high and mighty young lordling. You can't just go a stroll in these glades and expect to make free of the hunting. There's a good many others dwell here. You've got to get the word from one of 'em, see? With their hand against us, our luck's turned, and no game will come near us." Borhai sounded very uneasy. Elof could hear him twisting this way and that on the logs, scanning the inscrutable trees. "Whose word? How? What do you tell me? That you know some evil's abrew?" "Something, aye. But why evil? Not evil to demand your due, is it? There's the Helgorian now, the hunt. You want luck in the chase, stands to reason it's their leave you must ask. Get a good word set upon your weapons." "You mean there's other men here?" asked Borhai dubiously. Kassa tapped his nose wisely with a finger. "Ah, I didn't say that, mind. There's some, but you don't want no truck with 'em. But the hunt, they're natural forces, no more. Naught to fear, long as you know the right ways. Sound ways, old ways. I had them from my granddad, he from his uncle, and so on down a long line. Great hunters all, who never lacked kill and keep." He darted a look back over his shoulder at Elof, who kept his breathing slow and did not stir. "Listen, you're a bright lad. Want to bring yourself a spot of hunting luck? Tell you a thing you could try. It's simple enough. Do you take 2 good arrows, another that's already struck its mark. Catch you a bird or some other beast alive, large or small, no matter, long as it has eyes. Then at moonrise, stand in a tall tree's shadow and lay the arrows crosswise. Take your catch, and a 3rd arrow in hand, and speak a hunter's blessing thus." He began to chant softly. "Watchers that in darkness wake, guardians of the shadow break, what be offered, hunters take. On this sign I bid you slake thirst for—" "That's an ill sound for a blessing," Borhai broke in uneasily. "Ah, don't be a damned way-belly," grunted Kassa. "Just trying to help a fellow Southron, aren't I? With those Norderney louts ready to spit on us. And my fine lordling, he just encourages them. One in the eye for the lot of 'em, it'd be if—" "Enough, Kassa." The bark of Kermorvan's voice startled even Elof. He whom they had thought asleep was up and on his feet in a single movement, glaring down at the huntsman. "I numbered you in our company only for your boasted experience, and of that the more I hear, the less I like. I know you for a grumbler and a superstitious fool. Take great care I do not come to think you something worse. Upon your peril, Kassa." The huntsman growled, spat some word, and himself surged to his feet, slipping on the uneven logs. "Comes to that, my dear young lordie, I've about had my belly full of you. And you, Borhai, you'll suffer this pup to kick our faces, who rates his own folk lower'n a tinker and a duergar bitch." Elof scrambled up, hand on sword, ready if need be to jump the gap. Kassa's hand rested too near his knife. Heads lifted from blankets came awake in a flurry of movement, believing it was some new peril. But Borhai only looked coldly up at the huntsman and spat into the stream. "Do you fight your own fights, Kassa, and don't come running to me if you take a hiding, you and your mucky little hedge wizardry. What good's that to me?" The blood drained from Kassa's face, and Elof saw a cold glitter grow in his narrowing eyes. "Hedge wizardry, is it, my lad? Is it, eh?" He looked sulkily at Kermorvan and the other travelers, rising uncertainly. "But stop you till you've starved enough under the boy's yoke. Then you'll all come begging me for my wisdom, on your knees." Elof gritted his teeth. The moment was ugly. Kassa strove to sow discontent, imperiling their unity and inevitably their lives. Yet he could hardly be slain for mere words. But then, facing forward as he was, Elof caught the flicker of movement among the trees ahead, and forgetting all else, he hissed and pointed so fiercely that all eyes turned to follow. "A prey," breathed Kermorvan. "Gisa, Kassa, to your bows." Anger forgotten, the huntsmen ducked to the weapons they kept at hand. Kassa yanked back the cord of his arbalist and dropped the quarrel into the channel. Gisa's hornbow was strung in one fluid action, and Kermorvan snatched a longbow and quiver from among the stores. Elof's fingers itched, though he had no love of the chase or the kill for its own sake. He was a fair shot with a bird bow, but knew these were the likeliest marksmen. The deadly barbs glinted as the archers notched and drew, seeking an aim in the uncertain light. The watchers quivered tense and taut as the bowstrings. At this gold there might well be no second shot. But when they saw their mark clear, no arrow flew. With the rest, the hunters stared dumbfounded at the monstrous shape the growing sunlight gilded among the leaves. Elof knew no beast like it, and neither by their gasps did the others. "Karis, is that a bear?" whispered Rock. "Then it could breakfast on any I've seen," hissed Ilse. "Even the giant cavern-dwellers." Slowly, almost painfully it seemed, the great beast lumbered down the bank. Its long, lank hair, reddish with a strange green cast, hung from limbs, bowed but as thick about as a man's body. Abruptly it reared up. All flinched. The bows jerked ready as it rose on its haunches and spread its vast forelegs in menacing embrace. "That's no bear," breathed Ilse. "It has a tail, see? And that long head? And by the Shaper's grace, see the paws on it." Elof's mouth dried as he saw a single hooked claw unfold from each massive inturned forepaw, huge black sickles open to hook and slash. Then, quite unconcernedly, it grasped the overhanging limb of a linden and bent it down to its open mouth. A long red tongue unreeled to curl greedily about the heart-shaped leaves and the sweet flowers between, plucking them into the grip of the narrow horse-like jaw. The shift from menace to bovine placidity was almost hilarious. Ilse smothered a breathless giggle. But then a single humming note sounded, a harp-string plucked, and two arrows soared up over the shimmering water and plunged like bright-beaked hawks upon their prey. The dead snap of the arbalest sounded, and the quarrel, flatter in its flight, hissed low and fast along the bank. They saw the broad back flinch at the first impact, then stared as one arrow glanced across the rough hairs and vanished at a tangent among the leaves, and the others spun off into the bushes. The quarrel struck with the ringing bite of axe in wood, hung a moment, and then fell slithering through the fur. With a high, bleating cry, the beast whirled about and went lumbering and crashing away through the undergrowth, still shrilling in panic. "It's a demon!" yelled Borhai, and threw himself flat upon the logs. Ilse pulled him up by his tunic. "Don't be a great fool. It must have tough hide, that's all, or even bone within the skin, like those little grassland creatures you have in the south." Elof snapped his fingers. "That harness the forest folk wore, it might have been made from such a hide. We could land and go after it." Kermervan stared after the disappearing beast and shook his head. "We could only hope to slay it at close quarters. We might go far astray before cornering such a brute. It moves fast enough now. And what then? Spear and blade against those sickle claws, on limbs that can bend a tree so lightly? Scarce worth the risk, I fear. But Kassa," he added, turning to the hunter, "I see Borhai has bitten deeper than he allowed by your bogies. But can you explain why such a curse cannot stop us catching fish? When next you hold forth on hedgecraft, do you also trail some fish lines? You may find the fish more gullible." Elof joined in the general laughter, and was glad to see that Borhai did also. Kassa glared at the young corsair a moment, then very carefully laid down his arbalest and returned to his seat by the steering oar. But Borhai did not join him. Instead he rummaged among the baggage for the fishing lines. Kermervan and Gisa unstrung their bows, and the others not on watch returned to their blankets to snatch what little sleep they could in the growing light. Elof stood for a moment, undecided, and then he caught Kermervan's eye. The warrior nodded and sprang effortlessly across onto his raft. He looked around and spoke low. "So something still concerns you? Something worse than a diet of fish?" "I fared little better in the marshlands and was content. No, it is simply that, well, field lore such as Kassa's is one sign of our decline. Scraps of true smithcraft debased, mean and slight, with power only to work petty ill, and that only for those who have a touch of the true craft in their blood." Kermervan's eyes widened. "And Kassa has? Why did you not tell me?" "I did not see it in his eye till now. It is not strong in him. It shows only in his anger. Nevertheless, it is there, not to fear, only to be wary of. And I also find it strange that the whole life of this forest shuns us so thoroughly." Kermervan nodded. "Do you indeed? And have you considered that the cause might be more natural than bewitchment?" "Of course, but I cannot think what." The warrior smiled without mirth. Why, that it is not us the beasts shun. We know that others hunt here. Might it not then be them the beasts fear? But why should such hunters always be near us? Oh! A sudden understanding grew in Elof, and he raised his eyes to the forest above them, a shadow against brightening dawn, a lowering cliff face of trees. He realized then how much they had changed day by day as the company sailed by. Rare now were the redwoods of the coastlands, and rarer all the great evergreens. Lindens stood high and shady among their ranks, the honey fragrance of their flowers drifting down to him, and massive sycamores. The solid masses of green and grayish-brown were broken by the bright leaves of many maples and red oaks, and by silver birch trunks and blue-gray beeches. Yellow birch leaves shone golden in the misty dawn against the somber black hunks of walnuts. Fair and rich was the canopy of the forest in the hues of early summer, but the fairest garments might conceal a blade. You mean we are watched? Kermovan nodded. I do, by those who normally hunt the forest beasts. They hide from us, but not from the beasts, because hunting is not their present purpose. So wherever we pass, they do also, and the beasts flee or fall silent in their lairs. And as to who they might be, these hunters, I believe you guess now as I do. The children, said Elof uneasily. Watchers who can travel among the trees, and so pace the rafts. But why have you not told the others? Dare I? How will they behave if I tell them the trees may be full of unseen eyes? You and I and Ilse know they need not be hostile, but the others? The corsairs especially, after what happened to Ermahal? I do not wish our hotheads loosing bolts at every bough that quivers. One strike might draw a rain of spears from the forest folk. Thus far they seem content only to watch. That is why I was so reluctant to let us stray far into the forest. It might be what they await. Elof was still scanning the trees, though he knew he need expect to see nothing. If we could evade them somehow— Aye, that would be different, but we cannot, for now. When we reach the lake we may contrive a chance. Until then, do you keep silent about this, save to Ilse, perhaps. Over the next day or so, even Elof grew weary of fish. In these lower, deeper stretches of the stream, the fish grew large, but the flavor of their flesh seemed muddier. The commonest catches were monstrous catfish of a kind not seen in the coastal rivers, fierce fighters and often too heavy for one man to land unaided. The sight of their immense toad-like mouths, leering and barbel-hung as they snapped and thrashed at the line, was disturbing in itself. And since Kermovan still would not allow the company ashore, they had to await suitable islands to cook and smoke their catch. It meant that often they had to do without a hot meal after a difficult day's rafting, or dry clothes after rain, and there were many grumbles. But Elof was relieved that none sought to gainsay Kermovan's word. He and Ilse took care now to watch the trees in twilight and the dark. More than once they believed they spied foliage jerk and quiver as if some large creature swung between trees, and once Ilse was sure that she had seen a hand and a face emerge. Kermovan was pleased. They do not guess we have good night eyes among us, then, and grow careless. Now we must seek and seize a moment when we can travel faster and further than they. If only we could come to that lake soon. He pounded the logs impatiently. If only. By all accounts, it was indeed no very great time before their voyage met its unlooked-for end. It may even have been that same night. It is sure that the first warnings came while Elof still had his friend's words very much in mind. He was on night watch with Dervis and Tenvar when Rock hailed him from the first raft. A wide bend in the river was approaching, and they must stand ready with their poles lest the current swing them aground on land or sandbank. But as they probed cautiously for the depth, they felt the stream pluck at their poles, eddies seek to twist them under the logs, and they heard the rush and chuckle of the water against the blunt boughs grow suddenly louder. "There's no bottom with this pole," called Burra. "Not even mud." "By Amakak, the lad's right," muttered Dervis to Elof. "It grows wider and deeper all of a sudden, and yet flows faster. Now what's that mean, on a piddling little inland flood like this? Rapids? If only the skipper were here, he'd know. His lordship might, or the lass. Do you give her a shake." But then rock hailed them again and pointed, and they knew some change must be near. They were rounding the curve now, swinging wide across the rushing waters, and for the first time in many long and weary nights, the dark trees no longer narrowed to nothingness ahead of them. Instead, a bright gap opened, widened as if the trees were curtains drawn slowly apart, layers of curtains, and each thinner than the last. For through them, between the trees, shone glimmers of the same silvery light, even broader and brighter. From out of a cloudy sky the white moon blazed down upon an expanse of water, wide and calm, silvering it like a mirror, save where the wooded hills beyond cast their shadows. That single hail had aroused Kermervan, and even as he bounced to his feet he was calling the others. They, too, came suddenly awake at the sight of the breach in the walls they had come to hate. Some even whooped and pranced with delight on the uneven logs, till Kermervan's hissed command called them to heel. "Do you dream yet that you think us free of danger? Perhaps it only begins. All of you, gather up your gear and all the supplies you can carry. Be alert. Be ready to abandon the rafts, if need be, and spring or swim for shore." His sword flashed in the moonlight. "If danger threatens, I will part the rafts. One may survive if the other is overset." He scooped up his own pack and a heavy food sack and turned to Elof, standing on the bow of the rear raft. "Now, how fares the current?" "Faster still, and neither Dervis nor Ilse can explain it." "Nor I," muttered Kermervan, gazing about the widening channel. "I did fear some hazard between us and that lake, at worst falls or rapids, but I can see nothing to cause this strange current. Ilse, what of your sight?" She scrambled onto the oar-mounting, one plump hand shielding her eyes from the moon. Elof steadied her as the raft surged anew beneath them. "Little enough. A small turmoil in the water, around slender things upthrust, like reeds or twigs." "In water this deep?" cried Kermervan, and threw his weight upon the steering oar that thrummed now like a gale-struck sail. "Down, all of you! Hold as you can! There is some hidden barrier." And as the oar rose creaking from the water, he drew his sword and hewed down at the stern. The taut cords sang apart, and the first raft sprang forward as the glittering water opened out around them. Face down on the planks, with pack and food sack on his back, frantically clutching the stout crosspiece under his chest, Elof felt the weight of the sodden logs lift and buck under him, as if some immense hand took hold and hurled it like a javelin at the unknown target. And has not all my life been thus? In a moment of futile rebellion, he glared up at the sky beyond the treetops whipping by, half expecting to see something there, for good or ill. But the stars blazed ice-cold in blackness, remote, indifferent, bitterly alone. A sudden shout came from the raft ahead. Then with a deep grinding crunch its bow heaved upward like a drawbridge and split. The scream and crackle of stressed wood dwarfed the petty voices of men. Spray rose and spattered him. He gritted his teeth, and then the shock shivered through him, shook and slammed him violently against the wood, the rough bark scouring skin. The logs rolled and flexed under him. The stout bough that was the crosspiece writhed and twisted like a living serpent in his grip. Despite Kermervan's swift action, the current crashed the second raft sidewise against the first, driving it as hammer on chisel against the unseen obstacle. The churning surface erupted. Mud and filth sprayed skyward, and a wave of creamy water washed over the second raft. Elof clutched wildly at his handhold as it dragged at him and plucked and twisted at his pack. The raft lurched forward, bucked, twisted crazily sideways, and tilted, sweeping him across the logs at a wrist-wrenching angle. Mud spurted up between the logs and was whipped away into the foaming maelstrom. He heard Ilse cry out, but could see neither her nor any other in the spray. Something lashed stinging across his face and clung. Then it seemed that the obstacle beneath the logs gave way, and the raft was shot forward, whirling about in the current. The looming trees fell away, the wheeling stars overhead slowed and steadied, the log beneath him settled and rode level. For a moment he could only lie there, gasping, the thing that had hit him a curtain of stinking slime across his eyes. He sought to brush it free and found his fingers entangled. He panicked and tore at it and grew more entangled. Then his fingers touched another's amid its tangles, that pulled it away from his face. His heart leaped as he saw whose hand it was. Ilse, at least, was safe. He caught her hand and raised himself on one numbed elbow. There were the others, as dazed as he felt. Dervis and Tenvar still clung to the steering oar, spitting out water and weed. Arvis was covered in fragments of the ruined canopy. The raft was clear now, drifting out across the calm silver of the lake waters. A faint current seemed to be carrying them into a little bay ahead. Elof looked about urgently for the first raft, and found instead a loosening tangle of timbers astern, wheeling slowly in the current. A sorry sight. The collision had sheared off 2 logs, and by the look of it, the steering gear, and broken the forward cross-members. But he could see figures picking themselves up and sliding swiftly along the logs, striving to make them secure. He scanned the water quickly for floating heads, found none, and glanced back to see what had so nearly destroyed them. The whole river mouth had changed. The water level had fallen and was now even with the lake. A new strip of bank glistened with exposed clumps of weed. The barrier stood revealed now as a thick tangle of stick and bough. The double impact of the rafts had smashed a wide gap in it, through which a muddy torrent poured. "A beaver dam," gurgled Arvis. "Biggest that ever I saw. I've heard they have giant beavers in the wilds of Norderney." Ilse looked at him acidly, and thrust out what she had taken from Elof's face. "Do they use nets?" The men gaped in horror, for net it surely was, crudely woven of some coarse fibre. They stared again at the channel. On either side of the breach the ragged edges of such a net straggled useless in the current. Then amidst the heaving water Elof saw a sudden arrowing swirl, and another. "What's that?" he demanded of Dervis. "Amacac, how'd I know? Eddie's most like. Glad they're nowhere near, though. Sooner we're off this pond, the better I'm suited." Elof nodded, shivering in his soaked clothes. "At least we're not far away from the bay. The water should grow shallower there, if only the others can hold on." He looked back, and worse than the night breeze chilled him. He cried out, pointed. The swirls had appeared again, dark folds in the calmer water, streaking out against the current. It was the first raft they pursued. None there had heard. Elof struggled up on shaky legs, but even as he opened his mouth to shout he saw the wrecked raft judder and halt abruptly in its wheeling, and clambering silhouette stagger and fall. Then, quite slowly as it seemed, its huge logs parted at the bow and spread out wide like the fingers of a giant hand. Helpless, Elof listened in horror to yells and screams, saw 2 tall figures bestride the logs, haul others out of the water, and then began fastening cords and chains to the logs, meaning to secure them lest the raft break up altogether. But even as they leaped across to the outer logs, the water swirled again, and Elof glimpsed a curved bulk that arched up and vanished, the back, as it seemed, of some fair-sized creature, mottled or dappled like fish or seal, glistening under the moon. Then, with that same easy, deceptive slowness that was horrible to watch, the logs jarred and swung together again. The leapers landed, but skidded. One caught himself by the chain he bore and fell along the log, but the other missed his footing and slid down its flank into the water. He caught himself by a branch stump, the other flung himself forward, but even as their hands met, the huge logs bounced together. Beneath the dull boom there was a single crunch, a cry cut short. When they bobbed apart again, one figure knelt there, staring down at nothing. "Eastan!" cried Kermorvan's voice, and then Geese's, but there was no answer. Elof and the others stared in horror, forgetting for one instant too long that they also might be in peril. A cry from behind was their warning. Whirling about, Elof caught the black sword from its scabbard and threw himself slithering down the logs. Dervis clung still to the steering oar, but frantically now, for both legs trailed in the water as if some great weight hung from them. Elof threw himself down, clawing at the man's collar, but the oar bent, cracked, and splintered. With a despairing cry, Dervis let go and grabbed hold of the outflung hand. The weight on him was appalling. Elof braced his feet against the oar mounting to avoid being dragged in himself. Dervis gasped in agony. The veins on his brow stood out as if he was on the rack. The mounting snapped then, and Elof slid forward. Dervis sank chest deep and dragged him out over the black water. But Elof's free hand still held Gorthor, and he speared it downward, once, twice. It struck, the water convulsed and darkened, and Dervis was suddenly lighter, sagging in the water. Tenvar and Arvis reached them and helped Elof haul him in, but as his left leg came over the edge of the log, they cried out in horror, for the flesh had been stripped from it, and the leg bones laid bare. Ilse, shuddering, whipped off Dervis' heavy belt to loop it round the thigh and stem the spurting blood, but hesitated, let it fall, and shook her head. Dervis was a limp weight in their hands, and the spurting had stopped. Then she cried out and flung herself forward to the raft's edge. The patterned blade of her axe hewed downward. Elof felt its impact on the sodden wood, and saw a ghastly thing leap like a landed fish and go slithering severed across the logs in a spray of dark liquid. A broad frond of waterweed it might have been, save that thick ridged fingers writhed within the brownish web, tipped each with a short claw, and the dappled coat of it was sleek fur. He had but a moment to see it. Then the whole raft heaved, as if on some invisible wave it could not crest. It listed, tilted, sloping, ever more steeply. "They'll slide us off," yelled Burra. "And overturn the raft on us," cried Ilse. "Spring clear while you still may." None lingered to argue. Elof sheathed his sword, braced his feet against the slanting logs, and kicked out with all his strength. Sky and shore whirled about him, and then icy blackness lashed his face. Just behind him a great bulk like a breaching whale slapped at the water, and a wave engulfed him. Struggling, he sank, fighting for breath, and imagining every instant the clutch of webbed claws about his limbs. The weight of his pack pulled him down, but never for a moment did he think of casting it free. He bumped something solid, slimy, cold, and threshed in panic a moment before he realized it must be the lake bottom. He pulled his feet under him and kicked upward. Almost at once his head bobbed free. He could tread water and cough up all he had been swallowing, suck in a painful, blessed breath. Then he had time to be surprised. He must be in the shallows already. There indeed were the dark walls of the shore not far off, and other heads bobbing across the silvery water, too far to aid or be aided. He kicked out to follow them, but had swum hardly a stroke when the water boiled before him, and a rounded shape broke surface. It was an eye the width of his whole face, and it fixed him as it rose. It was set high like a frog's, in a socket above a huge rounded head, and the look of it was glassy, impersonal, utterly unhuman, yet acutely aware. That same dappled fur clad the head, sleek and seal-like. Water spilled from the smooth dome as it arose, running in streams over strands of weed that hung like mocking garlands around the head, and straggled down past the corners of the wide lipless mouth, fixed in a false, sated smile. There was no chin, no neck. The lower jaw curved downward to massive shoulders, and a great ton of a body. Desperately, Elof groped for his sword, fearing it had fallen from its scabbard, but the cold hilt came to hand. He drew, but hesitated. If this thing had a mind— He held the blade up for it to see, a shadow upon the water, and motioned it aside. The creature answered clearly enough. Its mouth gaped, a ghastly grin that bared rows of long teeth, and it glided slowly, tauntingly forward. Elof thought of Dervis and shivered. The intensity of purpose in those eyes was more frightening than any rage or hatred. Then anger, colder than the lake, welled up in him, and he struck out between the glinting eyes. The blade bit and bounced free. The water convulsed and boiled up darkness. Elof gulped air and jackknifed down. He felt a huge body surge overhead where he had been. He slashed at it, but the water slowed his stroke. The shadowy bulk stooped upon him. He twisted about and thrust upward with all his strength. The blade bit deep, and a violent threshing hurled him this way and that in the water, till his chest labored, and his head grew tight and dizzy with pain. At last he managed to twist the blade free and find the air once again. But even as he drew breath, his knees scraped painfully into gravel. The sword chinked against a rock. He stood, found himself scarcely chest-deep, and floundered on, fumbling with vague anxiety at his pack. Still there, still closed. He could feel no more. The water fell away from him, leaving his body a dead weight, his wet clothes leaden. When the last wavelet lapped his ankle, a sudden agony lanced through him, deadly fear for Ilse, Kermervan, the others. But he could bear the weight no longer. He dropped where he stood. He strove to raise himself, found himself staring into dense undergrowth above the bank. In among it eyes stared back at him, eyes unlike the lake creatures or any other he had seen, eyes just as Rock had described them so many leagues past, narrow, slanting gleams of yellow, unwinking, impassive. He struggled to lift the sword he still grasped, but the instant it scraped upon the gravel, the eyes blinked out, vanished utterly. He stared a moment, then slumped down upon the pebbles. Darkness took him. Hard fingers clutched him, and in panic he snapped awake, flailing wildly about. "Hold hard there," said a protesting voice in his ear, and to his equally wild relief, it was Ilse. He grabbed and hugged her hard, and felt her sturdy shoulders quiver in his embrace, but she snorted impatiently and pushed him off. "Napping quietly on the shore, just like you when we were combing the place." "And close to giving you up," grumbled Rock's voice. "Fond of making life awkward, aren't you? Why'd you head so far out?" Elof sighed and sat up, blinking through gummy eyes. The night was past, the gray dawn lighting up the trees, and he was looking out across the bay water, so still and black and heavy it might have been an oil pool. Only a faint swell upheaved its smooth surface, like the flank of some slow-breathing beast, giving no hint of what had lately happened there and what yet lurked beneath. He saw that he was on the outermost tip of the headland. He must almost have been dragged out into deep water. "Then you were not beset, any of you?" Ilse caught his arm. "No, were you? You took no hurt?" "None, I think, save bruises and near drowning. Was I the only one? Are Kermovan and all the rest safe?" Rock nodded somberly. "Aye, he's ashore and gathering the others. We saw a fair number, and maybe the rest are just late sleepers like yourself. Come, if you can walk, we'll go and see." Elof nodded silently, willing his stiffened limbs to move. His first attempt to stand brought on a tearing attack of cramp, but when that subsided he was able to limp along the stony shore to the wider middle of the beach. It was a bedraggled, dejected group of figures that sprawled there, but they sprang up swiftly and gladly enough when they saw him. "Are we all escaped, then?" he asked anxiously, when the excitement had subsided. "Save Dervis, that is, and the other who fell." "That was Easton," said Kermovan harshly. Elof was shocked. He had never seen the warrior so haggard, his lips drawn and bloodless. "I had his hand even as the logs took him. One instant more, and—" Gisa shook his head grimly. "No blame to you. You did what you could. Well that you did not follow." "Aye," said Rock. "Rest of us clinging on to that hank of firewood by our fingertips, and he somehow gets it ashore on a sandbank, so close to shore we can all but walk. Seems shallows don't suit those brutes. Did what he could and still blames himself. Never mind saving all our skins." "Did he so?" demanded Casa, sardonically as ever, though his face was gray, as if he labored under some great terror. "Did he indeed? All?" "Stian?" demanded Borhai. "Where's he got to? We forgot Stian." As one, they turned to look out across the little bay, scanning water and shoreline for the least trace of another human form. Borhai cupped his hands to shout, but Kermovan cocked his head at the looming palisade of trees above them. "Wait. I have not told you this before, but it is meet you know now. We have had watchers, whom I guess we have evaded in crossing the lake. Best we do not draw them to us again." And swiftly he told them the little he knew of the children of Tapiao. "We must search indeed," he concluded, "but swiftly, and above all, silently." Like morning shadows they slipped along the shoreline, questing even beyond the bay for some trace of their companion. Once Elof espied something far off across the waters, but it was only the second raft, overturned but whole, lodged on some remote sandbank. Its wet logs glistened as empty as all the waters between. Softly they lapped at the pebbles by the searchers' feet, but no trace of the lost corsair did they yield. At last Kermovan had to call a halt to the futile search. "Aye, why not?" muttered Casa to Arvis. "It's just another poor Southron. 5 gone. Just you, me, and Borhai left. It's clear who's borne the brunt of this little jaunt." Then he sprawled flat on the stones, clutching his mouth, Gisa standing over him with his great fists clenched and his dark face purple with rage. "And Eastan?" demanded the forester in stolid outrage. "And the lad Holvar? But I'll add 1 Southron more to the tally any time you say, Casa." Casa, face contorted, scrambled up, clutching a jagged rock, only to have Borhai snatch it from him, so that he fell down again. "Enough!" barked Kermovan, pushing Gisa back. "You, Casa, you brought that upon yourself." "Aye," said Borhai, ignoring Casa's glare, and making no move to help him up. "Save your bile for them things as did the killing, eh? Murdering brutes to attack for no cause." Elof shook his head unhappily. "Not so, Borhai. That was their dam we shattered, their fish trap, I guess, by the net. It must have cost them much labor, for since they cannot come on land, they must have worked only with driftwood. They may have thought we were attacking them. And as to slaying, Ilse maimed one, and I wounded or slew another. We could not talk with them, that was the pity." Silence fell, and many looked out at the lake once again. From oil to steel it turned, as warmer lights spread up the sky behind the wooded hills, and from steel to gold as the sun itself rose. Soft wisps of mist drifted over the waters, as if to flirt with its mirrored clouds. Small birds began to chirp and twitter in the bushes around them, and the horrors of the night hung less heavy about them. But Kassa sat apart on a stone and spat blood through puffy lips. "Well," demanded Ilse, who had no great love of sunrise, "what now?" Kermovan held up an urgent hand for quiet and gestured to the forest. Elof heard it then, a distant echo along the lake, the trample of many hooves, harsh, snorting breaths, the crackle of large bodies moving through the brush. "A herd of some kind," he said, with the ring reborn in his voice. "Nothing alarms them, so we have evaded the watchers for now. But if we wish to stay free, we cannot linger here, and we must hunt to stay alive. So," he shrugged, "you ask what now, my lady? We press on. What else can we do?" So it is told that as the rising sun shot the mists with pale gold, the company passed at last beneath the eaves of the great forest, Tapiala on Athen itself. And since the river had borne them nigh on 150 leagues from its western margins, they stepped at once into the very heartlands of that domain. To Elof, weary and grieving, it was a stranger experience than he had expected. He felt as if he entered some immense hall of worship, some mighty tomb or mausoleum such as he had seen in Kerbrahane, the city, but infinitely vaster, infinitely more imbued with ancient presence. The towering trees upheld it as pillars, sustaining an immense vaultwork of interwoven boughs, a roof whose greens and yellows shone far richer than coppered domes or tiles of gold. Even the sun must defer before them, bowing down in narrow beams to pick small patches of the forest floor out of its reverential gloom, or scattering into glimmering green shades upon the many-textured trunks. Rainbow iridescence it awoke, like the shadows of stained glass from the water droplets that glistened on every leaf and moss patch, in every crevice of the trunks that hung heavy in the unstirring air. For this was a place of water, a forest of rains, ever remembering the last shower or looking forward to the next. Now Elof was on land, he could see how much the lesser trees had changed, as well as the greater. Among the more familiar dogwoods, junipers, tall hollies, and black cherries, he found slender quaking aspens, shumacs, spreading mulberries already heavy with their unripe fruit, and 100 others he hardly knew. Willows and alders arched over the little streams they passed, but between them lifted madder and red osier, shrubs in his homeland grown here to trees. Indeed, tree and shrub, evergreen and seasonal alike, even the creepers that draped them like rigging on high masts, all were grown more tall, more rich, than any he had ever seen, so that it felt to him as if it was he and his fellows who had dwindled, and were become like little beasts that dodged and scuttled through their brief lives among the roots. And it was not only the imposing trees that diminished humanity, but something greater that dwelt in this place, that ancient presence he had felt from the first. "I keep thinking there's somebody else around," muttered Rock, who was walking by Elof's side. "Not spying on us, more like, it's hard to say, like there was someone in the next room, around the corner, and you always knowing it, someone important." Elof nodded. "I feel the same, but more acutely, as if I walked stealthily past that someone's door or behind his back, a little excited, a little afraid, as when I was a child and sought to avoid my master or mistress." He shook his head, puzzled and daunted. In Veda's tower, on that first dark night, he had sensed something of the kind, but more remote, a vast emptiness of anguish remembered. This was different. The thrill of it, the nervous tickling tingle, was so strong it recalled the touch of the ice, to him agony, to Kermovan only chill and unease. Here Rock and the others felt no more, and unease was natural enough. "Well," Elof sighed, "we have worse problems for now, But if you ever begin to feel we are about to turn that corner—" "Or that someone's about to turn round," agreed Rock. "I'll tip you the word, and you me. If the river was that bad, I reckon we've got to be ready for most anything here." But that first day, as the travelers cast about for the track of the herd, they saw nothing save the small life of any ordinary forest, though even those creatures were larger and sleeker than they had seen before. The very jays that swooped chittering and scolding were larger, blazing arrows of color among the heavy foliage. "How can they fly so fast in this air?" panted Tenvar, pushing back his streaming hair. His clothes, like everyone else's, had obstinately refused to dry out entirely. "It's like soup." Kermovan smiled, though his own hair hung lank and grayed with dew. "Would it were as sustaining! But it is rich in other ways. Scents linger even for feeble human noses. I am sure we draw near the track of some large beasts, large enough to yield us food for many a long league more. So do not grudge the effort, Tenvar, and may a full belly be the least of your rewards." But though the other hunters felt as Kermovan did, they still had not picked up the trail by the time the light began to fail. There was nothing to be done save camp and await the dawn. Kassa, most skillful with snares, caught them 2 rabbits, and this, with roots and herbs gathered by Elof, who knew most about them from his sojourn in the marshlands, was all they had to sustain them that day. They found a dell, little more than a patch of earth among great tree roots, that was drier than the rest, and there Kermovan made an earth oven, covering it with leaves to damp down the smoke. But though it worked well and the rabbits were unusually large, they made a small meal for 10 weary travelers. "Made sure it was 3 I saw you take up, huntsman," Borhai remarked cheerfully as he gnawed the last fragments off a bone. "Not hiding one all for yourself, are you?" Kassa curled his lip. "Two's what I caught. 2's what we've had. If you want any more, get out and take 'em yourself. I give you leave." "Quiet, the pair of you," grunted Arvis, normally the most patient of men. "Do you save your energy for the hunt? Then you'll be able to feed your faces all the better. Me, my back pains me, my legs are leaden, my heart's sore, and I'd swear I'm catching an ague from the wet clothes. I care only for sleep." "So say we all," said Kermovan wryly. "This is as dry a place as we shall find, and I think as safe. Rest you while you may. The first watch is mine." Elof rolled himself in his cloak, clammy as it was, and pillowed wet hair on damp arm. He was so weary that despite the chill he slept almost at once. But it was an unquiet sleep, full of strange dreams, of the solitary redwood in its lawn of flowers, of the great gusty voice that called from afar. And eyes moved through his dreams, eyes with a snake-like glitter, eyes pallid and staring, narrow, slanted, yellow. He awoke, shivering violently in the dark, looked around for reassurance as a dreamer may who opens his eyes from inner turmoil. At least they had a sentinel. But where was he? Nobody sat up. Kermovan was curled up not far away, his lean features just recognizable in the faint glimmer of starlight that penetrated the canopy. Angrily, Elof reached out and shook him. "Fine watcher you are," he hissed, and jumped as Kermovan uncoiled like a snake. In the blink of an eye he was squatting by Elof's shoulder, peering about. "But I am not the watcher," he murmured. "It is past the middle hour, and I bade Kassa take my place. Where might he be, I wonder?" A branch rustled. Feet scuffled in the mold. They both sprang up. A stocky figure moved out from behind a tree. Kermovan sighed and slid his half-drawn blade back into the scabbard. "Where have you been?" he demanded in an angry whisper. "Where'd you think?" grunted Kassa, ungraciously, and settled down to his watch once more. The others looked at one another and shrugged. Elof was just settling down under his cloak when he saw Kermovan stop, whirl about, and jerk Kassa to his feet by the front of his heavy jacket. "You! Where were you indeed, watcher?" hissed Kermovan. The fury in his voice startled Elof. "And what has become of Borhai while you were gone?" Elof looked across the circle of sleepers, and with a sudden thrill of alarm he too noticed the empty place. "How'd I know?" gurgled Kassa, feet almost leaving the ground in the force of Kermovan's grasp. He threw back his arms in protest. "Not my fault if he wanders—" Elof saw the faint glimmer, flung himself forward on all fours, and wrenched at the hand as it swept inward toward Kermovan's side. Even a hunter's wiry strength could not match the grasp of a smith. Elof caught what fell and held the knife up for Kermervan to see. The warrior nodded. His face took on a look Elof knew, remote and hard as a stone carving. "You will take me to Borhai," he said very softly, and Kassa began to struggle wildly in their grip. "I don't know," he gasped and stopped, for Elof seized him by the hair and twisted his head round. "Then why the blade? I counsel you, huntsman, answer. Lord Kermervan is noble and just. He would not carve strips off you with your own traitor's weapon. But me, I am of no birth, and I am not so damned sure." He held the knife before Kassa's eyes. "Speak. Where's Borhai? Alive or dead?" "Alive," choked Kassa, half-strangled. "But danger—" Kermervan hurled him back hard against the tree-trunk. "Then all the more reason you take us to him, now." He swept out his sword. "Obey." The struggle, though in whispers, had aroused the remainder of the company by now, but Elof bade them stay where they were and keep watch, and as an afterthought to kindle fire in the oven and prepare torches. "A good thought," whispered Kermervan as they marched Kassa out before them into the darkness of the wood. "Though I would risk it only if peril is already upon us. How far, Kassa?" It was less than 500 strides he led them, though many times he claimed to be lost. But the point at his back was a powerful lodestone, and at last, coming around the trunk of a great storm-blasted laurel oak, they found Borhai. In the finding, though, they stood for a moment stunned. He stood against the trunk, or rather hung, for his arms were lashed loosely round the bole, and his chin propped up on 2 crossed quarrels dug into it. A flood of dark liquid glistened on his head, and no better light than the star-gleam was needed to know it for blood. The smell was enough. Elof feared him already dead, but suddenly he jerked upright in his ropes and began to struggle and whimper. It was not his blood. Behind him on the broad-ridged bark hung the mangled corpse of a rabbit, pinned there like— Elof bit his lip, like some kind of offering. And what did that make Borhai? He drew Gorthor, then hesitated, startled as Kassa began to shout. "No! Leave him! You must! It's dangerous, deadly, you don't understand. Deadly danger. Leave him, let him bide. I can't stop it." Elof turned away contemptuously. The black blade flicked out once, twice, and Borhai slumped forward, moaning with relief. Then shock clawed at Elof's heart. "Curse!" choked Kermervan, his clear voice gone hoarse and hollow. The howl that cascaded down the air shivered their thoughts as a stone, a sheet of glass. So powerful was it that it awoke a single sight in both their minds, a sudden glimpse of long, reeking jaws agape against the moon. Ravening hunger, fiendish menace echoed in that wailing cry, the voice of no man or beast they knew, and it was not far off. Kassa was shrieking now, fit to wake the whole wood. "Don't you understand? Don't you understand? There had to be one. They had to have one. I can't call it back." Kermervan hooked a powerful arm round the huntsman's neck and struggled to silence him, while Elof heaved Borhai to his feet. "Can he walk?" barked Kermervan, clamping Kassa's jaws shut. Then back to the camp. "Be still, fool," he hissed, as Kassa whimpered and renewed his struggle. "If there is any safety for you now, it must be with us." They turned and ran for the dell, Kassa, a limp, foot-dragging bundle in Kermervan's grasp. Borhai, an arm round Elof's shoulder, plucked off the leather rag that had gagged him, unleashing a flood of terrified babbling. "He— bastard! Told me he'd show me what he'd done with the other rabbit. Good use. Show hunter's lore worked. Belted me, strung me up. Ah, Sathana, come to us. What's that?" The howl shimmered among the trees again, this time nearer still, and again from off to the side. "The hunt!" screamed Kassa, and abruptly became a frenzied flurry of limbs. Kermervan stumbled, his grip loosened, and Kassa was off, bounding like a fright-maddened deer over root and through brush. "Let him go," gasped Elof. "Help Borhai." Together they scooped him up, sprang for the dell, and tumbled, gasping, into the hands of their friends. With a howl like the storm wind, something went crashing through the undergrowth behind them, something large, and behind it others, their stride a bounding, loping sound like dog or wolf, but longer, wider, and all who heard thought they were not on 4 legs, but on 2. Past they streamed, while those terrible howls pierced the travelers' hearts, and then it seemed that the last of them turned aside and came padding more slowly in their direction. "The fire!" gasped Kermovan. "Light torches all! Stay well within the firelight!" Then, in the shadows beyond it, another and most fearful howl shocked the travelers rigid as rabbits before a weasel. Somebody kicked aside the leaves. The fire-pit blazed up in yellow flame as the torches were thrust in, and the clear glare scoured the darkness from the dell. At its margin slivers of another light awoke, and Rock and Elof shuddered to see again the pale foxfire gleams that had so startled them among the undergrowth. Only now they floated in the darkness higher than a man's head, and they were not alone. Other pairs of eyes appeared, moving this way and that to the sound of soft feet padding, pacing like felled beasts encaged. Ilse moved close to Elof, and he heard the tremor in her breath. She seized his free hand, and he squeezed hers hard. Defiantly, Kermovan stretched out his sword. A low growl answered, and such was its menace that the travelers all shrank together. But the eyes came no nearer, pacing back and forth, just beyond the reach of the light. For a long hour it lasted, till Elof thought his nerve could stand no more. It did not help to hear the trembling chatter of Borhai's teeth. But then, abruptly, it ended. From far off to the north of the silent forest came a rending scream, a human scream, and then another, louder even than the single triumphant howl that blended with it. The eyes swung away as one, northward. On it went, a frenzied, mind-cloven shrieking that rose to a single long, thin note, and then died away to nothing. Feet crashed in the bushes. A sudden gust of wind pressed down fire and torches. Shadows rushed in, but Kermovan dashed forward, swinging his torch, and hurled it out high into the dark. Like a blazing starstone it fell, and in that brief streak of light they caught one glimpse of a hunched shadow higher than a man, yellow fangs, foam-flecked, in a narrow muzzle, a long flank pelted in black, wiry and close-curled. Then the loping feet passed swiftly northward and were gone. Kermovan let out a long, shaky breath. They could have run any man down in moments. All this time they must have been toying with him. "Till dawn," said Ilse tremulously. "Praise the powers, it nears." And Elof, too, saw the faint promise of light in the sky and drew breath more easily. "Well, Borhai," he sighed, "it seems he has himself paid dear for the bad turn he meant you." But Borhai, huddled against a root, seemed scarcely to hear. He shivered and knitted his fingers. "An offering," he said. "They'd have it to set foot in the woods, or him instead. His bargain with him. Their price for a good hunt. Like the rabbit. Clear trail, and a sure kill." And they saw that hanging round his neck were two more of the black steel-headed quarrels from Cassa's arbalist. The heavy bow itself lay on the ground where its owner had laid it. After only a moment's hesitation, Kermovan picked it up. "I wonder what manner of blessing was laid upon this. But we cannot lightly abandon a good hunting weapon. Tenvar, Burra, do you help Borhai. He must recover as best he can afoot. Our need bids us be gone, ere we starve." They moved out into the growing light, and a forest that seemed a different place, the least likely shelter for the horrors of the dark. But they were not yet quit of them. Gisa, the most practised hunter, left them, claimed to find some promising scents on the breeze, so they followed it westward. A little way on, a towering fir rose before them, and when Gisa and Elof rounded its great bole, they beheld a thick spattering of blood, still fresh in the mould. They looked up and sprang back with a shock. Elof gestured frantically to keep Borhai away, but it was too late. He also had seen, and stood staring, his face as dusty gray as the bark. There, propped high beyond reach among the upper branches, hung the body of Cassa. Of his clothes, of his flesh, rags alike remained, like a pitiful carcass worried by a scavenger pack. Yet one arm, more whole than the other, was laid across a bough stiffly outthrust in the direction of a trail that opened out eastward before them, sloping uphill among the trees. Kermovan inclined his head grimly, his grey-green eyes cold as the sea they resemble. "So justice of a sort is done, it would seem." Elof looked at Borhai and shook his head. "Justice?" he remarked. Say rather, an offering is accepted, even if it was not the one intended. Kermovan looked at him sharply. You may be right. In any event, there is no more we can do for him, not even bury him. And that trail leads eastward, which is our road in any event. So let us press on at once.
Aye, said Borhai quietly. That's best.
And from that moment he seemed to recover his wits. It was his good cheer that never quite came back. Their scant meal of the night before had only served to sharpen hunger, and for all their hurts and aches and the persistent dampness of their clothes, they moved swiftly and eagerly up the shadowy trail. It was a strange hunt, for they followed no spoor, only that macabre signpost, and what Gisa read in the breeze gave them any assurance. But ere long, Kermovan, too, caught the scent and wrinkled his narrow nostrils. Not an unclean smell, but strong. I guess that we follow a herd, but of what, that is another matter. Perhaps Gisa may— He stopped. Gisa, padding along the trail just ahead, had ducked hastily behind the bole of a stout red oak. Now he was gesticulating furiously to the others, beckoning them on, yet waving them to stay down. Cat-quiet, they crept forward, taking every pain to avoid the least rustle or crackle. The last few paces they all but crawled, and crouched down behind the thickest bushes, quietening even their breath. Now the musky, earthy reek of the mysterious herd was in all their nostrils, and none would dare be first to alarm the creatures. The breeze had freshened, as if the trees grew thinner. Strange sounds it carried, the thudding of heavy hooves upon the earth, the creak and snap of boughs, and underneath them all, now and then, a soft rumbling snort, deep enough to come from the very stone underfoot. Very cautiously they peered over the leaves. But it was as well the breeze was in their faces, for despite their care they could hardly help but gasp at what they saw. "What are they?" whispered Arvis, in awe, almost too loud. "Dear idiot," snarled Ilse under her breath, clutching at her axe. "Scare them, and I'll butcher you instead." "But such deer," breathed Elof, and even Kermovan nodded agreement, his eyes alight with the wonder of the sight. This far up the slope the trees did indeed seem thinner. The summer morning sent a torrent of light between the trunks, and it spilled down hazy and golden upon a host of high antlers. There, basking among a drone of dancing flies, was the herd they sought, and it was vast. In shape they were not unlike the red-coated deer of the western lands, but, like all else in Athen, grown regal and immense. Their bodies had the bulk and majesty of the great bulls Elof had once herded, but they stood far taller, higher at the shoulder than a tall man could reach. Broader and heavier than a bull's were those shoulders and the neck they bore, and small wonder when such antlers crowned the long head. They did not rise in narrow branchings, as in lesser deer, but swept out to either side in a vast flattened spread, upturned at each end like fantastic many-fingered hands. Their coats were shaggier and lighter than western deer, a dusty, dappled bay that was hard to make out among the denser clump of trees. There were perhaps 40 or 50 of these giants in the herd, chiefly does that browsed in little groups. Many had fawns by them, leggy and light-spotted. The immense stags circled the outskirts of the herd, browsing among the coarser undergrowth. One stayed to pull at some bushes near them, and Elof's mouth grew dry with awe. A crown, in truth, he thought, those regal antlers, for one branch alone would span almost his own height. "I've got that feeling again," growled Rock softly as they sank back behind cover. "As if it's myself that's shrunk." Gisa nodded calmly and flexed his bow to be sure of the string's tension in the wet air. "How may we dare attack such monsters?" muttered Arvis, swallowing with difficulty. "One kick from those hooves would shatter a man. One sweep of the antlers fell us all." "Yet we must," whispered Kermovan bleakly, tugging at the arbalist's thick cord and working the cocking lever, his face pitiless as the hunger and care behind. "There is more to be seen out there than deer. Look up past the tree-tops." Elof followed his glance and stiffened with surprise. The branches stood out against the clear blue of summer, but over them loomed a vaster bulk, gleaming white in the brilliance like cloud castles made solid. With sinking heart he realized that their eastward way had led them to a range of mountains, jagged and high, capped with snow even under that blazing sun. They seemed impossibly sudden and close, as if they had only this minute sprung out of the earth as a new and daunting barrier. Thus it was that Elof first looked upon the menacing, the forest mountains, the backbone of that vast realm and guardian of its most cherished secrets.
"We would have seen them from far down river had we not had the forest over us," rasped Kermovan. "To north and south they spread, as far as I can make out. There will be no going round them, I am sure. We must find a pass and cross." He looked around at them all. "You understand, then. There may be scant game up there, or none at all. We need to find and prepare as much food now as we can. This nearest stag—" He said no more, but dropped a quarrel swiftly into the bow. Gisa knocked an arrow, and together they slithered silently into the last wall of bushes, slowly and in no rhythm. More hesitantly the others moved after them, crouched on tense legs, ready for a rush. They froze as they heard a sudden angry snort and saw antlers toss above the leaves. But the great deer was only striking at a persistent fly, and the antlers rose and fell gently once again as it returned to cropping the bushes. Elof's heart sank as he saw Kermovan rising on one knee, taking careful aim. The quarrel seemed minute, hardly more than a fly sting to that bulk of muscle. He would as soon have attacked thus the monstrous mammoth they had encountered in Athenek. But as Kermovan's finger curled on the trigger, there came a sudden screeching cry, and from among the branches behind him a winged flash of red arrowed upward, crying alarm and havoc. The antlers jerked upward, the pendulous muzzle tossed back in a cloud of steaming breath, the huge nostrils flared rigid, and the stag gave a loud blaring cry that was at once challenge and warning. The other stags trumpeted to the echo. The does stared, ears twitching, and bounded to herd in the fawns, who jumped and stumbled on overlong legs. Gisa and Kermovan sprang up to shoot, but it was too late. All at once the giant herd was surging about the clearing, hooves churning in the damp soil, bunching and milling together in a tight ring. Elof turned to glare at whoever had alarmed the bird, and so saw the true cause. He had barely a moment to shout a warning and spring aside, the others spilling after him. A deep coughing growl sounded. Borhai tried to spring up, but Elof and Tenvar held him down. Kermovan caught Gisa's arm, and they dived headlong among the bushes, barely in time. Then through the brush there burst 3 brindled beasts as big as ponies, and more bulky, bounding heavily on their thick legs. Their flat heads were held low, the wide jaws agape, their long fangs outthrust like assassins' daggers. Claws sprang out on the wide paws. They spared the travelers no glance, but sprang into the clearing, and, crouching low, circled about the herd to pen them in. The stags bellowed deafeningly and struck out with hoof and antler, but the attackers moved too fast. The does panicked, and the herd became a milling stampede. One tall stag, a fraction slower than its fellows, passed the wrong side of a tree and was thrust out from the threshing cordon of hooves. Then the killers struck. It was a clean, expert kill, almost graceful save for its deadly end. One dagger-tooth sprang at a kicking rear leg, dragging the stag to a halt. Another leaped for the muzzle and hung there by the wide lip, dragging the head down and hindering the deadly sweep of the antlers. Then the third lunged up at the lowered neck, twisting in midair to embrace the throat in its long forelegs, hung there and bit. Deep into the thick mane sank the long fangs, stabbing down into the great veins, and the jaws clamped shut about the windpipe. Blood fountained among the sandy fur. The stag struggled and threshed and gave great snoring moans, but the killers clung, scrabbling upward with huge hind claws at belly and flanks. The antlers could no longer defend. Their sheer weight held it in place while it stifled in the iron grip. Its long head threshed back once in anguish, then the pillar legs bent and folded. The great beast sank forward, kneeling, and toppled sideways with a crash. The killers rolled aside between the quivering legs and fell on the spilling belly, ripping at it with muffled snarls of satisfaction. The herd, relieved of its pursuers, wheeled about and went streaming off into the distant trees, and the thunder of its passage drummed long in the earth. "Now!" shouted Kermovan suddenly, dropping the bow. "Now, if ever!" And leaping to his feet, he tucked his cloak over his arm so that it flared out around him, drew sword, and went charging out into the clearing. "He's gone clean daft!" cried Rock, horrified. "No!" shouted Gisa and Elof together, understanding Kermovan's purpose. "No! After him, and make all the noise you may!" Elof sprang forward, crashing through the bushes with a wild yell, and after him Ilse with the same exultant shout that had greeted the master-smith's downfall. In their wake streamed the company, shrieking and yelling and brandishing weapons. But Kermovan was far ahead of them, already at the kill. The dagger-teeth turned, dripping jaws asnarl, and cuffed at him with paws as large as his head. But their very size made them slow, and he slid between them like quicksilver, slashing at the outstretched claws. Growling and spitting, they fell back from the sweeping blade, but one leaped up on the carcass and poised to spring. Elof grabbed for his hammer, but even as its front feet lifted there came a snap, a hum, and it tumbled kicking among the trampled weeds. Gisa brandished his bow, cheering hoarsely, and charged forward with the rest. It was too much for the other killers. Their nerve broke, and they slunk back, roaring and snarling to cover their retreat. Right to the clearing's edge they snarled and struck at their tormentors, but once within the tree shadow they whirled about and went crashing away through the brush. The company fell upon the stag almost as raveningly as the dagger-teeth. But Kermovan himself leaned on his sword a moment to catch his breath. Ilse stopped and passed him her water-flask. "I've seen you do brave things enough, Long Man, but was not taking on 3 of those brutes the prime of both?" "Not so," gasped Kermovan. "Common enough in the wild that scavengers drive a killer from his kill. Wolf-packs often do it to dagger-teeth, so why not we? It seldom comes to a fight, and I feared famine among the mountains, far worse." He smiled thinly. "Well, scavengers let us be. The dagger-teeth may yet return. We must butcher the poor brute swiftly and bear off all we can carry to some safer spot." Swiftly they stripped the flesh from the great deer, cutting it into pieces of a size they could carry. "Humbles and bones we will leave to the dagger-teeth, if they return," said Kermovan wryly. "They prefer those anyway. They're dead fellow also. Meat-eaters make poor flesh themselves." But Gisa took the fangs for a trophy. They left that clearing and climbed on through the wooded hills till the near edge of night. The ground grew drier as it rose, though cut and crossed by many small streams and rivulets. At every ridge they came to, the mountain-tops seemed to loom nearer, but as the warm summer twilight closed in about them, they found a sheltered spot to camp, and could at last cook and eat their fill. They sank down then where they sat and slept. But Kermovan did not fail to set a watch. For 2 days more he bade them rest, gathering their strength and making ready their great store of meat for the journey ahead. Much of the venison they dried and smoked in thin strips, but Rock found a hollow tree-trunk full of honeycomb, and the rest they cooked, chopped, and mixed with this, berries and wild herbs that Elof and Burra gathered, to make a long-lasting reserve of food. These days were to Elof an endless time of peace. "Strange not to be forever in motion," he remarked to Rock as they watched the steaming clay oven at their feet. "Pursuing and pursued, hunter and prey, to have leisure to think and dream of a life that was beyond this forest." Rock grinned. "And that will be, I hope." "Will it?" Elof stood and stared up into the roof-like tracery of dark branches hung with glowing leaves. "I can scarcely believe it. I feel as if the past has dwindled, as if all my greatest joys and greatest pains alike have faded away into the distance, and there's a barrier between them and me, a barrier of trees, always trees." "Ah, it's not that bad," muttered Rock uneasily. "You dream too much, that's all. Work under your hands, that's your need. Come tend to the oven, though it's a poor substitute for forge and furnace." But the sense of isolation only grew in Elof. The times of his youth and his first meeting with Kara he could summon up as glimpses through shifting foliage, 1 minute bright and dazzling, the next obscured, faded, unreachable. He knew that no more than 1.5 years had passed since last he saw her, and yet it might have been in another life. With heart, with mind, he reached out to her, but it seemed to him that they were astray, both astray, wandering far apart among darkling trees. He gazed up at the patches of blue sky overhead, seeking, he knew not why, a sweep of wings. But the trees stooped and whispered, hid the sky from his sight, and showed to him no more than the mountain-tops that he must soon cross. The morrow's dawn came very clear and bright, for the clouds did not hang so heavy over the hill forests as below at this season. It seemed to them all a good omen, bidding them rise early and make good speed. Even that small time of rest had made a great difference to them. Food had hardened failing thews, filled out hollow cheeks. New hurts had healed old scars, grown less stiff beneath clothes that had at last lost their clammy dampness. Rock even began to whistle, as Elof remembered him doing on their boyhood journeys with the master-smith, and though Kermovan cast a wary eye at the trees, he did not rebuke him. High reared the mountains before them, and in that day they passed out of the hills and in among their lower slopes. Yet their path never took the company quite out of the shadows of the woods, for the trees grew thick over all the land that was easiest to pass, and the forest was always with them. Chapter 5. The Halls of Summer. Of that long and terrible journey, least perhaps is recorded of the crossing of the Meneth-Athan. Yet those peaks were accounted the highest in the land, and a terror to travellers long after this day. It may well be that there was, in fact, little to tell, that in the mind of one who looked back to it, one day seemed scarcely different to the next. Day after day of trudging on up steep, wooded hillsides, following small rivers that had sought or cut easy routes down the slopes, over loose soil and jagged stones that slipped away under scrabbling feet. Thus the company wound a long and weary way between the looming mountain peaks. All the passes, all but the very highest slopes, were smothered by the forest, as it seemed to Elof, till he fell idly to wondering how the heights could sustain themselves under the onslaught of so many trees, their roots tearing at the very bones of the rock. But he found this part of the forest less oppressive, for at these heights they walked once more chiefly among the evergreen pine woods he knew, the air rich with the same tang of tars and resins as the northland forests, though many of the trees themselves proved strange to him, or odd variants of familiar kinds. The cooler, drier climb he found invigorating, and he all but forgot the looming presence he had been so conscious of in the lowlands. Equally heartened were the others from such lands, Rock and Ilse and Gisa, who was as close to joyful as he had been since the death of his friend. Here his hunting skills were at their best, and by his catch and Kermovan's the company lived well enough without relying too heavily on their precious store of venison. Best of all, perhaps, it was now high summer, and that worst of perils, the weather, was held firmly in check. Even the winds in the high passes were moderated by the trees. It seems, therefore, that many long days slipped by without incident, until, passing between two high peaks, they found that no higher ones reared up beyond, and that the trees led them toward a downward slope. Then the company began to believe that the end of their crossing was nigh. They camped that night in a little valley between two lesser peaks, and set out the next morning, tingling from a bathe in the pools of a mountain spring, eager for some glimpse of the new horizons eastward. But ere they had gone very far downhill, they found that the trees came to a sudden end, and even the ground beneath. Beyond them was nothing but blue sky, heaped white with cloud castles, as if they had come to the world's end. They guessed it must be the edge of a steep slope or a cliff, the trees growing to the very brink, and they hastened forward full of excitement, seeking what might be seen from this high place. Kermovan's stride, long and light, carried him ahead of his companions, and when Elof reached him he stood poised on the very brink, gazing out to the far horizon. Elof prudently caught hold of a hanging pine branch as he stepped out to join him, and caught sight of Kermovan's face. His look was strange, grimness and great wonder struggling for mastery. Elof turned quickly to see what moved the warrior thus, and in finding his footing he looked down. The world dropped away from under him, and he was seized in the empty clutch of the abyss. He gazed down upon tree-tops as tall as those that waved and whispered above his head. It was unnatural to see them so tiny and remote, as if he looked somehow through the eyes of a bird, soaring against the sun. Right to the foot of the cliff they grew, unbroken, as if that wall of stone had been suddenly thrust up out of solid forest without toppling a single tree. So the forest was here also, and awaiting them. Then understanding flowed like the ice in his blood. He clutched the branch with convulsive strength. He had guessed Kermovan's thought. If the forest came unbroken across these mountains, then where did it end? To the distant horizon he raised his eyes, across all the broad lands between, and all was dark with trees. Back to his childhood the sight took him, sitting on the hillside among the herds, gazing out over the immensity of the western ocean, and wondering what lands might lie on its far shores, if shores it had. This, too, was an ocean. The wind drove waves across it. The scudding clouds swept purple shadows over it, as they did over the green ocean. And this, too, held no promise of a further shore. All they could see was forest unbroken, unending over this whole face of the world. The distance, that I knew, breathed Kermovan, his face suddenly very young and uncertain. But this makes it real and terrible. From here to that horizon we must travel many times over ere we can hope to find the forest's end. And how far beyond that to what we seek? He shook his head. I begin to wonder if I shall ever find that, if it can be found. The Eastlands? Kermovan hesitated a moment. I fear not. Oh, it may serve Kerbrahane to find them, or it may not. But I see now that I sought something more, a thing for which the East was only a guise. Some shadow, perhaps, of the glories of old when my ancestors were kings, when I would have been a king. He grimaced angrily. A shadow, indeed, and folly cast it, a phantom of things that are not, that never were, perhaps. Nobility, heroism, true kingship, have they fled the world? Or were they never truly in it? Were they always lies and glosses by chroniclers upon the folly and malice of men? If I were born back to Morvan of old, would I find it any better than Kerbrahane? Or cares itself any greater than Morvan, save in pomp and power? Can the hearts and minds of men have changed so much in the passing years? I fear not. The youth faded from his features, their lines deepened and set. Years beyond his own settled upon him like motes of graying dust. As harsh and ancient as the raw granite below them was his face now, and as unyielding. Thus he had looked in the court of the duergar, but now it was against himself he turned that stony judgment. I hunted a dream that lies not eastward nor any other way. And whither has my false quest led you all, and at what grave cost? Elof looked up at him. Not all dreams are false. I also seek one. To follow the sunrise I am pledged, till I find my life's fulfillment, or its end. The others also have their dreams, I do not doubt, of wealth, honor, adventure, if nothing else. They knew their peril, if not its nature, and chose to follow regardless. But you have touched your dream, and it lives. She lives. Of mine I am no longer sure. Is that any reason to cast it aside? Give it life. Make it live. Give it your life, if need be. Even if you fail, it need not be wasted. Make some part of it true at least, and you may inspire others. But, my lord, I tell you this. In all my wanderings I have met no man more able to bring such a dream as yours to birth than are you yourself. You owe yourself the attempt, yourself and all the others we have lost. Kermovan stiffened. He said no word to Elof, but glanced quickly at the others ranged along the cliff, staring unbelieving at the expansive trees before them. When he called to them, his voice was clear and strong. A barrier indeed, but our forebears crossed it, women and children, young and old, all alike. Shall we deem ourselves so much weaker than they? They found ways, and so shall we. For a first step, why not a safe path down? Let us search. He turned away from the brink, and as he faced Elof, he smiled his thin smile. The gray years had passed from his brow. A way there must be indeed, muttered Rock to Elof, as they and Ilse made their way along the cliff-top. But by all accounts there were plenty never came through that crossing. Let's hope it's not their way we find. Indeed, said Elof. But perhaps the way mattered less than they who trod it. Those who came safe to the west had great leaders, this man Veda for one, and that is our strength also. It is his doubt, I fear, the division of his will. Ilse grunted. Better a captain who knows doubt than one who doesn't, as is that creature Brian. If only doubts do not consume him, said Elof, as within sound steel a tiny flaw may spread, or a bright fire-coal burn away from beneath and fall to ash. To that the others made no answer. It was long leagues of uneven ground before they found their descent, and the bright clouds of morning had been ousted by dark fleets racing southward before the wind, trailing drizzle across the tree-tops. The cliff face had no sudden end, but turned gradually to a steep slope with many patches of perilous scree, and only a few pine trees, chiefly foxtails and whitebarks, bent and tormented by the prevailing wind. Finally, the slope became a broken surface of shelf and outcrop, a natural stair. Trees grew on every ledge that could bear them, providing welcome handholds. On steeper passages, the travelers found themselves all but swinging from one branch to the next, never trusting the grip of their feet on smooth stone and shifting soil. Once Burra slipped and went slithering away across the rock, but fetched up against a stout pitch-pine sapling with only a few scratches. "As well you've been on shorter commons of late," laughed Tenvar, "or it might never have stood the strain." It was early evening before they at last came to more level ground. They were all weary, but still in good humor. It was something to have come through unknown mountains without worse hazard, and with the promise of rain in the air they were even glad to be back beneath the shelter of the trees. Within a stand of tall firs they found a spot that was dry and well floored with soft needles, and none could see any reason to go further that night. They had not hunted that day, but there was still plenty of dried venison to be stewed with herbs. The travelers sprawled around the little earth oven as the shadows lengthened, resting their aching limbs and feeling secure and dry after their exertions. The faint scent of cooking, rich and savory, seemed the promise of a very banquet. "Here comes the rain," said Ilse sleepily as new gusts of wind ruffled the forest around. She was always most aware of the weather, being least accustomed to it. "Hear it rattle down." "Down here we can snap our fingers at it," sighed Elof, stretching contentedly. But even as he spoke he felt a sudden qualm, as of something forgotten that should have sprung to mind. He looked around uneasily. Rock raised himself on one elbow, peering into the gloom beyond the trees, and leaned over to Elof. "You asked me," he began, unusually hesitant, as if he feared to seem foolish. "You asked me to tell you if I felt, well, that someone was about to turn around. Well, that's the feeling I've got." He shivered. "How the storm blows!" It seemed to be racing straight toward them. At every gust, the rustle and creak of boughs grew louder, nearer. And with that thought Elof's qualms became a chill stab of awareness. "How it blows, indeed!" he cried. Kermovan stared at him. Their eyes met. Then as one they sprang up while the others gaped. "Up, all of you!" shouted Kermovan, drawing his sword and snatching up his pack. "Up and run! Run from the wind!" Even as he cried out, a great gust raced upon the stand of trees, and seemed somehow to circle it, so that the boughs above stooped and nodded, and raindrops spattered in. "Uphill, out of the trees! Go!" Then came a hiss, a thud. He stumbled back against a trunk. In the ground before him a long spear quivered. The least step more and it would have impaled him. Tenvar dived for another gap in the trees, then fell flat with a yell as spears hissed by his head. Arvis, about to dodge behind a tree trunk, stared aghast at the gray-fletched arrow that sang in the bark a hair's breadth from his fingers. Gisa's bow was drawn, Elof's hammer in hand, but Kermovan's clear command froze them even as they sought their mark. "No. Hold your hand. Do you not see?" Another gust shook the bending boughs. The foliage rustled softly apart. Long, low sunbeams poured in and set strange leaves glittering upon every tree. Slowly Elof let the hammer sink. 30 or 40 there could be up there. Arrows or spears, what matter? It was too many to fight, surrounded as they were. He cursed himself for failing to remember that trick of stealing up under cover of a rain squall. It was no comfort to guess that Kermovan must feel much the same. "Stand your ground," the warrior commanded them, letting fall his pack. If they wished to slay us, they could already have done so. "Be these your watchers, then?" demanded Burra, peering up into the trees. "Shy of showing themselves, aren't they?" Scarcely had the words left his lips when a loud rush of leaves made them all jump. The thud of feet on earth, and suddenly a ring of shadowy figures barred the gaps in the tree circle. Tall and gangling they seemed, their stance oddly bowed, but keen eyes gleamed, the colors of the trees. Kermovan lifted his head in silent recognition. "These are they. We have met them before, Elof, Ilse, and I, and come to no harm. Be still, that they may see we mean none to them." Slowly he folded his arms and leaned back against the tree. The figures nearest him stepped warily forward, and as they moved into the light, many of the company gasped. "The children of Tapiao, indeed," said Ilse softly. Two advanced, the reddening light gleaming upon their hair, long, luxuriant, red-brown in hue. They were women, like as close kin to those they had counted in Athanek in the west. In their way they were fair, their faces lean, wiry, but smooth and unlined, strangely expressionless. Only their eyes glittered with animal intensity. Their garb, or lack of it, was the same. No more than harness of studded leather about thigh and breast. Elof heard Rock chuckle appreciatively, and Ilse warned him he might soon snigger on the other side of his face. Others followed them, men and women both, and to Elof's surprise they were less alike. Some were taller, padding along on limbs so long they seemed spidery, others shorter and more human in shape, though the least of them matched Kermovan and Gisa, and clad in plain short tunics of green and brown. One girl had hair as dark as Elof's, though her limbs were long and her eyes were that wild cat-like green. She stepped up to Tenvar, peering at him, and put up a hand to touch his face. He flinched when he saw it, the least human thing about her, the fingers twice the length of his own, the thumb short and set low. "Steady," Elof told him. "It must be your dark skin. She may never have seen it before." Gisa nodded stolidly. "Aye, I can believe that. Their own damned hides are as milky as Southron's." "He's right," said Ilse. "I thought so before, and now I see more of them." "But not their hair," said Elof, considering. "No red, or blonde, little black." "Aye, indeed," said Rock curiously, running his fingers through his own flame-red crown. "It's mostly that bronze shade, like 'twas a blend of all. I've seen but one head that shade, know it well, but on whom now?" Then he caught sight of the others' faces, and together their eyes turned to Kermovan and the women who stood before him. A likeness deeper than the shade of their hair leaped to Elof's startled eyes, though he could not say whether it lay in some general thing, such as the proud set of the lean faces, or some true semblance in the bones beneath. Then a shout from Borhai distracted them. One tall forest man had scooped up his pack and was casually rummaging about in it with his long fingers. "Get your thieving mitts out of there!" yelled Borhai, moving to snatch the long wrist away. He jerked his head back, choking as two broad spears clashed at his throat. "Easy, man," said Kermovan reassuringly. "Let them look. Would you not search strangers loose in your lands? See, he steals nothing." And he reached out a foot and tipped his pack toward one of the women. She flashed him a wary glance from under her thick eyebrows, then ducked down and twitched open the straps. Quickly but carefully she pulled out strips of dried meat, spare garments, and some lesser oddments, sniffed at a box of salves and bandages. Then she hauled out a large and heavy parcel of oiled leather that Elof remembered well. Ilse, too, by the anxious glance she shot him. He could only bite his lip and shrug. Had Kermovan meant her to paw at that? He saw his friend's fists clench hard as the woman idly peeled back the leather, and metal rang within. Unwrapping the dark helm and mail, she gave Kermovan a sharp glance, but let them spill carelessly on the ground as she spied the gleam of gold within. Kermovan's frown deepened. Then her gasp of astonishment was clear, as the damascened breastplate spilled into her hand, its crest a flaming web of gold in the dying fires of day. Up to the watchful trees she brandished it, and the travelers heard a soft sighing cadence, a breeze like a low breath of awe run through the foliage.
"Margarin, ach Ethel,"
she said softly, and Elof gaped. "Raven and sun," he breathed in astonishment. "Cormoran, she knows your crest." Cormoran nodded, looking slightly dazed. "So I see, though I cannot understand her words. How may you? Is it some arcane speech?" "Arcane? Man, it is your own." "What?" "Aye, listen. In ancient books I have seen it written thus. It is your tongue as they spoke it of old. The words the same, only their sound differs. Listen." Elof turned to the woman and spoke as slowly and clearly as he could.
"Crithin a Margan, ach Eil, Aen."
"In our Kermavan, Arlath. Canveda." "You I understood," barked Kermavan. "The crest is mine. I am the Lord Kermavan. But did she—" The woman looked at them both, cocked her head at Kermavan, her mouth silently forming words. Then suddenly she darted forward, peering down into his face with an air of startled recognition. Abruptly she turned and shouted something. There was a flurry of movement, and Elof felt long hands seize him. He struggled to reach his sword, but fingers of steel wire clamped his hand crushingly to the hilt. He heard Ilse cry out, had a brief glimpse of Rock and Borhai threshing and struggling in the grip of 4 tall woodsfolk. Then he was plucked from the ground and hurled straight at the wall of foliage overhead. Even though he knew now that he was being swept along by those elongated arms, swinging from bough to bough, it was a dizzying, sickening sensation. Branch after branch hurtled crazily straight at his face, into his eyes, at such a speed it must dash out his brains, and he flinched in fright. Then at the last moment it would be whisked aside, and the next one lash at him. The rush and sough of the wind around him rose to a shrieking gale, speeding cold droplets that stung his cheeks like hailstones. The mad rush of the air seemed to choke him, stifling breath and mind alike. Though of falling he felt no fear, knowing too well the effortless strength of the hands and feet that held him. He could hardly cling to coherent thought enough to wonder or worry about his friends, or where they were being taken, or how long the journey was. Only the failing light gave him any sense of passing time. He guessed they were moving down slope, but never for a moment could he be sure. Then, as abruptly as it began, it ended. He felt a sudden jarring halt, swung for a moment in shadowy emptiness, then saw a greensward, as it seemed, rise up under his feet. Hard ground slapped him a crisp blow. Unable to stand, he fell on all fours and clung to turf that heaved under him like a ship. Someone groaned beside him, and he saw Borhai sprawl there, staring at him with white-rimmed eyes, face bloodless, mouth working. On his other side was Rock, sprawled gasping upon his back, and beyond him Kermovan clambered unsteadily to his feet. But suddenly the tall man rested on one knee, gazing upward, his thin lips parted, his stern features softened with the open wonder of a child. Behind him Arvis staggered up, only to cry out, point, and drop once more to his knees, his round face no less rapt. Swiftly Elof heaved himself up on one elbow and followed their gaze. Then he understood, and felt the same awe swell up in his own heart at this unlooked-for vision. It was evening still, the sun hidden now by tree and cloud, yet shedding a last pale glimmer through the storm-cooled air. They lay on a broad space of level ground, for their mad journey had indeed borne them down into the eastern foothills of the Meneth-Athen. Those slopes arose above the travelers now, crested and carpeted with tree-tops tall and ancient, their foliage thick and shadow-dark. Into the very rain-clouds they mounted, that swept racing and boiling by, up to heights hidden behind the trailing veils of rain. A fine fast drizzle beat down upon them, and from their whipping leaves a haze arose that scattered the pallid stormlight into a horde of soft gleams and sudden sparkles, glowing droplets upon every shadowed leaf and bough. Solid they seemed, those tossing trees, as the stony soil they gripped, yet in their files there was a breach, and their summits were overborne. For from the end of the greensward a way opened between them, a wide grassy way flanked by great cedars, curving up to the middle slopes of the hill, and there, wall upon wall, roof upon roof, all across the hill's wide flank, a majestic hall arose out of the forest.
Towers and turrets thrust up above the waving tree-tops, arched garrets and peaked gables. Down upon them gazed windows uncounted in a multitude of walls, and between those windows ran many galleries and walks. Yet it was clear that all this was part of one great building which spread among the trees but did not sprawl, and seemed strangely suited to its situation. Noble and strong were those walls in the gathering twilight of storm and sunset, graceful those angled roofs as the tree-tops they crowned. And even as the last gold of day slipped from the walls, 1,000 windows sprang alive with twinkling light and warmth behind the cool tossing of the trees. "A very town it might be in one building," marveled Rock. "A mighty citadel." Kermovan shook his head. "No," he answered absently. "No citadel this, though as imposing. It was not made to withstand assault." "Nor to confine?" asked Elof quietly. "No more that," answered Kermovan decisively. Ilse nodded, her round eyes peering far into the gloom. "If it has defences, that place, they are not in its walls. Yet my heart tells me that defences it will have." Elof glanced warily around. All the company were there at least, and their baggage also. Thankfully he snatched up his precious pack. He felt suddenly weak and famished, and found himself pining absurdly for the food left steaming in the little glade. But now their captors were helping them to their feet, gently enough, and urging them toward the grassy way. No gate barred it, but on either side were tall hummocks of green, like banks or thick hedges. Only as he drew closer did Elof see patches of gray-white beneath. They were walls, stone walls, heavily overgrown with creepers and a kind of ivy. One even began in a stone pedestal, such as he had seen flanking gates in Kerbrahane, bearing statues or other ornaments. But opposite it there was only a half-formed heap of rough stone blocks, hardly visible through the weeds. The cedars grew so close to the sides of the way that high above it their branches met and entwined, lightest and airiest of vaultings, but nowhere did their roots intrude upon the smooth grass. So strong was the feeling of order that in the gloom Elof could almost believe himself walking in duergar halls or the calm cloisters of Kerbrahane, between pillars of stone, beneath arches of carven foliage. But ahead of him a sudden light spilled out along their trunks, outlining a tall gate opening, and out from it, in slow procession, came files of lesser lights, torch and twinkling lanthorn. Into the way they streamed, and by their shifting light he saw more clearly those who bore them. Very tall and stately they stood, grace and dignity in their bearing, and the torchlight flickered mellow over rich patterns and broideries in their garments, picked out rich jewels adorning the shadowed faces. Scant sound they made, save the soft sigh and rustle of gown and robe against the short grass, the murmur of fair voices, lowered as at some solemn occasion. A woman's laughter bubbled up, light and clear as moonlight, and as swiftly vanished. Along the flanks of the walk they ranged themselves, as if the shabby travellers were a procession that must pass between and through the open gate. The travellers stared wide-eyed. Some might have hesitated had Kermovan not strode on so firmly, his keen eyes alive with wonder. Elof, dry-mouthed, fought down his own unease. What else, after all, could they do? At their backs loped the ones who brought them here, and all around them was the trackless forest. But that thought only heightened the unreality of all he saw, this noble hall and lordly company before him. It was too much like a dream. Suddenly Kermovan halted, so sharply Elof almost barged into him. Out of the gathered ranks a tall figure had stepped, and advanced toward the company. He doffed the cap he wore, and bowed deep before the travellers. Elof studied him keenly, seeing a face long-featured but wholly human, lined and weary, yet serene. Tall and slender he stood, unusually so for a man, yet far less than the woodfolk. Hand and limb were of human measure. He gazed at them for a moment. Then he spoke, and his speech was warm and clear. "Corhemen Arlathan, Eheroth Devius, Lisao Anathan, Corhemen." The language was Southron, and less archaic than that the woman had spoken. Elof swallowed his astonishment and whispered urgently to Kermovan, "He welcomes us as lords, and names himself—" "I heard," said Kermovan crisply,
as chosen herald of these woodland halls. Chosen by whom, I wonder? But we must answer him in all courtesy. And speaking as clearly as he could, he returned the greeting and named one by one each member of the company, making as much of their qualities as he could, and last of all those who stood by him. To each the herald bowed, but when Cormovan named Ilse a great lady of the Duergar, a ripple of excited comment ran through the ranks of watchers. Many among them sank to one knee or made solemn obeisance. Ilse's eyes widened, and she hastily bowed in return. Elof saw how greatly such courtesies impressed her, she who had found scant honor among ordinary men. It was to Elof next that Cormovan turned, naming him a smith of great lore and greater craft for all his youth, and a valiant fighter at need. That also seemed to impress the watchers. For myself, I have led this company out of the distant westlands, and Karen, Lord Cormovan, is my name. And as he spoke it, the woman of the woodfolk darted forward, sank on one knee before the herald, and held out the breastplate in her long arms, shining clear in the torchlight. It seemed then that a single gasp, a single sigh arose from the shadowy watchers, running like a rushing breeze among the torch flames. Even the herald stared as if bereft of words. Then they surged forward, torches held high, and some among the company laid hand to weapon, though they could never hope to fight such a throng. But the press parted suddenly, and a man taller than most shouldered his way through. They fell silent and drew back. Seizing a torch, he strode toward the travelers, looming up over them like a young tree, his mantle and hose flaring dark green in the yellowish light, and rich goldwork gleaming in his tunic. "Karen," he cried. "Karen, is it truly you? Do I find you here at long, long last, where I had long since lost hope of your coming?" His deep voice faltered as he looked upon their uncomprehending faces, Cormovan's set, grim as granite. "Karen, is aught amiss? Do you bear some grievance against me? Or are you ill, then, that you offer me no greeting? I, your own brother." Elof stared around at the few faces he could make out, seeking laughter or pity in them, as at some harmless dotard or madman. But nothing of that did he see in the long countenance, nothing but a deep interest, a tinge of concern. Cormovan's grey eyes glinted wide on the torchlight, and his voice dripped a bitterness Elof had hardly believed the man could feel. "I can give you no other answer than this. My parents are dead. My mother in bearing me, her firstborn and her last. I never had a brother." "But how is this?" demanded the newcomer. "Does some thrall of blindness lie upon you? Oh, this is bitter, cruel, bitter as the very heart of the ice. Do I not know your voice, your face, as well as my own? Look upon my own, and tell me I lie." He held the torch high, and the first Elof saw by its light was the grey-flecked bronze of the man's hair, the tracks of tears upon his gaunt cheek. Cormovan stared up into those long features, and slowly his stern mouth lost its set. His lips parted, seemed to tremble. Ilse gasped aloud, almost a cry. A sudden deep chill sank into Elof's stomach. Distort either face, lengthen Cormovan's, or shorten the other, and they would mirror one another. It was as if each mocked the other, yet both were noble, proud, even fair in their way, inescapably akin. But Cormovan shook his head. "Sir, I have never set eyes upon you in my life." "No," stammered the man. "How may this be? You are Karen as I remember you. But that should not be. As if no time had passed. As if he, had grown no older, while I who was the younger— How? His voice cracked in horror and confusion, and the torch shook violently in his hand. Deep lines were scored on his face, wrung as if by agony. Cormovan, without thinking, reached out reassuringly. The sudden gesture startled them both, and they stared at each other again. It was almost an intuitive acknowledgment of their kinship. "He remained," murmured the stranger. And to Elof it seemed that a tension grew among the watching throng. The string of a tuned instrument wound slowly tighter. "Remained behind when our last defense was overborne.
when the ice itself came finally against our very walls, and all along the shore the stout stones cracked and shattered like nutshells. There was a fearful sight indeed. Did we deem something so weighty would move slowly, as till then it had done, inching its way forward day by relentless day? No, not in this its final assault. Not after that night, clear and cold, without wind or cloud. So still the waters lay, still as a mirror under the moon, on the far horizon reflecting those cruel white crags that reared over once fair fields and woodlands. Yet even their turmoil, their storms and roaring avalanches, whole ice-cliffs collapsing into the waters to become great floating mountains, even that was stilled then a while. Fair I thought it, and an omen of peace. He shivered suddenly, violently. Then it was as if the moon breathed upon the waters, for that whole great landlocked sea clouded as would a mirror, and in the very beat of my heart it turned all to silver, and thence to white. I knew then that our doom stood at our gate. Our very ships were crushed in their harbors, our islands overwhelmed. Terrors flooded across the ice, troll and dragon and other fell beasts, and fell men and half-men behind them, that then laid siege to our very walls. And behind them, whom we might yet have withstood, the crags themselves advanced. No longer did they inch along. Across that frozen sea they glided, as fast, it seemed, as a man might run, and the howling gale was their herald. Their banners a vast wave of rubble and stone they bore before them. Its own creatures the ice overwhelmed and cared not. It bore up against our shoreward walls, and the stones, the strong stones, cracked like shells. Shells! Then my brother bade flee all the followers that were left him, his loyal lords and counsellors, his soldiers and his people, all their families who remained. And when we would not, he commanded us with all his force to fare, some eastward with tidings to my own realm, but most, myself among them, westward. For thither he had already sent his young son in charge of our sister Asa and the great lord Veda. His son must grow up to build a new realm in the west, far beyond the reach of the ice, and there reunite the sundered kindred. He had sent the high sceptre with him, but he would have need of more tangible force if he was to assert his kingship and his power. The man stared at them now with eyes that burned. We were to make our way west as best we could, and if we could come there, serve the holder of the sceptre, his rightful heir. But my brother, he himself, would not come. For in his city, he said, lay his destiny, to live or die with it, and he took the crown and 2 old warriors of his guard and went from among us. What could we give him then but our last obedience? We took what we might gather and made a great sally from the landward gates, scattered the besiegers there, and won free. But even as we ran free across the hills, we turned and looked back and saw the white crags grind against our walls, scrape them from sight as the edge of a hand wipes clean a slate. The tall towers, the bridges and battlements, the rows of rooftops, we saw them leap up in thunder and turmoil before the advancing walls, and topple or be crushed. Then all was ground down into silence, all that had come down to us across long centuries, that only days past had seemed to us mighty enough to withstand as many years more, strong enough to scorn the challenge of mere ice. All that we saw crumble and vanish before us in a mere shred of time. All the mountains of the earth falling could not have obliterated it more completely. The very dust that escaped the ice its gales took and scattered in mockery. Many among us slew themselves upon their own weapons at the sight, or cast themselves down from the heights, for it seemed to us that all the shielding powers had forsaken us, and that the world's ending was come. Elof, standing silent and dumbfounded, heard a soft sigh arise from the watchers, like an echo from some dark deep of pain revisited. It awakened in him memories he hated, the destruction of the little town of Assenby, where he had grown up, his guilt at having so fervently wished it. Beside him Kermovan, left gaping as wide as any, at last found words. "My lord, who are you?" The grey-blue eyes, so like his own, flashed at him, and the voice rang like some dark-toned horn. I am Corintin Rudri,
Prince of the House of Kermovan, High Steward of the realm of Morvan, Sea Lord of Kermovanek. All this by the will of my brother Karen, High King of Kermovan the city in the realm of Morvan, 165th in that line since the flight from Karis. Elof, torn between anger and amazement, could not forbear. "How can any of this be?" he burst out. "Tell me that, my lord, when he who stands by me is well nigh 200th of his house, the 30th born in the western lands, and when, since the realm of Morvan fell beneath the ice, nigh on 1,000 years have passed." A rumble of disquiet ran among those who watched, and the man rounded on him, his face a set mask of anger. It was alarming how like Kermovan the expression made him, but Elof met the cold grey eyes firmly, and almost at once the anger faded. "Elof, you name yourself," murmured the man. "One alone, that would be, in the ancient tongues. Strange, then, that you also should remind me of someone, not so closely, of whom I cannot think, but it is strong. And what you say— Ah, this is madness, madness." Again the man's face knotted and twisted, as if in the throes of some terrible struggle. He lifted shaking hands to his temples, choked as if some word trembled on the edge of speech, some word that failed him. The silence among the watching throng hardened as if no breath should stir the air. Then a sudden trilling note, liquid and beautiful, broke it, the call of some night bird in the whispering foliage around. The tall man raised his head as if to listen, and Elof also hearkened in great wonder, for it seemed to him that in the song there was a tremor of meaning which shaped itself into words within his mind. "Within the wood-shade I sing of all life, ever renewing, coming to flower. Worry is folly, doubt is deceiving, serving what lives not, slaves to its power. Look to the forest, here in its hallowed time shall bring fullness, never decay. Under its shelter fear not the season, this and this only passes away." The rain had ceased now, and the clouds parted upon a cool summer night. As Elof listened to the bird's song, he felt less oppressed by the forest, less wary of it, ever more acutely aware of its living beauty. On a nearby bush a cobweb's pattern was picked out in raindrops which the emerging moonlight turned to white gems. He found the craft of it almost heartbreaking, it and the silvered leaves that bore it far surpassing any counterfeit from human hand. The air itself was so fresh it seemed to sparkle as he breathed it, rich with the myriad scents of the wood. He felt weariness and hunger fall from him like soiled mantles, and new strength flow in his veins. The tautness faded from Kermovan's stance, and he flexed his weary back and limbs. Rock gawked around him open-mouthed, as if seeing the place for the first time, and all the others of the company seemed suddenly more at ease. Ilse breathed deeply and rubbed her eyes gratefully. Even after so long above ground, she much preferred moonlight to sun. The man called Corentin listened most intently, as if hearing even more than did Elof in the song. Little by little the anguish faded from his face. The last liquid trills died away among the bushes, and he turned to them with nothing in his face but grave courtesy and concern. "I pray you pardon me. I am grown discourteous, that in my sorrow at not finding him I look for, I should so disquiet another close kinsman." He smiled with calm delight. "To that name your face is title and patent beyond all dispute. And you remind me of him in more than face. What else need I know? I should have remembered that few in the forest meet by chance. I bid you welcome in the name of the preserver who has led you hither, and these your worthy companions, no less. Long is it since we had a great smith amongst us, and never before any of the mountain folk. Honor our halls if it pleases you. Find here refreshment, rest, slumber without fear, joy in waking, for all are welcome by the preserver's will. Come." He stepped aside, smiling and eager, and gestured them to pass through the ranks of watchers and up to the gate. "Come." It was in Elof's mind to hang back, to ask more. Thresholds could be decisive things to pass, most of all where there was metal and a smith. Ilse, he could see, was of like mind. The others were anxiously looking to them for guidance.
But Kermorvan glanced about a moment, and Elof guessed what was in his mind. If good was intended, they could cause offense. If ill, there was little enough they could do against such numbers. The warrior stepped forward, and the weary travelers after him, glancing nervously at the throng as they passed. But only grave bows greeted them and graceful courtesies. Kermorvan returned them with becoming grace, and Tenvar and Burra as well-born northerners also. But Elof felt rustic and abashed, and dared not try. Ilse, by contrast, beamed all over her broad face. "Strange day," she laughed, "when a duergar lass gets so fine a greeting among men. I may begin to like this place." "Among men?" murmured Elof. "I wonder." As he spoke, he felt the grass grow thinner underfoot, heard his steps ring on buried stone. One step more, and he trod bare flagstones, hollowed like hands from long wear, as were the broad steps leading up to the gate. A towering arch of carven stone it was, high and fair. Yet as Elof stepped up to it, he stood startled, for it seemed to him that beyond it there was only the forest once more, a grove of trunks overshadowed by the immense and ancient oak at its end. Then he saw his error, but marveled all the more. The trees of the grove on either side were the two great gates of wood, cunningly carven and contrived to draw the eye within when opened, counterfeiting depth and distance. But the oak was real, though it rose out of the paved floor of a wide court whose walls were high. Many roofed galleries ran along them, but the oak rose still higher, its topmost branches waving free against the moon. Kermorvan strode through the gate, and warily Elof followed, admiring its work as he passed. The man called Corentin noticed his interest and smiled. Closed, they still seem open and inviting, and they are without lock and bar. But we rarely close them, save against rough weathers. Here there is no worse enemy to fear, for this is Lys Arvelin, the halls of summer. He held his torch aloft, and around the high walls lamps awoke in answer, soft, steady glows of many shades that swelled in a moment to fill the court with radiance, broken and dappled by the oak leaves into a mild summer twilight. From the galleries many voices called down fair greetings through the cool air, and spilled down great profusion of sweet-scented flowers and petals upon the travellers. Snatches of song beguiled their ears, glimpses of fair faces caught their eyes, and above all these the sheer majesty of the building. "This is a noble place indeed," breathed Kermorvan in quiet admiration. "Larger than anything in Kerbrahane save the citadel, and more majestic. A fair sight, and a fairer welcome." "But one as strange as the other," Elof reminded him. "Still, it is work to rival even the duergar, is it not, Ilse?" "Not quite," remarked Ilse, amused. "Do you not see? The walls—" Then she could say no more, for they were surrounded in an eddy of tall folk, pressing close about them, eager to make themselves known. "My Lord Keren," said one man, shorter and broader than Corentin, yet of the same caste and colour. "Welcome, welcome again. I am Lord Almain, a cousin of your house, and this is the Lady Dirael." Tall and fair of hair, she reminded Elof uncomfortably of Louhi, though her smile was warm. Another and younger approached, smaller of stature, her delicate cat-like face framed by straight auburn hair, a startling contrast to the flint-faced giant on her arm, whose hair streamed fire-red as rocks about his shoulders. And by her side the Lady Terrace and Marau Ledan, who was a distinguished guardsman of King Keren. "Marau Ledan?" repeated Kermorvan, astonished, taking the outstretched hand. Elof glanced down at it in dismay. The finger seemed longer even than Corentin's, and the arm, though still massive, matched it. Kermorvan seemed about to ask the man something, but Almain was beckoning to a wiry man with tanned complexion and dark brown hair not unlike Elof's. "And may I present another cousin of Prince Corentin, who was once our foremost captain of the seas, Svethin." "Svethin!" cried Kermorvan in astonishment. "He who drove the hordes of the ice from the Middle Isles, who met Amakak himself upon the open ocean?" Svethin chuckled. "And who came close to outrowing the breeze in the other direction. But I am done with the sea now, kinsman. Welcome. Say how it is you know of me, and I not of you. I read of you in the lays of Morhuin.
whispered Kermovan. "You and Morau Ladan. And if this is the same Lady Diriel—" Svethun laughed outright. "Morhuin! Well, well. Wait till we'll tell the old fool his fame has reached even these westlands of yours. Beside himself he will be—" Kermovan's eyes narrowed. "My lord Svethun, they did indeed reach us. These many centuries past." A slight frown crossed Svethun's brow, and Morau Ladan shook his head firmly. "Hardly, my lord Karen. An old fool is Morhuin indeed, but you may meet him yourself later and judge." The Lady Terrace sighed. "May it drive him to play something once again? I miss hearing him of late." "Not I," said the guardsman firmly. "My lord, and you, Sir Smith, and your friends all, when these courtly folk will weary you with their lays and their dances and politeness, do you come hunting with the guardians and myself, for there is better sport to be had in these woods than in even the parklands of Morvan, and I hear there is a huntsman among you." Elof waved to Gisa, who was evidently laboring to understand this archaic form of the Southron tongue, and translated the guardsman's words. Gisa launched into a positive torrent of northern speech, which, to Elof's surprise, Morau Ladan evidently understood very well, and replied in a fair attempt at a Northland accent. Terrace began discussing poetry with Kermovan, classical works Elof had never read. Ilse was suddenly encircled by chattering gallants, Borhai and the Northerners by pretty girls, and even Arvis was busily discussing the commerce of the Westlands with Almayan. Elof felt absurdly left out. But then Corentin appeared once more, gathering up the travelers, a hint of kindly amusement in his resonant voice. "My friends, you are weary and worn after your long journey. Who should know that better than we? So we shall set by court and celebration till you are rested, and may share in them. Food awaits you, and better rest than the forest floor has provided. Come." He ushered them briskly through the press of folk who seemed in truth loath to let them go. Terrace in particular almost ran to keep up with Kermovan, her long gown of soft blue scuffling across the flagstones. "Like children bereft of their new playthings," said Ilse amusedly. Rock laughed. "Not much changes in a forest. Like as not we're the first things new here for a long time." "Like as not," agreed Elof, but he found no laughter in himself. Corentin led the travellers up a broad stone stair to the first level of galleries and round to the far end of the court. There, in a wider balcony whose windows looked out onto the forest, he sat them down in high comfortable chairs, round a long table raised upon a dais. His own chair had a carven canopy, and so also the one on its right. There he placed Kermovan, and as the warrior sat he glanced at Elof, placed opposite him, and raised his eyes meaningly. In the center of both canopies was a design of the raven and the sun. To Elof's surprise, it was the long-limbed woodfolk who came to wait upon them, bringing them water to wash, then loading the tables with trenchers of meat and other foods, simple but plentiful. Kermovan bowed formally to his host. "On behalf of all, I thank you, my prince, for the hospitality of these your halls." Corentin smiled and helped him to meat. "I thank you, but I am not the lord of this place, a steward or castellan, perhaps, if such things mattered, but here they do not. I am only the leader of such as survived our flight from Morvan. We were drawn too close in that terrible time for rank to matter so greatly. Morau Ladan's courage and resource kept many alive who would surely have perished, so what counts it that he was only a sergeant of the guard? We are of one rank and quality now. The only true lord in these halls is he who found us wandering and near death in his domains, that ancient power who gave us the very heart of his realm to dwell in. He, the preserver, the lord of forests, he who is Tapiau," and he gestured out to the shadowy trees below. "He gave you this place?" asked Ilse quietly, from her seat at his left. "But who built the hall?" "Ourselves," smiled Corentin with some pride. "I doubt that Tapiau has much appreciation of buildings, but we were fortunate in having Torva still with us." "Torva the builder," muttered Kermovan, as if in a dream. "Of course." "And did he plan the walls thus?" asked Ilse. "Stone up to this level only, and above—" She gestured. Elof twisted round to look out across the gallery, into the court beyond, up to its roof and the towers and rooftops he could glimpse beyond. Once mentioned, it seemed obvious. He would have seen it sooner, even without keen duergar eyes, had it not seemed so improbable. Of all this enormous hall, almost everything above the level of this gallery, a mere second story, was made of wood. Corentin sighed. Not precisely, no. Poor Torva. He swore to make this place great, a monument to Morvan that was no more, the fit centre of a realm that would be a haven for all men. And he fired all of us with his vision. Man and woman, lord and lady, not one scorned to help, in any way they might. His mouth twitched. It might surprise you that a prince of Morvan made a fine feller of trees and digger of ditches. Me it certainly surprised. A hard labour it was, and a long one. His eyes grew distant, vague, his voice sank almost to a murmur. The guardians were there to help us, of course, but they were fewer in number then, and the quarries of good stone were so far off. So far. Many grew weary, many, and Torva spent the fire of his heart all the sooner in striving to rekindle theirs. Ever more seldom we saw him, until at the last— He shrugged, and slowly his eyes regained their keenness. There were still some with fire enough to continue what he had begun, myself among them, but not in stone, not when Tapiala affords us wood aplenty. And strange as it may seem to one of the wise stone folk, we have grown to love wood. It keeps the strength and warmth of living things about it, and it is as fitting here in the forest as stone must be in your deep delvings. "What happened to this Torva, my lord?" asked Elof. For all his misgivings, he had eaten ravenously and found no lack of anything he could wish for. After so many weeks on scant food and in the sparse sufficiency of a hunter, it seemed marvelous beyond belief to eat a rich and varied meal, and to sit now, supping at some light wine and watching the play of the leaves below the windows. Did he simply wander away? No, smiled Corentin. Few would do that who have once breathed the air of this realm. He went to live with the guardians, that is all. The guardians? Inquired Elof. Those that Il's folk call Tapiau's children? A fair name, nodded the prince, and a true one. But we call them guardians, or in the Northland tongue I perceive you grew up with, Alfar. Elof sat up in surprise. Had the meaning altered? That name did not mean guardian now. He above all should know, who had once borne it in contempt, who had been named Alv, the changeling. But he thought it better then to say nothing of that. What are these guardians, my lord? What does the name signify? Are they servants, slaves, or— He waved a hand. He had been about to ask, or jailers. Corentin looked slightly shocked. No such demeaning thing. Here no man need be what he does not wish to be, so long as he does no hurt to others. They are our friends, a simple folk, as you may see, but with many skills and virtues among that simplicity, and very dear to us. They have no greater joy than to hunt together, to till the soil in their own rather crude fashion, and having Tapiau's favor, that is all they need to feed both themselves and us in abundance. That in their service they give to us with love and reverence, and to Tapiau all that in great awe, for he is their lord. They guard his domain and its bounds, keeping a watchful eye on intruders even as they hunt and gather, and so are they named. It is no poor life they lead. Many of us, like Morau Ladan, may spend days or weeks away hunting with them, and find it deeply refreshing, a rest from the court. You may also. It sounds so, smiled Kermorvan, stretched out at ease in his chair. Have you ever gone out with them, my lord? Aye, often, said Corentin quietly, and once more it was as though a veil fell across his eyes. Often, and for long, so long that I have thought at times— He shrugged, smiled again, and dismissed the thought with a wave of his hand. Elof looked from him to Kermorvan. He had been waiting for his friend to ask one question, one vital to them all. Better that it should have come from him, but at all events somebody had to ask. My lord Corentin, Did you not name yourself Prince of Morvanek? Is that not Morvan's eastern port, and far from the ice?" Corrington set his wine-cup down carefully, and for the first time since his outburst at their meeting something other than kindness and merriment played over his face. "It was, Sir Smith, and so I name myself, empty honour though it be." "You believe, then? Could poor little Morvanek stand when Morvan fell? Messengers were sent, as I told you, but since that time none has come westward, not one. Beyond doubt the east is dead, gripped and ground down under the hand of the ice. Far or near, the power of men, unaided, could not save it. My brother knew what he was about in forbidding us to return there, and so waste our lives. Do you take heed, wise smith?" The grey gaze flashed in the long, lean face. "For not only yours to hold is your wisdom, to risk or throw away as you will, you must not waste it in a light cause, a doomed adventure. You owe it to the men who are to come. You hold it in trust for them as I hold my own scant store, that I may leave more than a mere life behind me." Elof rose and bowed, to relieve his question of any sting. "Then you are a prince indeed, my lord," he said, for he was deeply impressed by the sincerity of the man, much as he had been by Kermorvan's at their first meeting. But next to this man, Kermorvan might have seemed young and callow had Elof not known better. When all had finished their meal, Corrington and some of the Alfar led them out of the gallery and across a covered bridge which joined the hall to a high, slender tower some way upslope. The moonlight was so bright now that Elof could follow his rippling shadow across the tree-tops below. He looked around, hoping to see further from this height. But there was only the far side of the vale, and above it the stars. He felt then that he might as well hope to reach them as the Eastlands. "Tonight you will all lie like princes," said Corrington, his good humour restored. "For this tower is my home, and yours, if you will, until such time as you choose dwellings to your taste." He brought them up many winding stairs to a balcony set with chairs, and behind it a long broad corridor, panelled in some light wood and lined with louvered doors. Behind each was a small bedchamber, the beds well strewn with furs and bright-dyed blankets, so inviting that many began to yawn. A silver bowl and pitcher and an ambry of fragrant cedar were all the other furnishings of Elof's allotted bedchamber, but these, though old and much used, were of work so rare it almost distracted his attention from Corrington's parting words. "Sleep or wake as you wish. Come and go as you will. We gather for our meals in the galleries of the court, but if you wish food here or anywhere, you have only to ask the Alfar. They may understand your northern speech better, for it seems less altered. For now your time is your own, but some weeks hence we have one of our great festivals to mark the height of summer. Many now absent with the guardians will be returning for that. There will be feasting, songs, dancing to beguile many a long hour. I bid you attend as our guests." Kermorvan seemed slightly dazed. "You do us every honour already, lord," he said, and bowed. "On the contrary," said Corrington, "you honour us, and in truth you will add new zest to our revels. It is rarely now we have newcomers to welcome. It will recall to us a little of what is no more, and for you also, perhaps, it will cast some faint shadow of the glories that dwelt in Morvan of old. But you shall see. A fair night to you, my brave guests, and sleep you well." With many polite good wishes, the travellers watched him stride off across the tower, heard a door open and his footsteps mount a stair. Then they were surrounding Kermorvan and Elof, deluging them with questions that Tenvar summed up and demanding, "What is this place? Are we safe to sleep here, or should we seek to flee? Who are these folk?" Kermorvan sat leaning on the balcony rail, gazing out over the trees below. He shook his head ruefully, and a strange, slight smile played across his thin lips. "Do you ask me, of all men? Will ancient heroism and tragedy, signs and symbols that all my life have inspired me, that have shaped my will to this very venture, stand living before me? When old tales I was raised on have taken my hand and spoken with me? When names 1,000 years dead are given to the young and hale? How could I dare trust such a place?" Suddenly his fist pounded the rail. "And yet I do. I must, against all reason. My heart leaves me no choice. It will not let me gainsay them. These are the heroes and legends of old, come alive." "The legends?" asked Elof quietly. "Or the people?" Kermovan stared at him, then nodded. "A shrewd stab. All I can tell you is this, that there were once such folk as we have met or heard of tonight. They lived, all of them. Almain the Wise, Svethin the Mariner, Morau Ladan, that bard Morhuin, Torva, many others, and Corentin himself not the least. Corentin Rudri, they called him, the Redbeard or the Firebrand. In the realm and city of Morvan they dwelt, and perished with it, so the annals of Kerberhain record. Their deeds and works have passed into legend, into folk tale. They themselves should have been dead and dust these 1,000 years gone. Those who confront us now are not ideal figures, not legends. But the cause that legends are, that I could believe, and whoever they may be, they breathe humanity." Borhai shivered. "We've only seen 'em by night," he muttered, and his meaning was clear. "But we've met these guardians or children or whatever by day," said Ilse firmly, "and drawn live blood from them in fight. And in all reason, do they seem like phantoms?" "Yet they are no ordinary folk," objected Burra. "So tall, so drawn, but so fair," said Arvis reverently. "I could well believe we had shrunk in stature since their day." Kermovan shook his head. "Not by such armor as survives." Gisa nodded. "They say we of the north have grown taller by the mingling of our blood with the men from oversea." "But do you not see—" began Elof, and then checked himself. Ideas turned in his mind as flotsam in a whirlpool, too fast to grasp completely. "What?" challenged Tenvar sharply. Elof shook his head. "It is nothing, perhaps. I will take counsel upon it. One matter, though. Kermovan, are all those you recognize from the same time? Do the annals say they all lived in Morvan in the same years?" The warrior glanced keenly back at him. "I know not what led you to ask that question, but it struck full in the gold. That fair lady Duriel, if she is the same, and after her the name was deemed unfortunate and rarely, if ever, given, she is well remembered as one of the great ladies of southern Morvan. She was lost on the first flight westward. That led to the founding of Brehane, a good 2 centuries before Corentin and the others were born. She should be as dead to them as they to us." A long silence fell, broken only by the rustling of the trees and the living sounds of night, bird cries and the croak of frogs, bats shrilling, insects humming, small things scuttling and scrubbing among the leaves. So recently such sounds had seemed alien, even sinister, but within this fastness of walls they spread a sense of serenity and peace. This was the voice of the forest, the soft, insistent murmur of its myriad lives busy about their own intense concerns, and it spoke to them now, steady and untroubled. Before it, fears and tension seemed to recede. Once more the full weight of weariness settled upon Elof, but as a calmer, kinder sensation, something fitted to hour and circumstance. In the end it was Kermovan himself who spoke. "Tenvar, you asked if we will be safe to sleep here tonight. That at least I can answer. We may not safely do aught else. We do not know enough." Gisa snorted scornfully. "One thing we know, that they could have left us carrion on the forest floor if they wished us ill. Why offend them now?" Others voiced agreement, and Elof was surprised to hear Rock, normally most suspicious of new things, among them. "That is what I meant," agreed Kermovan calmly. "We cannot judge. We must know more, and for that await the morrow. But what the mind cannot unravel, the heart may measure. And mine tells me that here we have found a haven of peace, a bastion of living might against what would ravage the world. I shall sleep as I have not for many a night." He rose and turned regretfully away from the view. "In peace." Elof looked at him in some surprise. Peaceful or not, was the mighty mystery at the heart of this place to be dismissed so lightly? But the others were of Kermovan's mind, turning toward the bedchambers, yawning and stretching as happily as in their own homes. Elof held his peace then, but sat obdurate till only he and Ilse remained. A haven, he grated. At almost any other time I would trust Kermovan's judgment, whether it sprang from heart or mind. But not here. He is too deeply wrapped in ancient glories. He desires them true. She answered him softly. And may they not be, after all? Slow I should be to remind any human of this, save you, Elof. But we duergar may live 3 times your short span and more. Anvar was little short of his 300th year, yet we are close kin. Is it then so impossible that— He turned on her, and the concern he read in her dark eyes angered him further. Longer, yes, not forever, and not unaged, unchanged. Anvar was ancient, not hale as these. Can you see no difference between 300 years and 1,000? Impatience drove him from his chair. He glared at the hillside beyond, carpeted so thoroughly in trees that its contours could be seen only in their summits. In just the same way must this place reveal the mystery at its foundations, if only he could trace the shape. Kermovan says we do not know enough, and I agree. But in such a mood what will he learn? And you others are as bad. Ilse put a plump hand on his shoulder, but he shook it off. Go, sleep then. Dream your dreams with the rest. I'd sooner be sure when I am awake. He repented his discourtesy even as he spoke, but as he turned with an apology on his lips, a door closed softly, and he was alone. That night there were no dreams for him. No sleep would come, though weariness burned in his limbs and his eyes grew sore out staring the darkness. At last, as faint grayness glowed in the door louvers, he slipped from his bed and pulled on his breeches. A thought struck him, and he looped his sword-belt over his shoulder before padding out barefoot onto the balcony and down the stairs, keeping to their margins lest they creak. But they did not, so solid was their making. He felt the polish of the wood under his bare feet, and wondered how it was maintained. All unbidden, there arose in his mind a vision of feet passing back and forth, the bare feet of the guardians, the light court shoes of the others, back and forth, while in the world beyond the forest centuries paced by. He bit his lip in irritation. He had come to the galleries round the great court. Better he should stay alert. But when he peered down into its shadows, he saw nothing stirring save the foliage of the vast oak, and he made his way very carefully down onto the cold flagstones beneath. He eyed the branches as he tiptoed over the stone and into their deeper shadow. He could imagine Alfar asleep in them, but he saw nothing. Still he hesitated. Was he not being precipitate, risking offence to seek what might be shown him in due course? Should he not wait? But he dared not abide that risk, to himself or his friends. He was bound to try. Drawing a deep breath, he pressed both palms to the ancient trunk before him. He felt nothing save the gnarled bark beneath. He waited, and there was still nothing, not even the sensation he remembered as of a window closed upon him. With slow care he shaped within his thoughts a clear memory, a voice immense and commanding that seemed to be borne from vast distances upon a gusty wind, yet fell upon his mind rather than his ear. He shaped that voice a name of power and meaning. But still no answer came. At last, impatient at the graying sky, he shrugged and turned away. Just then a sudden flurry broke out within the tree, and he snatched for his sword. Then he had to stop himself, laughing aloud, for a very small green bird bounced out onto a limb level with his face and peered at him with bright, fearless eyes. 2 more fluttered down from above, and sat ruffling their feathers and preening. Another hung upside down from a lower bough, peering at him dubiously, cocking its head with such an absurd air of wisdom that he had to grin. He whistled to them softly, and in an instant he had a whole flock of them, bouncing and shrilling their cries around his head. He laughed and cursed all at once. Their row might alert somebody. He glared impatiently at the graying sky. He must needs wait and try again when he could. He fought down the urge to beat on the trunk with his sword hilt. "That will not be necessary." Elof jumped in fright and whirled round. That voice came from no human throat, nor was it in the least like that immense wind-blown voice, or any other he could imagine. It was weird, at once fluting and sharp, musical yet incisive, cold and clear as spring water. "Who are you?" he gasped.
How do you know my thoughts?" "Do you not know me, one alone? Truly, men forget too soon without my aid. Yet once I used you well when you were within my power, and gave you aid. I hear it served you." "Tapiao?" whispered Elof. "It served me well, yes, and I have not forgotten. But your voice has changed." "It has not. I have no voice, or I have all voices within my domain. When last we met, I spoke in that which is nearest to me, the secret voice of trees, but there are many others, and not all can hear them or understand. But you have tasted the blood of the worm. Look up." Mutely, Elof obeyed, squinting into the high branches. He found himself meeting the beady gaze of one of the little green birds, bobbing and twittering among the leaves just above his face. Elof returned the look incredulously. One tiny bird could hardly produce that vast voice. Then another chirruped, and another, and in the shifting harmony and discord of their voices he heard a higher music take shape, a clear, ringing line, expressive as a song, that grew more distinct as more and more of the little flock took up the song. Then, like a chorus in sudden unison, they were forming words. "You touch the tree as before, and your thoughts are strong. Well, would you know more?" Elof felt the shiver of apprehension once again. Rock's sleeping giant had awoken and turned a cold eye hither. It might be better if he appeared not unduly curious. "Whatever you see fit to tell, Lord of the Forest. There is nothing to conceal. Did you doubt the folk of Lys Arvalen? Yet as they name themselves, so in veriest truth they are. You see and speak with the very men and women of the ancient realm of Morvan, who fled it at its fall, 1,000 winters past." Elof felt coolness pass over him, a breath of great wonder and great fear. "Then, Lord of Trees, since it is you who says this, my doubts are at an end. But how came this marvel to be?" "Through my will. In bitter distress I found them astray in my realms, and I gave them shelter. They honor me as the preserver, and well they may. For all but alone among the ancient powers am I, in holding true to my primal trust. I take the part of all that lives, of life itself. To the wasting ice, to the renegade powers whose domain and weapon it is, I am sworn and bitter foe. So long ago I gave thought to the survival of men, and set aside this land as a haven for them. Here they find a safe refuge, not only from the ice, but from disorder, from disease, even from death, and from all else that the fleeting years may bring. Here they may live wholly as they wish, free to do as they will, save where it would injure or endanger another. Though few would wish to, when they are relieved of their own needs and fears, what more could men wish for than that?" Elof shook his head, barely able to take in what he was being told. "Lord of the Forest, it is hard to imagine—" "Very well, then. I charge you, tell all I have told you to your companions, to your lord. You came seeking a new home for yourselves and your folk, a harbor and a refuge against the menaces the powers of the ice unleash in the world. Tell them they have found it. Tell them that they need search no further, least of all into the east, long dead and decayed. Within the wide realms of the forest, greater even than your own lands, there will be room for all. I bid you stay among us, and in due time, when plans have been laid and preparations made, all your folk also. Tell the Lord Kermervan." And with that, as suddenly as it had come, the voice was gone. The little birds bounced and chirped no less eagerly than before, hopping and squabbling like living emeralds among the leaves, shrill heralds of the growing dawn. But the unison note, the chime of meaning, had vanished from their cries. Elof, his head still ringing with what he had heard, sat down on a bench beneath the tree and watched them a moment, enjoying their antics. He was rising to return to his bed when he heard light footsteps come into the hall, and became acutely conscious of himself half-naked, armed like some lurking outlaw. He did not want these proud lordlings to find him thus. He stepped over the bench and crouched down. Two figures crossed the hall, but close entwined, a tall man and a woman speaking in soft voices. He recognized neither, though they might well have been among the crowd he had met. gray forms in the gray light. They stopped before a door, and there embraced and kissed, briefly, almost passionately. The woman leaned back in the man's embrace and raised her arms above her head. He touched her fingertips with his own and ran them very lightly down her arms to the shoulders of her robe. That he parted, laying bare her breasts, tracing their contours with his fingers, which cupped and caressed in a smooth, slow gesture. She turned then. A door opened. Golden light spilled out across the gray stones, and they were gone. So love still endured among immortals. Elof smiled. He had it in him to feel embarrassed at his intrusion, and yet he could not. In the embrace, in the caress, there had been something so detached, so formal, that it seemed almost ritual, symbolic, far removed from the intricacies of passion. It was beautiful, as a dance was beautiful, yet it held as little involvement. He could not caress any fair woman so dispassionately, let alone one he truly loved. To touch Kara thus— the idea ran molten silver through him, quickened his breath. It disturbed him bitterly as he clambered the weary stairs back to his room. But at least his mind was no longer churning over the marvels he had been told, and from the moment he cast himself down on his bed, he slept long and deeply, and dreamed, so far as he remembered, not at all. Chapter 6. The Snow on the Forest. Kermorvan took what Elof had to tell him with great calm. It could not have been otherwise. I should have trusted what my heart told me. They are too real, too alive, these great folk of old. His eyes shone bright as a child's. And it is given to me to walk among them, to speak with them, to dwell with them. He shook his head in sheer wonder. To dwell with them, Elof echoed him, his voice even and quiet. You trust Tapiao, then? You are determined to do as he wishes? Hardly, said Kermorvan hastily. Not so soon. Many questions must yet be answered. But how will I do that save by staying here a while? I dare not neglect such a chance. I would be failing my folk if I did, and on the face of it this place is truly fair. Looking around, Elof had to agree. It was late afternoon, for all the travelers had slept far into the day, himself longest of all. The warm sun shone golden on the walls of stone and wood, and even he found himself admiring their noble symmetry, the graceful sweep of the shingled roofs above them, and the richly colored carvings and reliefs that covered so many of them, hitherto hidden by the darkness. High about the outer walls coursed carven tangles of foliage like petrified creepers, delicate yet strong, their intricate coils ensnaring graceful hearts, whose lifted heads strained forever after leaves that would never bend. All around this tower's winding stair a dragon wound its coils and clasping wings, only to throw back its head in agony near the summit, where a warrior's sword had pierced it through. By contrast, about the balcony crowning the tower, the heavenly bodies danced a graceful saraband. Round the inner walls of the great court itself, immense sweeps of painted waves arose in low relief. Across them, silhouettes of proud ships glided, a fleet of great majesty, with the sunrise behind their sails. But on the rear wall a gale seemed to sweep through the grain of the wood. The waters were storm-tossed, breaking against the very eaves, the sky dark with clouds. On all the angry ocean one shape alone was seen, a tall, dark figure battling with the ragged sail of a small boat. However unwillingly, Elof was in sympathy with Kermorvan. He of all men could not easily seek out evil among such evident craft and care and love of fair things, and his first fears had received a sharp setback, as a group of guardians appeared to bring food. They no longer seemed so weird to him, so unnatural. Their long limbs and strange hands and feet were simply different, shaped by and for their tree-born lives as he would shape his tools. As well hate the sleekness of a seal because the sea shaped it, or the large, wise eyes of the duergar in the shadows under stone. And among the guardians he was startled to see their old folk and their children. These were of all ages, from infants to youth, and very fair in their fashion. The sun ran molten bronze in their hair and their freckled skins, and set green lights dancing in their wide eyes. They were livelier than their elders, and a merry word could often win a shy smile, as Tenvar soon found out. And through them the adults lost some of their reserve and would talk.
To Elof, the childlike quality Corentin had mentioned seemed more an alert but unformed intelligence, verging on the animal in its disregard of all but things immediate or imminent. Even the oldest, with lined faces and graying hair, seemed no less casual and heedless than the young. The coming feast was all they cared about, at which they would be both servers and guests. They seemed to find equal delight in both, and would talk of little else in their harsh, gusty voices. So ere long Elof left them, and went to lie in the shade and clear his troubled mind. That the guardians should have children and grow old accorded very ill with his first wild guesses about this castle, and left him muddled and unsure. All that day long the travellers rested, eating and drinking as they would. Corentin came to see that they had all they wished, but otherwise left them to themselves. They slept as well once more, and on the morrow rose again as late as they pleased. The guardians showed them sweet springs and pools around the hillside beneath the tower where they might bathe. Though the water was cold as the rock it flowed from, it cleansed them of the taints of travel and brought a tingling life back to stiff limbs. On their return, their old garments were gone. Laid out in their place was rich garb of the fashion the castle folk wore. Elof was startled to see the black tunic and hose of a smith laid out for him, the more so as they were heavily woven with thread of silver and gold about wrist and collar, a pattern of characters and symbols he found strangely familiar. Yet it was not until he ran his fingers over the meshed bullion that he remembered. He fetched from his pack the ancient crook-tipped rod of bronze he had once used as a cattle goad, and which he guessed must once have been something more. He stared in astonishment at the semblance of the characters before him. They were the same as on that rod, and in the same order. Only the arrangement was different, the pattern laid out round the collar and repeated in two halves at the wrists. Black distrust welled up in him once more. Had he not set some of these characters upon the mind-sword itself, that dark distortion of his inborn craft? Those characters had channeled virtues of compulsion and command. With narrowed eyes he stared hard at the broideries, but could see no shimmer of living light deep within them, nor could his fingers trace out in them the thrill of presence that lay within the rod, which was, after all, as it should be. The more potent the pattern, the more bound it was to the material and shape it was meant for, and if transferred or copied, it should be meaningless. Tentatively he lifted the tunic and drew it slowly over his head. He relaxed as he felt no influence, no trace of difference come over him. But in smoothing the material down, his fingers told him one more truth. It was not new. It had been worn before, and trimmed to his stature. What smith had passed that way before him, wearing about him as a token that strange patterning? And where was he now? One by one the others of the company appeared in their finery, some uneasy, some, like Tenvar, positively strutting. But every head turned when Ilse appeared in a billowing gown of white kirtled with silver, for nothing could have contrasted more with her habitual black jerkin and breeches or kilt. Its flowing line lessened the square duergar frame, and set off her curly black hair and her sparkling eyes. Tenvar went so far as attempting to kiss her hand, before he caught the dangerous gleam in her eye and thought better of it. Only Kermervan was missing, and Elof was about to remark on that when footsteps sounded on the upper stair. Into the gallery stepped Corentin, about his shoulders tunic and heavy mantle, blue as dark seas, and with him Kermervan, clad exactly as he, but in green. About their heads were fillets of gold set with gems, about their throats collars like ropes of rare metals wrought and twisted. To Elof's eye those jewels shimmered and flashed like sunlit water. Strong virtues dwelt in them, that wove about their wearers an enchantment of their kingliness and power. The guardians hid their eyes as from the sun, and made obeisance. After a moment Elof and the other travellers bowed also. And when, at that night's dinner, the two lords led the travellers down the steps into the hall of the tree, a loud fanfare and music of instruments heralded their coming, and the whole lordly company bowed as reeds to the imperious wind. All the travellers were seated at Corentin's own table, set now upon a high dais beneath the tree. On the right of his tall chair he placed Kermervan, beside him the Lady Terrace, and on the left side Elof and Ilse. There was much ceremonial about the dinner, but little solemnity. The talk was soon flowing merrily enough, not least with Gisa and Morau Ladan holding forth on hunting. Only Elof was silent. gazing around at the bright folk of the court, trying to imagine the burden of 1,000 years of memories in his own mind. Was there enough of any man to fill such a space of lifetimes? It felt almost beyond his understanding, like so much else in this place, and that irked him. He could not accept it as blindly as the others seemed to. He must keep his distance from it, study it as dispassionately as some trial piece simmering at his forge fire. Then he would judge it, not before. But his dark thoughts were interrupted by Corentin, pouring wine for him and smiling in his wise way, which disarmed all ire. "Well, Sir Smith, this is very old wine. Will you not try it? Your new garb becomes you well. I trust it is to your measure." "Very well, my lord. But if you will forgive the question, whose was it once?" "Ah," chuckled Corentin, "so you noticed that. I hope you were not offended. From what I hear of you, he would have counted it an honor to have you wear it. Now, what was his name? A friend, and it escapes me shamefully." "Thurva, that was it. Thurva, a northerner, as you are by your speech, and a man commanding a boundless craft and skill. Why, even Lord Veda respected him, who was himself a great smith. It was Thurva's livery." Livery? Elof had never heard of a smith wearing any formal garb, save his gills. "Aye, he was the king's chief smith. Did you not guess that from the pattern?" For a moment the prince's kindly vagueness fell from him, and his eyes glittered as he gazed into infinite distance. "It lives in my mind, though long it is since last I saw it. Long since Karen gave it secretly into the hand of Asa, our sister, she whom we called the deep-minded, to take westward and hold there for his son. Is it not the symbol of the power the smith sets in the hand of the king? Is it not the pattern on the great sceptre of Morvan itself?" How that meal ended, Elof never knew. He must have eaten, held converse, taken his leave in some kind of dazed trance, for it was like an awakening when he found himself alone in his bedchamber, the bronzen rod cool in his clutching fingers. In the keeping of Asa it had been, but Kerbrahane had cast out Asa with the other northerners, who had then founded the realm of Nordney. So what might Assenby mean, where he had had his rough raising, but the settlement of Asa? A remote place where such a treasure might be hidden, and in time even forgotten, till it found such use as a gaggle of peasants might have for an instrument of kingship and command. Small wonder the Ekwesh chieftain had kept it from the sack of Assenby. His shamans could not have failed to know it for a thing of ancient power. A greater mystery was how Elof himself could have been so blind. Yet even as he remembered with a shudder how casually he had used it to tug and prod the huge cattle about, he felt the shimmer and flux within it fade and shrink to a distant gleam. He thought of it in a king's hand, and to his inner eye it burned with a warm golden flame. Startled, he let it dim once more, overwhelmed by the strangeness of his destiny. For all he knew, the sole purpose of his whole existence might be to restore this heirloom of power to hands that owned it by right. But whose hands were those? He knew one with a good claim, but now he had found another. That was too good a recipe for strife. Decisively he wrapped the sceptre in its soft leathers once again. Kermovan was his friend. He would tell him before he told Corentin, but he would tell neither yet. The days of ease that followed held no more shocks for Elof. Indeed, they seemed to lessen the impact of all that had passed, making familiar what had felt so strange. Resolve as he might to keep apart from the court, he soon found it would not let him. In truth, as Rock and Ilse delighted in pointing out, the fault was his own. In his way he was fair of face, and his withdrawn, thoughtful manner, together with the rank and power his new garb suggested, brought him into notice among the ladies of the court, and great demand. At every turn he was greeted with a mixture of awe and breathless interest that few men could ignore, fewer still failed to enjoy, especially as young as he. Nonetheless, it made him impatient. Somewhere was Kara, and all the fair of Lys Arvelin could not for a moment take her place. Their attentions he enjoyed, but he found the courtly company and manners exhausting, suffocating, as rich and heavy as the garments and the hangings on the walls, and as dulled with age. Even Corentin's unfailing kindness and courtesy began to seem bland, almost sickly. Worse,
Kermervan, who greatly revered him, was taking on the same airs, and losing or curbing those flashes of spirit, even arrogance, which had seemed so much part of him. "Ach, it's not so bad," protested Rock. "Might be this last terrace that's taming him, and who's to blame him for that? You've just got a morning head on you, or it's stale you're getting." "Stale?" laughed Elof bitterly, ducking his head beneath the chill spring waters to clear it. "Worse than that. That feeling is with me still that my past is slipping away beneath these trees, as if there's always been forest, nothing but forest, no place, no time beyond the shadow of these boughs that weigh upon my soul. And it grows worse. Even my craft fades, all the mystery and the scholarship. Small wonder, perhaps. Among this world of things that grow, the arts that dwell in metal are scant service. What can I shape or smelt there, cast or hammer?" "Well, find yourself something else to do. Go hunting like Gisa. He's off already with that great lout Morau. Tomorrow I'm going myself, with Ilse and the other lads, all save Arvis and Tenvar, who won't be budged from the court. Why not tag along?" "Hunting? What else have I done since I came here? Fisher, forester, hunter, gatherer, till my mind rots like the leaf mold." Rock rolled on his back and kicked up water. "You've turned fisher and gatherer before, have you not, upon the marshlands? You almost liked the life." "Aye, but there I had my smithy to balance them, and a useful service to do. Here I've nothing." "You've your tools, and mine. You could tinker up something. What you need's a spot of hard work. Sweat all this holidaying out of your bones with some good honest craft." "Work?" sighed Elof. "What meaning has labor here, and what place for it? How could I begin it without furnace, forge, or library?" "Those may be found." Elof twisted round sharply in the water. It was a voice, clear and unhuman as before, but of a wholly different timbre, and it had not come from any of the trees around the pool, but from the rocky source of the spring itself. "What is it?" barked Rock. "What do you hear?" "The spring, the falling water. What you need, you may have. Did I not say that in my realm men may live wholly as they wish? You have only to ask, and your needs shall be met. There are metals enough in these mountains, and the hall has many ancient books of lore. Some will treat of your craft. Smiths have labored in Tapiaula ere now. Build your forge where you will. May your work bring you peace of mind." "I heard something," muttered Rock. "A ringing, almost like a song. Water in my ears, maybe." He shook his head to clear them. "No," said Elof, swimming up to the base of the little fall and listening to the water hammering upon the stone. He felt suddenly alive and excited, his mind flooding with thoughts of what precious books a smith of old might have carried with him as he fled, and below them stirred the germs of a venture deep and perilous. Tapiau spoke. "He suggested, as you did, that I can try my craft here. I may indeed. He has many voices, as he said. But how many eyes, I wonder, and ears?" To that the waters made no answer. Yet in the weeks that followed, he was to hear the voice of the forest again. It was a time in which he grew increasingly alone. Rock went off on his hunt, and with him Burra, Borhai, and even Ilse. Arvis and Tenvar seemed happy to lose themselves in courtly pleasures. Kermervan was with Corentin, plying him with questions about Morvan and other ancient lore, or with Terrace. How serious that attachment was, Elof could not guess. But though Elof could have found company enough in the court, he shunned it. An idea had been set in his mind, a spark lit that would not go out. His craft would not leave him be. He had found his purpose. Until he achieved it, he could not rest. Corentin gladly gave him leave to search through all the castle's store of books, but at first his search seemed likely to be fruitless. It was chiefly chronicles and romances of old that had been well tended and in some cases recopied. Fascinating as he found many of these, they were distractions he had no need of. Books on almost any skill or craft he found dirty, neglected, in some cases even crumbling to fragments, as leaves to mold upon the forest floor. But he cleaned and patched what he could with fine cloth or parchment scraps pared thin, and drew rich rewards. There were a few elementary books, but his capacious memory already held all they could offer. It was lost works he hoped for, texts as rare and arcane as those upon which the master-smith had mounted his most deadly guard. Elof was not disappointed. From beneath a disorderly pile of histories he recovered one full scroll of the Urcus Elian, an exhaustive treatise on symbols the master-smith had known of, but could never find. He had not dared hope for the Skolnherje book, yet he found an excellent copy on fabric, with many interesting marginalia lying forgotten atop dust-lined shelves. The rarest work of all he found was the minor but fascinating Daybook of Ambris, an accomplished armorer of Morvenec, a century or so before Corentin's day. Smiths valued it chiefly for its brief quotations from even more obscure tracts, and its illustrations, so finely drawn they were a copyist's nightmare, for they could not be copied with blocks. It was one of these that caught his eye, and set an idea dancing in his mind, but it danced with doubt and fear, and a chill of revulsion at the cruelty he could not now avoid. Nevertheless, that same day he went to Corentin and sought leave to build a forge. To lessen the risk of fire, it would be made all of stone, and well beyond the castle walls, in a clearing by a stream on the slopes above. As he had expected, leave was given gladly, and more. Almain remembered that some equipment still remained from an old smithy, and Corentin called upon the strongest among the Alfar to labor for him. Under Elof's direction, in the weeks that followed, they willingly stripped a wide square of the clearing floor to the bedrock, while others hauled down great chunks of granite, raw and iridescent, hewn from the mountain flanks above. The walls they raised were crude but thick and strong, fit to bear the single great slab he set across them as a roof, like some monument of old. He would have no wooden beams, he said, lest they scorch. The slanted shutters he made of slate for the same reason, hinged upon pins of iron he hammered out on a riverside rock. He hung more slate upon an iron frame to make a door, and stacked outside it the firewood the guardians brought him. His high hearth was built of dry stone, and around it were set a quenching tank of pitched slate, and stone slabs and benches to work at. Last of all, dragged up the slopes by a crowd of laughing Alfar, came what he had salvaged from the old smithy, a bellows engine, much restored and given new leathers, and a great anvil of a shape strange to him. Ancient and rust-cloaked it was, yet when he smote it with his hammer it rang true, sharp, and defiant against the forest's infinite whisper. With these they brought such tools, clamps, and vices as were still usable, and also the store he had found there, a very hoard of metals and gems in all stages of working, many rare and precious. They told him cheerfully that the mountains held as much more of such toys as he could desire. If he would sooner hunt dull stones than quick beasts, they would gladly take him. With that, laughing, they took their leave, not lingering for his thanks, leaping with startling strength for the pine boughs overhead. Elof looked after them and nodded to himself thoughtfully. Such a hunt among the mountains might serve many ends. He sat down then by the door that was his, and gazed out over the wooded hillside. It brought back to him the mountain woods of his youth, only a few years behind him, yet an age away. In many ways he had been happiest then, but he could never forget that only lies and corruption had lain beneath. He could no longer take happiness as a gift without price or obligation, or trust good fortune he did not wholly understand. If Kermovan was learning to trust his heart more, then Elof had learned to trust his less. Idyllic as Lys Arvalen seemed, he must, delve out the truth that lay at its root, and to that end he had shaped this forge. He reached for Gorthor, leaning against the wall, slid it halfway from the scabbard, and studied the shadow the black blade cast. Warm and deep and dark, it seemed to flow over the ground like viscous ink, merging with the thousand shadows of the wood. The talisman was strong here, as should be expected. Swiftly Elof rose and swung back the heavy door, its hinges creaking despite their grease. As he stepped over the threshold, the shadow seemed to shrink and fade, falling pale upon the scoured stone at his feet. He nodded thoughtfully to himself, and played the blade carefully all around the little forge, and most carefully over the water in the trough, and over the least of the stone slabs, always watching the shadow intently. But nowhere did it grow the least trace darker. He sheathed Gorthor then, and took it outside with him once more, and sat down in the sun with a sigh. Beneath that small slab lay the only wood within the walls, the cedar lining of the chest wherein he stored his precious books against damp and smoke. Even that he had immured with pitch and stone. There would be no more save what was already burned to charcoal. He had guessed aright. Now he must look to his materials. He reached for the heavy hide sack that held the ancient hoard and spilled it out over the sun-warmed ground before him. It was dazzling wealth that glittered there, but a smith's eye measured potential more profound than mere value, and what he saw he found strange indeed. Many pieces were so advanced it was possible to deduce the cunning design intended, the subtle virtue half set upon them. Yet all such pieces had been left unfinished, even where no fault or flaw could possibly have barred their completion. So engrossed was Elof that he scarcely noticed a fish rise to a deer-fly struggling on the stream. Yet in the splash and spurt of bubbles the babbling music of the water was subtly altered. "So, Smith, are you now content, or do you doubt still the warmth of your welcome here?" Elof bowed his head courteously to the empty air. "I would be ungrateful, Lord of the Forest, if I did not believe you wished me to stay and be happy. Yet when I strayed into your domain in the westlands far away, you at first bade me and my companions begone. Why then? Or do I give offence?" The waters chuckled lightly over the pebbles in the shallows where small birds bobbed and picked. "You do not. The question is fair. I traced in you something that made me believe you other than you are." "How so, Lord of the Forest?" "Is such sight to be fettered in the weak thoughts of men?" The stream ran on in quiet a moment, dead leaves whirling on its surface. "Say, then, that most men cast shadows in my mind, shadows that vary, some lighter, some blacker. But you are no shadow. You are like some shifting glimmer in the forest depths. Very like, indeed, for the forest is my mind." "Then why fear to have me in it?" asked Elof boldly. "It harbors many a blacker thought than I." The tall tree stooped and bobbed, looming dark over the forge. "It was for one such I took you. I did not know you for a smith among men. Aware of forces within you, I thought you an elemental, a minor power, astray in my land without my leave, and perhaps a danger to my folk. That I could not tolerate. You should understand. You have met some, the dwellers in river and lake, and the hunt. Do you not tolerate them? Many of my companions they took, good men and bad alike. Why hedge your land about with such horrors, if all men are as welcome as you say?" The water swirled and gurgled, and its note grew deeper. "You are bold, Smith, so to bandy words with one of the powers, and not the least. If I were as ill-disposed as you suspect, would I need to answer you? I harbor such creatures out of two concerns, and the greater is pity." "Pity?" "Even so. Where else have they to dwell? Those creatures, and many others, it is well you did not meet. They have needs and ways of life that would seem wholly strange to you. In the world outside, the world of men, their day is past. What parts and purposes they once had in the world's shaping they have outlived, but they have grown used to their existence, forgetting or fearing the changes for which the time has come. That I condone, for I know how hard such changes may be. Once this was a world of forest, Smith, before the days of men. So under my trees I afford them shelter, and they guard the borders of my realm. And guards I must have. For though I wish men well, I cannot allow them in their wasteful ignorance to devastate my land, which will one day be their surest refuge. The Alfar love their children, yet will they let them play with flame? Had I no sentinels, the trees would be hewn down to feed fires or build shacks, the animals hunted to extinction, the whole ancient cycle of plenty torn asunder, when it might have provided for all. For now I must endanger a few lives, that one day, when the works of men totter to their fall, I may receive them whence they should never have strayed, back into the embrace of nature. Then shall I throw open my borders and welcome all, and that day may not be long removed. In it I shall need great leaders, Corentin for one, your friend Kermervan, the Lady Ilse for her folk,
And if I mistake you not, you also shall be among them. Reflect on that among your labors." That evening, as Elof strode back down the hill to the castle, he saw trails of torches winding among the trees below. He guessed it must be the hunting parties returning for the following night's feast, and hastened to greet them as they set down their catch on the greensward before the gate. Rock and Ilse greeted him in boisterous good spirits. He had to endure much chaffing for laziness till he managed to tell them of the forge. They, in their turn, had something to tell him, for they had fallen in with another party, among whom was Morhuan, the renowned bard, coming to the feast. "Though he was scarce willing, till I told him of Kermervan," added Rock. "And who'd blame him? That's a fine, carefree life he's been leading out there with the Alfar, Elof. Do you be sure and try it some day." Elof smiled. "Perhaps I will, and soon. Would you go hunting metals in the mountains once again, Rock, as we did in the old days? And you, Ilse?" "I thought you might." She laughed. "Where'd you be without me? Humans lack the eye for how the stone lies, and we'll see if Alfar can beat Duergar after that game." Rock snorted. "I'll be along to pick up the pieces, as usual. But for the nonce, nothing comes twixt me and my dinner save a good bath. Let's go in." All that evening and the next day the court was awhirl with excited preparations for the coming feast, but Elof was beginning to suspect they looked forward to such celebrations not only to break the monotony, but to lay down for a while burdens which had grown intolerable, their own natures. And when at last Corentin and Kermervan led them in solemn procession into the great court, glittering now with the strange lamps that had been hung even among the mighty oak's leaves, it was not long before his suspicions were confirmed. As the night advanced, he found the wine and music and dancing flowing together into a single inexorable current of ritual revelry. In its constant shift and change, these strange folk could truly lose themselves, subdue the pain of thought to the stiff intricacies of the dance, disperse the pain of feeling in brief flirtations, spinning from one partner to another as heedless as the least-lived mayfly by the stream. Corentin took no active part, but he presided over the rout with amused indulgence. Only one of his folk seemed to take little joy in it all, the bard Morhuan, though many songs of his making were played. He was a gangling creature with shaggy white hair and beard, although in face and bearing he seemed scarcely older than Corentin, by whose side he sat. He heeded that honor no more. He shifted uncomfortably in his robes, and spoke few words to any save Corentin and the guardians who waited upon him. His light blue eyes stared vaguely into remoteness, and at the many compliments paid him his full lips worked nervously. At the height of the feast, Corentin ceremonially presented him to the travelers, and it was only when his eye lit upon Kermervan that the look in it became bright and alert, his bow deep and reverent. "For I see that all I was told of you is true," he said, and his voice rang clear and strong. "You might indeed be my dear Lord Karen, come once again. I see in you a promise and a token that hope dies not with one day's ending, that by one winter summer is not broken, that springs may follow which shall flower as fair. So may the tower arise, once to the earth cast down, and on the humbled brows there shall be set a crown." There was a sudden rattle of applause, as if a breath of mountain wind licked through the hall's heavy air. "May it be so," barked Corentin, and raised his glass in a fierce toast. Then, as if ashamed of his outburst, he smiled and sat down, and the brief tremor of excitement faded. "Ah, marvelous," breathed Teres, who was seated between Elof and Kermervan, and shook her auburn hair delightedly. "Oh, and so very long it has been since he managed a verse thus, all of a moment. Master Morhuan, won't you sing us something, with the harp, if it please you?" The bard bowed. "Never have I been able to refuse you aught, Teresek, even if there were not these new guests to honor." "I wax old, but I will essay." He paused as he met Elof's interested gaze. "What is this?" he puzzled aloud, yet almost to himself. "What is this?" A feeble terror flickered in his eyes. "Do all the faces of fallen Morvan arise and walk abroad this night?" "Master Morhuin," cried Terrace, shaken, "this is discourtesy. Here sits Elof the smith, to whom my lord Corentin presented you only a moment since." Elof leaned forward. "I am not offended, lady. Corentin also saw some likeness in me, but to whom he could not say. Can you, master?" But Morhuin glanced at him with a mixture of confusion and distrust, touched his long fingers to his forehead, and mumbled a word or two. Suddenly he turned away to where Corentin and Kermovan were in lively dispute over what he should sing. Terrace seized Elof's arm, and her hair tickled his ear. "Now you see why Morale calls him an old fool," she whispered, stifling a giggle. "But he's so sweet, truly, and the way he sang for us in the old days—" Elof hardly heard. He was too acutely aware of her touch, the quiver of her breast against his arm as she chattered, the sweet scent of her like flowers warmed by the strong sun of the south. Probably she was unaware of the effect she was making. She had set her cap firmly at Kermovan, but Elof found himself fighting for resolve. Too easy, too natural to be tempted, the more so with the frustrations that knotted inside him, and the wine. To let himself be seduced, to linger, to delay a quest he had no real reason to believe could succeed. He was immensely relieved when Terrace drew free of him to join the applause as Morhuin stepped out onto the open floor before the tree. Elof, seeing him afoot for the first time, caught his breath. The bard was not merely gangling, he was grotesque, his flowing robes concealing an odd shambling gait, as on limbs sorely twisted. From among the many groups of musicians in the hall, harps were thrust out to him. He made great play of picking the best, and having its owner tune it to a particular fineness. Then he swept to the center of the floor, bobbed a bow to the court, and announced, "By the will of our chiefest guest, Karen, Lord Kermovan," he chuckled deferentially, "and counter to the wish of our modest Prince Corentin, I will sing the deeds of Corentin Rudry at Lastraby." Kermovan leaned across Terrace to whisper to the travelers, "A ballad in the ancient mode. Lastraby was a hill town in Morvan north of the waters, whose heroic last defence Corentin led, his first great deed." Morhuin tucked the harp into the crook of his long left arm and poised his long fingers carefully. Then he swept them down to a single chord that shivered off the ancient stones, merging a voice of metal as clear and bright as the harp strings, youthful and heroic. "Hark! Hold you silent! Heroes are sung of, such as dared strive with the stern powers of old. Men who withstood them, who waged war against them, harried them back from the heights of the north fell, held there till ice came, that no man may hinder, cracking and crushing what it could not conquer." The harp pulsed and sang under Morhuin's fingers, and though the music was strange to Elof, it struck shivering harmonies in the taut strings of his heart. Loud chords rang a tocsin of urgency and alarm on the stresses of the lines, while between them the strings rippled the rhythm of a cantering horse. Corentin Rudry, fiery-haired princeling, outrode his escort, though rough grew the hill road. Fierce in his longing to leap up to Lastraby, there deal a blow to the armies of darkness, strew them like sowings of death on the fell-tops, melt the bleak ice in the blood of its minions. Lastraby walls lifted high over hilltops, gaunt garth of grey stone, ancient and grim. The harp struck a sudden false note in ugly dissonance. The bard's voice faltered. He glanced at the strings, striving desperately to regain his fingering, but all at once the tune collapsed, the sound dissolved into a jumble. Morhuin bent forward an instant, as if catching breath, then sang on with fervor, but already the spell was broken. "White on its battlements, weather untimely, snow in high summer laid siege to—" He faltered again, repeated, "laid siege to—" and then stopped altogether, shaking his head, took his trembling fingers from the harp and clenched them tight. When he looked up and around at his audience, distress and shame were so naked upon his countenance that Elof could not bear to look. Corentin's face was wrung with concern. "Are you well, old friend? Would you retire?" "No, my lord." The bard's voice was tremulous. "I am sorry. I wax old, as I said. The old songs, they fade from my memory, and my fingers grow wasted and weak. I cannot force them to the fingerings of the harp any more. My lords, ladies, old friends and new guests, sorrow is mine that I must withdraw. Never should I have come." Corentin raised a hand. "Yet if your fingers fail you," he said encouragingly, "may you not still set words to dance, as you did at the first? For my kinsman here has been through a great adventure in the Westlands, he and his friends, a quest and a mighty siege. No other but you could set the tale and the song it deserves." Morhuon's pale eye seemed to stare almost through him. "Oh, my dear lord, the music has fled from me, the fire is gone out. What then remains? A verse, a line, a fragment, trifles, scraps of bark set afloat upon an endless stream. No great ballad, not even at your behest, not even yours. One song more I may make, one short, but that for you." And suddenly he struck the harp he carried with the backs of his stiffened fingers, and a sudden lilting tune flowed from it. "Your praise resound, prince of the halls of summer, lord of a court whose like shall not return. At your behest my songs have brought the past again, and made to live all that we loved and lost. Yet evermore that elder music fails me. The past grows dim and dark as prison wall, and stronger now a newer music claims me. The endless woods bring healing to my soul. Now I am ever eaten up with yearning. For freedom in the wild woods I am burning. Within these walls I find no home. Free, unhindered, I must roam. All praise to you, lord of the line of Morvan. All that I owe I cannot now repay. Honor and fame have ever been your gifts to me. No minstrelsy has praised a kinder lord. Yet I am not the man that long has served you. Though faithful still, I hear another call, and I am drained of song to set against it, bereft of joys that held me in your hall. Now it is torment to me to remain here. Save for your kindness, all I find is pain here. I beg you, loose your claim on me. My friend, my master, set me free." Even as the last long phrase sang from the harp, it sagged and fell, dangled limply from his fingers. He knelt and set it down gently on the flagstones, its strings still faintly ringing. Elof was shocked to see dark stains upon them, and a heavy droplet fall upon the frame. In Morhuon's struggle to play true, they had cut into his very flesh. A murmur ran through the court, a soft, troubled sound, and then all was silent. When at last Corentin spoke, there was a deep tremor in his voice. "For such songs as once you made, old friend, my favor is poor recompense. You owe me nothing. If I can give you no more than leave to go, you have it, and my blessing. But may it not be long before we meet again." Morhuon made no reply, save to bow deeply ere he strode from the hall. As he reached the high door and flung it wide, he plucked the court robe from his shoulders and flung it to one of the Alfar waiting there. Elof caught his breath, and a deep unease grew in him. The bard's limbs, left bare by his simple green tunic, were not malformed. They were simply long, terribly long, and he had been standing hunched and uncomfortable to hide them. Yet this was, or had been, a man. The door swung to behind him. Silence gripped the court, in confusion or shame. Corentin stared at the bare board before him, his face pale. Around his feet Alfar, hair and harness thick with garlands, gathered and gazed up at him with wide, worried eyes. At length Kermervan and the Lord Almain, who sat by, exchanged glances. Almain gestured to the musicians. A flourish sounded, and they struck up a slow, stately music. Couples, Kermervan and Terrace among them, rose and glided out into the formal patterns of a dance, sweeping this way and that across the floor in shifting lines as ceaseless and repetitive as waves upon the shore. Corentin glanced up, but seemed to find little power in it to soothe him. No more did Elof. To him it was a slow torment, but barely had it drifted to its end before an older Alfar, a mane of white hair hanging to his shoulders, gestured to the musicians quite as airily as Almain. A drum beat out a slow rhythm. Bowed strings sang a livelier tune.
deeper plucked strings sounded a stamping, loping beat. A shout arose, and the Alfar bounded out into the court. Corentin looked up, startled, then smiled indulgently. Grinning widely, they began to circle the hall, slowly at first, then faster in a loping, bouncing run, arms held high above their heads, flicking their wrists sideways and snapping their fingers in time to the beat. Others, men and women, sprang out to join them, whirling and tossing on their long limbs like storm-sprung saplings. In a great train they wove and gambled about the tree, wheeling and careering with such abandon that their braided hair flew wild and flung out flowers and garlands, which fell among the watchers. The sudden outburst of vitality brought laughter to Elof's lips, and a spirit of mischief. It reminded him of festivities in his own village, clumsy but cheerful, in which he had often longed to take part. "Now there's a dance!" he cried. With a swift bow to Corentin, he sprang out among the dancers and seized a pretty Alfar girl as she went whirling by. He barely glimpsed Ilse and Rock, hopping out after him, before his strong arms spun him away into the dance. Tenvar bounded by him with a girl on each arm, his feet scarcely touching the ground. And as Elof came round the tree once more, he was startled to see some of the castle folk hovering tentatively on the edge of the throng. He had thought they might be offended, but they seemed more intrigued than scornful at this sudden eruption. At last Svethin, the mariner, actually seized a partner and plunged in with gusto. Others moved hesitantly after him. Elof all but stumbled as Terrace tripped lightly by him, long gown kilted into its golden girdle, pulling Kermovan after her, laughing wildly. Behind them Almain bounced along with the tall lady of the court, dignity flung like flowers to the wind. The whole court of immortals seemed to be reveling in its lost decorum. The dance whirled endlessly on, the musicians whisking from tune to tune, circles forming, breaking, reforming, till many had to fall back to draw breath. Elof was among them. For all his strength, he was at a disadvantage among these longer legs. His partner brushed a kiss on his cheek and bounced back into the throng. He was content to slump down beneath the great tree and let his roaring pulse settle, his dizzy head clear. Round and round they swept, wood-folk and castle-folk and his friends, and as he watched them hurtle by, a strange thing happened. Half-formed thoughts he had held back took shape in his mind, became a vision. It was as if the dancers sped faster, ever faster, till they merged into a bright, painful blur with a single static figure at its heart, frozen at the crest of a leap. Before his eyes it changed, burgeoned like a tree. The outflung limbs grew longer, the trunk stretched and curved upward like a supple birch, the very feet and fingers stretched out like eagerly grasping roots and tendrils. Then the vision was gone, the dance clear before his eyes. But Elof felt a sickening chill swell up in him, a growing, uncontrollable shiver. He was looking at his vision made flesh, not in one body, but in all that flashed by him, in a chain, a sequence, a progression from Kermovan to Corentin, from him to long-limbed Morau Ladan, from him to Morhuin, and from his drawn-out, unmanageable limbs to the graceful, climbing bodies of the Alfar. And what of their minds? At best from nobility and wisdom to kindly simplicity, at worst from man to beast? Was that the true dance in the halls of summer? He cursed under his breath. It still made no sense, not as long as the Alfar had children and knew old age. How could they then be linked to the castle folk, who knew neither? He slapped a hand furiously against the rough bark. Abruptly the walls seemed to vanish around him, the wind-blown trees come rushing in on him. Deep in a distant pool, intent on a treasure of glittering scales, an otter plunged. High over the borderless carpet of tree-tops, an eagle screamed and dived, clawing. The woodfolk are their children. Elof swallowed, shook his head, scarcely able to speak. This was not the fluting of birds. It was the first voice he had heard, far off in the west. Only here it was no longer remote and dim. It was all around him, and it blew through his mind like a gusty wind. He should not have leaned against the tree. Too much of his secret thought might already be betrayed, but it seemed that only his immediate thought was read. You have clear sight, one alone. The Alfar are their children, or children of their kin, and they love and revere their elders and delight in their service.
But can that sight not also show you the reason for the change? For I do not hide it. Here life unending is offered to all. Here they may live as they think best. Only offspring must be denied them, for children are a mirror of mortality. Nonetheless, many come to find that gift a burden. Often those who grasp it most eagerly at the first endure it least easily in the end. Heroes alone may bear immortality for long, to wrest its glories from its pain. Elof clutched at his chest, where it seemed that a sudden stab of pain pierced him. So that is why so many of the great names of old are gathered here. Lesser men have long since fallen by the wayside. Deep in the mold beneath a rotting tree, a night-sown spore took root and swelled. No, not fallen. The longer men live, the less willingly will they embrace the idea of their death. Do not many, even in hideous torment, cling to that fragile cord of life? And yet they could not return to their old lives in the world outside, when all they knew there has long slipped away. So it is that I smooth their path before them. The wearier they grow of their lives, the less they are aware of time, the more pleasure they find in the passing moments, and the simpler things, growing more like children, like animals, as you guessed. They hunt with the Alfar, live with them, like them. And as time, which dictates growth and change, fixes its claims upon them once more, they become more like the Alfar in shape. The past slips from them, and they move into step once more with the great dance of nature. In the end they go off with the Alfar and never return. They mate with them and bear children who are wholly Alfar, and forget all that once they were. The mantle of mortality settles about them once again. They lead free and happy lives, knowing no difference, and in the end they die in peace and rejoin the river. But, began Elof sharply, and then stopped short. He could only say too much. You need not fear such an ending for yourself or your friends, you least of all, while you burn thus from within. But even if it were otherwise, what then? Is it not worth the venture, to live longer at least than the scant span of men, with naught to fear at its end but forgetfulness and peace? To have time to hone and perfect your craft, to fulfill it with all the resource of my realm at your disposal. Alone among the ancient powers, I truly care for men. I know what is best for them. Through the forest floor, muffled among the rotten leaves, came the light sound of a footfall. A snake tensed its coppery flanks, its flicking tongue, tasting the air for the scent of warm blood. Elof bowed. Not for nothing are you named the Preserver, Lord. I will take heed of your bounty and venture to stretch it further. I would go hunt metals in your mountains, with such of my friends as will come. You have only to ask the Alfar. They will guide you and serve you. May you find what you seek. Elof bowed. Thank you, Lord. I believe I will. But it was not until the third day of their hunt, high on the rocky slopes, that he did so. For though he found many rare substances he might have need of, it was a richer prize he truly sought, the minds of his companions. It was for that reason I brought you here, he told them. Kermervan nodded. Here where the Alfar cannot hear us, where no birds perch, where nothing grows away from the eyes and ears of the forest. I guessed that much. Well, what more? Elof looked unobtrusively over the edge of the narrow rock shelf upon which such of the company as he could gather were huddled. Far below, the Alfar were preparing a camp among a clump of bristlecone pines. One of them glanced up anxiously, but Elof waved back with a disarming good cheer he hardly felt. He had expected Kermervan to be horrified at hearing of Tapiau's words, yet he was as calm as ever. What more? Is that not enough? Why, pray, demanded Tenvar. To live forever, that's a wonder. And yet still be able to escape from it and live in peace. What's so terrible about that? Aye, laughed Burra, like owning land on both banks of the river. Kermervan nodded, though he looked a little unhappy. I will allow it seems strange. I would prefer to end, if end I must, as my own man with my own mind. But perhaps that is obtuse, and I would not expect all men to feel likewise. But for others, Borhai, how would you choose? And you, Rock?
To live, whispered Borhai softly, without hesitation. Never face dying no more.
Rock hesitated. It's a mighty temptation, he muttered. I can see it might be a burden. It's a gamble. But then so's every breath you draw. Well, then, said Kermervan, you hear the voice of the citizen. He shrugged. I see no great harm in it. Do you not? Blazed Elof, so loud he feared the Alfar below might hear. More quietly, he added, Then look at it, as it has taken effect. That architect, Ilse, that bard, Kermervan, what became of them? A hall half-built, songs half-sung, is that not so? Ilse looked at him uneasily, making no reply, but Kermervan only shrugged. There must be many who could not stay the course, even men worthy and gifted. What of that? Is it not better to fall in a venture than never to have tried? The more so when the fall is so merciful, the venture so worthwhile. Has it not saved for this day such as Svethin, as Corentin? Saved? Echoed Elof, very quietly. And for this day? I wonder. What might they have achieved in the world outside, these folk, if they had not been prevented from reaching the west? King Karin's son, your ancestor, would not have lacked support. Corentin and Asa would have established his throne, as Karin intended. They would have prevented the bitter sundering of north and south that has so weakened our folk. Instead, what have they done? They have survived, and that is all. Aye, they live, but as what? Shadows in a court of shadows, remote, ineffectual, powerless to help or harm. Corentin is noble, aye, and kind. He could not be otherwise, and still himself. But what else have all these centuries riven from him? Where is the fiery prince he once was, the strong warrior against the evils of the ice? And Svethin, far from his seas, what meaning has he any more? And the Lady Terrace, is she any more than once she was? Kermervan's eye grew bleak and cold, but he held it. And what of you? How have you fared since you came here? What plans have you laid to summon your folk hither, those who depend on you, little though they may know it? When will word be sent back to Kerbrahane? Kermervan frowned. I cannot act in haste. Do you imagine Corentin and I have not taken counsel over this, long and deep? This place must first be made ready to receive great numbers. Folk must be summoned little by little, as Tapia decrees, and their doubts resolved. We will need more than a few days to plan such matters, will we not? A few days? Asked Elof quietly, though chill fingers traced out his spine. How long do you imagine we have been here? Rock and the others have been away hunting. I have had a whole forge built for me. It did not take shape overnight. He saw the bewilderment in their faces, in Kermervan's most of all, and he thought back to the night of their coming. I wonder how long it has seemed to Corentin. Ah, that's as Tapia told you, Rock objected. No wonder his sense of time's a bit blurred, after all these centuries. No, muttered Ilse uneasily. When already it seems to be happening to us? Elof, how long were we gone? It seemed a night or two only. 3 weeks, perhaps, maybe even 4. How should I know if you do not? The forge was 3 in the building. The travellers stared uneasily at each other, but Kermervan shaded his eyes. Perhaps our sense of time fades as our bodies cease to age, said Ilse quietly. Tapia might not be aware of that, for it seems he takes no form, human or otherwise. But it makes it hard to trust him now. How am I to know? Kermervan burst out suddenly. When you told me of Tapia's words, I believed we had found what we sought, that out of the horrors of the journey I had stumbled on something greater than I had ever dared hope. The past I dreamed of restoring come again. Henceforth let none of us be deceived by phantoms of his vanished past, quoted Elof darkly. Whose words were those? Kermervan hammered fist against palm. But how am I to tell? How can I delve for truth in this morass? What profit would Tapia find in so ensnaring us, when he could sweep us from the earth with a gesture, or have his creatures tear us to shreds? It makes no sense, Elof. I must have proof. And even if he is our enemy, how shall we fight him or escape him? How shall we raise hand or will against a living power? Elof hesitated, but in the end, as all the others were silent, he dared to speak. "That will be hard indeed, but it may be that I can help you, now that I have my forge." He did not look up, but he felt their eyes upon him. "You would wield smithcraft against the powers?" demanded Burra, in doubt and wonder. "A man must use what he has. I would turn my craft against the steerers of the stars if they threatened. Those things I care for." The fervor in his own words startled him. Speaking without thought, he had bared feelings he hardly knew he had. He was aware as never before of the craft within him, a roaring furnace flame hungry to be used. He bent his mind upon it, and it narrowed to a needle of devouring incandescence, precise, measured, irresistible. But I had no thought of open battle. Guile is used against us, and is best repaid in the same coin. He turned then to Kermervan, who had not answered him. "Well, it seems to me that we came upon this place at an evil time for you, when you had begun to doubt your own leadership, your own wisdom in making this journey. Perhaps the forest had already begun to work on you as it had on me. But I am not of that mind. You are our leader yet. You ask for proof. I will try to find it, though the attempt may be perilous. So perilous that if you choose, if you deem we must trust the forest so completely, I will pursue it no further. Say now, which shall it be?" Kermervan stood up on the rock and gazed out over the forest in silence. But it was only a moment before he spoke, his voice crisp and calm. "You may try what you will." They came down from the mountains, laden under many a sack of ores and other stones, which they gladly left at Elof's forge on their way to the castle. But Ilse lingered a moment, and Rock at once began to busy himself about the forge, as he had so many times in the past. Elof looked at him. "You need have no part in this, if you do not wish to, nor you, Ilse." Ilse chuckled and leaned against the workbench. Rock screwed up his florid features into a ferocious scowl. "Yours are not the only hands can wield a hammer. Could be ours grow a trifle itchy again, at that. And you'll be needing a brace of good forge hands, if only to pen down the top of your skull now and again. Eh, lady?" Elof looked at them both, and he smiled. A great weariness seemed to lift from him, a cloud from his spirits. He hooked an arm round Ilse's broad shoulders and rumpled Rock's thick hair down into his eyes. "Ass, I'm blessed in the pair of you, but I doubt any such task will need many hands. Slow and subtle it will have to be." "Aye, and secret," said Rock quietly. "You were wondering yourself about the forest's eyes and ears. We might distract it somehow." "And share the peril, yes. I know your mind too well now, my lad. But that may not be necessary." And he took up Gorthor, which he was careful to leave outside, and showed them the dwindling of its shadow. Tapia said it would avail me little among the cold stonework of men, and indeed upon Kerberhain's walls it faded. There he betrayed a limit to the forest's powers. I guess that was why Lys Arvelin was completed in wood, not stone. In stone his thoughts cannot dwell. And I guessed also that both he and the castle folk would be wary of fire. So for reasons innocent in themselves, I shaped a place within which his power could not extend, a dark spot in his mind. He looked around the barren little hut with a feeling of grim satisfaction. "Within the forest I built my forge, but within my forge the forest cannot come." Rock blew out an astonished breath. "Whew! So you've dared turn your craft against a power already." "And succeeded," said Ilse quietly, her eyes shining. "Only at the first step," cautioned Elof. "I do not think he has guessed yet, for I have spent little time in here. When I begin my labors he will find out sooner or later. He will not do anything at first, I guess. He seems more concerned to win me over for now, but he will not hold his hand forever. I will have only one try at my work, and I do not yet know what that will be." Rock stared. "No idea at all?" "I did not say that. I know what I need, and I know how hard it will be to achieve, subtler even than the mind sword, for it will brook no compulsion, but seek rather to loosen chains." Ilse drew breath. "I begin to see. But the craft that would take, and the time. You could use pattern welding again, or alloying, but the one might be too coarse, the other too fine. You must needs try over and over till you hit upon the balance. Elof, little short of mastership will suffice. I know, he said, striving to steady the tremor of desperation. And how will I find it here? But I have to try. Try, indeed, said Rock, chewing idly at a grass stem. It's often enough you've surprised yourself in the past, let alone me. When you need us, here we are. For now, well, there's your fire lit, bread and meat by your books, your tools laid to hand, and us on our way down to the castle, I think. Ilse nodded a little sadly. Toward nightfall we'll be back, if only to see that you sleep. I know you, Elof. Elof smiled as he watched them trudge away through the trees. Somehow he felt strangely free once more here in this crude cavern of a forge. He did not understand why until evening, when he looked up from his reading as shadows fell and birds trilled their twilight songs. In his mind's eye, reeds hissed in the breeze, and mists rolled silently over them. It was very like his strange old marshland smithy here, that place where he had sought and found healing, and with it himself. He smiled. The memory was newly clear in his mind once more. He laid down his book. Rock and Ilse would have no need to come and fetch him, that night or any other. Haste and worry might lead him to miss something vital. So it was that every evening around nightfall he would walk down alone through the darkling woods, following the path of the stream. And it is told that often in those times he spoke again with Tapiow. It made him nervous at first, that voice that was many voices, the more so as it seemed well aware of his misgivings. But still it sought to win him over, and he spoke and questioned freely as before, and was told of many wonders. As the late summer drew on toward autumn, he heard the voice among the rush and whistle of the wind in the pines, the solemn thunder of a cataract, and once, fearfully, in the devouring roar of a distant earth-slide among the pines. It was then, angry at his fright, that he grew bold enough to ask of Tapiow why he took no single form to speak, if the lesser powers that haunted his woods could do as much. The deep pools of the stream bubbled up the answer. It is because they are lesser that they may do so with ease. Would you confine this stream within your trough, this pool within your cup? You would catch only as much as your vessel might hold. So it is with powers of high order. Yet I heard that some may do so on occasion, the one they call the raven. Indeed, such as we may take human shape or any other we care to, but in so doing we become only a facet of ourselves. The greater we are, the less easy we find it. Forming a body becomes a difficult concern, and its result less like us. More than a man he may be, or she, for gender goes beyond the body, but less, far less than the power itself, and flesh hangs on us like fetters. There is so much of ourselves, our wisdom and knowledge, that we cannot draw until we revert to our true shape. Worse, we fall victim to all the strange demands of flesh, and often cope less well than those born into it. Many become too like human beings, and may turn strange and willful, pursuing their purposes in odd manner, or even delighting in pleasures perverse or evil along the way. I would not so lose my dignity, nor would I become so vulnerable. To be injured or destroyed in body is pain and weakening to us, and a lasting drain on our strength, even permanent in some cases. Few will gladly risk it, and that is as well for your petty races and nations, for the ills the powers of the ice now cause are as nothing to what they would do if they could walk freely among men. Vast is their power, singly or together, yet vastly it is bound up in the sheer effort of sustaining the ice, their most potent weapon. So it is that they tend to shun any true form, remaining eminent around the ice in their domains nearby, such as Taun, whose realm borders upon my own, my mocker, my shadow, my great enemy, lord of the withered marches. At most, when they wish to meet mortal eyes, they may take on some half-substantial mask of power and terror. I believe I have seen such, benighted once upon the ice. I hear it by the shiver in your voice. But being bound thus may force human shape upon them, for where the ice will not serve them, They must seek out new weapons, new agents, apt to their thought. Elof remembered his late master and nodded. Then it was as if the ice clenched a chill fist beneath his stomach, for he guessed at Tapiau's next words ere they were spoken. Now only the greatest of those cold minds are strong enough to do this, to don the shape they abhor. Once, an age past, Taun was their leader. Sustained by his weaker brethren, he roamed the world and sought to twist weak men to his fell purpose. But I am the friend of men, and had the service of many. I wrestled with him, and threw him down, and drove him back, stripped of his body and sunken to a shadow of the power that once he owned. In these days another rules, a clutching, binding spinner of intrigue, who ofttimes walks the world in a fair form to sway the hearts of men. Veiled so in flesh, she shows but a small portion of her own great beauty and majesty and terror. Yet I have heard that to men it seems great indeed. "What is her name?" choked Elof. Tauantar, she is styled. Taun's deadly consort. But the creature she becomes among men names herself Luhi. Elof remembered little of his walk back that night. He ate little and slept less, tossing and turning upon the furs of his bed. Could Tapiau have heard of his own quest, and seek to turn him aside from it? Perhaps. But while the master of trees might slant at truth, he would not lie so plainly. Luhi also has taken an apprentice. If she's Luhi's, she'll be nothing for you and I. For what that girl has, Luhi has. Be sure of that. No smith welded my chains. And even if you were the greatest among men, you could not make them. The words of many voices blurred and burned in his mind and became one, echoing away into distances vast and chill. Nothing. You could not. If Luhi was as Tapiau said, then what was Kara? What had he dared to love? What had he set out to seek across all the breadth of this vast land, across all the world if need be? But then, as if in answer, he heard the dark timbre of her own words, remembered her heart leap beneath his hand as she spoke. I am of no common sort. I will not change. He lay still then, and a bitter calm settled across his thoughts. She would not change? Then no more must he. What he loved, he loved. It was as simple as that. He could only go on as he had done, seek with as single a mind as he had sought to counter the mind sword, as he had sought to reforge Gorthar. It came to him then. From his long search through the remnants of the master-smith's library, a memory surged up, a matter that had seemed of little moment at the time. So might it still in itself. But if he could turn it about, it would surely serve his will. He slept then, but excitement awoke him at first light. He rose and waited agog for rock or ilse to stir. "What do I know of what?" she growled sleepily. "Of iron and copper and corrosives? Many things, though I am not my folks' best scholar in such matters. Chiefly that they corrode. How much, how fast, what they form, what they create," hissed Elof excitedly. "That's what I mean. No? But you'll see. Now, we'll need quantities of corrosives, sheet copper and iron as pure as we can make them, and some of that powdery black stone the master-smith used for making parchment." "Ought to be plenty in the hills," yawned Rock. "Comes from schist or the like, doesn't it? Won't lead do as well?" "No. It's not for making marks that way. Come, bestir yourselves. We dare not waste the day. We've long weeks of work ahead." He spoke truly, save that the weeks extended into months. They toiled far into that night, and many that followed, preparing the forge for the long work to come. Then they vanished for weeks on end with the guardians, hunting out rare or precious minerals from the stone and the finest clays that could be gathered. Elof made it his business to sweep rock and ilse along by sheer will, till he could almost see the lethargy of castle life fall from them. As the long summer faded and the heavy rains of autumn passed, he spent every hour of daylight in the forge, and by night its fires flared and shimmered among the gaunt evergreens, a defiant assertion of warmth and energy. Many asked of him what he labored on with such exertion, but all he would say was that it was to be a gift. And there came a night when the little forge shone like a beacon through the trees, so high did its fires burn, Every gap and cranny and shutters and door blazed with light, as if the stone beneath had melted and let the earth fires through. Later the shutters were opened to let a cloud of steam disperse, and Rock and Ilse stumbled wearily away down the well-worn trail to the hall. Elof lingered long thereafter, and the hammering and cracking of clay molds echoed through the night. At last he made his way down to the castle in the small hours of a morning that sparkled with frost. So silent was the forest that he was quite unprepared for the sudden change in the music of the stream. "Well, Smith, upon what do you labor such long hours?" Elof smiled tautly. "A casting in silver, Lord of the Forest, a jewel, a gift for a great lord." "I do not doubt it will be worthy of him. Yet have a care. Abroad in these woods so late without the guardians, you are aware I have other subjects. For many the night is their province. Upon the path to the castle you will be safe, but never stray from it." There was a sudden rustle, and Elof ducked sharply as a wide shadow swooped down upon him. But it passed, and settled with a flutter upon a branch ahead, a huge owl that stared at him with glittering eyes, topped by feathery peaks like horns, a stare cold and unnerving. Elof caught his breath and swallowed, hard. He nodded. "I hear you, Lord Tapiow. I will keep to the path. Good night." But his smile was grim as he made his way through the last of the trees, grim as the satisfaction he felt. He would keep to the path indeed, the one he had trodden since the beginning. Tapiow had at last dropped the mask a little. But though that was interesting for many reasons, it meant he must be swift now, swift as the work allowed, and as ruthless. He clutched his cloak around him. The frost seemed to settle on his heart. Somewhere within him that seam of iron still lay, that callous streak which had let him forge the mind sword at another's great cost. He hated it, yet now he must summon it up and turn it to a greater good. That also would be an achievement of mastery. The next morning all stood ready. He could not hold back. The sheet copper had been rolled into cylinders, rods of iron set within, and the whole set in small jars of sand-fused glass, into which Ilse added a strong solution of corrosive. From these, pitch-coated threads of twisted copper led into a stone bath full of a foul-smelling solution. A heavy spearhead shape hung within, of the purest gold they could attain. On a bench sat a crucible of the grey mineral, powdered fine and mixed with egg white and other substances, and beside it a light and intricate framework of silver, polished to a mirror shine. Rock and Ilse watched in astonishment as Elof took it up, and, referring to the litter of scrolls and slates upon the next table, dipped a fine brush in the mineral powder and began to trace minute rows of intricate characters upon it. Then, donning a glove, he touched the remaining copper threads to it. Rock exclaimed as a shower of tiny blue sparks arose, but Ilse's face brightened with sudden understanding, and she nodded sagely as Elof fastened the threads tight to the frame and with long tongs lowered it carefully into the bath. He watched a moment, motioning them to silence, until he saw a faint bubble rise and burst upon the greasy surface. Then he began to sing softly, under his breath at first, but rising now and again into words they could make out. "Awaken, wake, from night-bound depths, what long lay hid, let it arise to blind the day. From tomb a voice, from time an hour, from pattern form, from weakness power. To darkness light, in embers flame, from dust a tree, silence a name. The stillness stirs, its loss regains. What was returns, what is remains." At length he smiled at them and sat back. "It begins," he said. "And what exactly might it be?" inquired Rock sardonically. Elof's eyes glowed darkly. "A thing our late master never dreamed of. A coating of gold finer than the thinnest foil or leaf. A blending of metals finer than pattern welding, more precise than alloying. I read of it as a method of extracting difficult ores, but saw how it could be made to act for me. In these threads flows a force that bites as fiercely as the corrosive spawning it. Do not touch them bare-handed. It seeks to pass through anything but water, and most metals especially, and in flowing through that bath from point to frame, it will carry with it minute particles of the gold.
Little by little they are settling on the frame more thickly upon the characters I traced, and other layers will follow, gold, silver, copper, chrome, and other rarer metals, and upon each I can set its particular virtue. He laughed. On every particle, almost, if I so desired. Ilse tapped her large teeth and nodded. I should have remembered. The like method for ores is indeed known among us, and no doubt for work like this, if needed. But the virtues you set upon it, well, they baffle me. Elof stood abruptly and peered down into the tank. Only a part of it, he muttered. A small part. Meanwhile, there's more to be done. Rock, that wide mold flask I made in the fine clay. I have the wax armature ready here. We are not finished our casting yet. Ilse stared at the delicate waxen shape he lifted from a high shelf. But what living use could that be? Elof grinned wolfishly. A strength against my fears that my will has found. When it is complete and wields its power, then you will understand. In the weeks that followed, the castle saw little of him. Ever more often he slept on the hard hearthside, seldom returning even for food. Yet when Ilse or Rock brought it to him, the only ones he would suffer, they most often found him huddled motionless over one of the bubbling stone baths, as if he could watch or will the invisible flow of matter within its depths. Only his lips moved, and the words he spoke came not to their ears. More than once Ilse bade him sharply have a care, for many of the liquids were fell poisons, unsafe even to breathe. Certainly in this time he grew pale and ill to look at, his brow furrowed, his eyes and cheeks sunken. But all he would do was shrug, turn perhaps to his books a while, and demand to be left alone. So the days passed, and ever more chill blew the forest winds, till the frost lingered long into the morning. It was in the early hours of such a day that Elof watched the last coating, which was of silver, take shape upon his work, and though it was no more than a dull gleam deep in the brown liquid, he knew when it should be ready. He took the longest tongs he had, and lowered them delicately, very delicately, beneath its surface, for the bath of silver held the most deadly poison of all. Then, taking a firm grip, he stood a moment, and for the first time since the beginning, he chanted aloud, harsh, yearning, defiant. Dark is the moment, great our need, fierce is the fire that bids me heed, burning bright in my breast, drives me from life, from death. Unbinder, unchainer, burn with that flame, renewer, restore, be that your name. Break you the bonds that hinder my quest, arise from the shaping to me. Then with a single smooth effort he drew the metal forth, upward, straight up, till the metal threads drew taut and snapped amid a rain of sparks, boiling the poisoned beads to vapor as they showered back into the tank. Though the work had grown heavier, he held it for long, long minutes, unmoving above the tank, until no more of the venom fell. Then he washed it carefully many times in water distilled and set aside for that purpose. Only then did he dare take it in his gloved hands and scrub it gently clean in the trough, running his eyes across the perfect surface, the smooth, even coating over the steel that showed no trace of the myriad layers of many metals, the thousands of characters traced out beneath. He could have lingered over it, rejoicing in its beauty and smoothness in the completion of long months of labor, but the flames blazed yet within him. He allowed himself one curt nod before he turned to his bench and the fine work of finishing. Thus it was only that same afternoon that a message arrived at the court, to the effect that Elof would be honored if he could show Prince Corentin and with him Lord Kermovan his forage and the first fruits of his labor. Ilse, who had delivered the message, came puffing back up the hill to the forge with Rock on her heels. "They're coming," she gasped. "Any moment, with Rock." Elof nodded. "How did they take it?" he asked. "They seemed amused. Kermovan wondered why you couldn't just come down, but Corentin said it was a courtesy he owed you. He likes you, I think, Elof." Elof nodded again, somberly. "I know. Terrace wanted to come, but I said it would be too crowded, just as you ordered, Elof. Now would you mind giving me some warning, what harebrained scheme it is you're planning?" Elof rose and shook his head dismissively. "Better you have no part in it, should it fail, you and Rock. And perhaps should it succeed as well. Silence now. They come."
Kermervan's voice rang out across the clearing, and a moment later his tall outline, swollen by the fur cloak he wore, blotted the cold light from the doorway. Elof stepped out to greet his visitors, and Kermervan stared. "Karis, Gate, you've changed these last few days." "Since I saw you last? Weeks, rather even months, and so have you." For he thought Kermervan's face was fuller, the look in his eyes no longer intense but relaxed, amused, like a watcher at some entertainment, a spectator at the margins of life. "But enough of that for now. My Lord Corentin, you do me great honor." Corentin smiled. "Not so. You honor me. And if truth be told, I welcome the distraction. Winter is a dull time, and I am leaving on a hunt tomorrow. Kermervan promised me you can work marvels." "You must be the judge of that, Lord. Enter, and excuse the discomfort." Corentin ducked through the doorway, as Elof had never needed to, and stood looking around him at the disorder of equipment on every side. "This is a strange place," he said softly. "Forces are at work here. I could sense them if I were blindfold. You are a smith of power and craft, Elof." Elof bit his lip. "Then accept this, Lord, as some earnest of your words." He reached beneath the bench and lifted an object wrapped in bark cloth. "For you are a great prince, and it is fitting that this, my first work here, should be yours." The bark cloth fell away, and the others gasped. Corentin himself went momentarily very pale, as the gleaming thing was lifted to his eyes. But it was Kermervan who spoke first, astonished. "That is an image of the coronet of Morvennek," he barked. "How did you know of such a thing, Elof?" "I found it, drawn in one of the texts here." Corentin laughed, shaking his head in wonder. "But why, then, have you set this fair thing on so rich a war-helmsmith? For I am nothing if not a man of peace now." "Thus it was shown in the text, Lord. And it seemed to me right that you should have your crown so, who fought so valiantly in your youth for the right. But will you not don it, if only for the measure?" Corentin seemed genuinely much moved. He bowed deeply to Elof, and raised the work of bright silver, tall-plated helm and many-peaked crown high above his head. The sun was falling westward, an angry bronze globe in the grey waste of sky, its long rays streaming in through the open doorway. They caught helm and crown, mirror-bright, and set upon its patterned plates a glow of fire, tipped its peaks scarlet as they did the mountain snows, awoke white fire and rainbows from the cluster of pale gems at its brow. The light seemed to shine through Corentin's fingers as, slowly and with grave dignity, he lowered the crown onto his head. There, for an instant, it rested, framing his face, noble and serene as some ancient statue. Then the eyes flew wide, a spasm crossed the features, and they twisted in anguish. Corentin screamed aloud, once, hoarsely, his fingers knitted with fearful tension, tearing at each other, at his garments. His tall frame convulsed and crumpled, and the Prince of Morvennek collapsed amid his streaming robes onto the stony floor of the smithy. Rock and Ilse cried out and ran to him, but Elof spread his arms and thrust them back by main force. Kermervan rounded on him. "You! This is your doing. To him who has shown you so much kindness? What have you done to him?" "The cruelest thing I could possibly have done," said Elof, and in his voice was utter blackness. "I have restored him to himself." "What?" "Enough of your folly," growled the warrior, and plunged forward to the prince. But now it was Ilse who jerked him back, thrusting him down on a bench, and so startled was he that he suffered it a moment. Elof looked down at him, his face bloodless. "With the virtues set within that crown, that helm, I have broken the holds of the forest. The fetter's Tapiow has set upon him." Kermervan stared up at him, lips moving before he could speak clear. You measure yourself against one of the powers? You claim—" "In a small space, for a short span of time. His mind and memory are laid clear now, set free, with no sweet songs to cloud them." "Free to remember," growled Rock hoarsely, kneeling slowly by the prince's side. He could not continue. "Free to remember 1,000 years," whispered Ilse, and tears trickled down her plump cheeks. "To remember all at once. Poor man, poor lost man." Abruptly, Kermervan barged past Elof and knelt by Corentin. Elof saw him raise a hand to draw off the helm, and nerved himself to intervene. But it was another hand that clutched Kermovan's wrist, and thrust it sharply away. Corentin's eyes were open wide, gray and desolate as the winter sky they mirrored. "My dear lord," whispered Kermovan, "Prince Corentin." The tall man shook his head slowly. "Prince no longer," he muttered, and his voice was a whisper, dry and unsteady. "Corentin no more. Corentin is dead. His shadow am I, nothing more. His mask empty, eyeless, hollow within. So are we all this court. A play of shadows dancing on the wall, the dancers long since fled. Shadows of life, of love, of honor, all lost, all sped. His work, his doing, accursed be he." "You see, Elof," hissed Kermovan. "You torment him, and to what?" "No," croaked Corentin, clutching again at Kermovan's arm. "Not him, not him. For this pain I would buy with my own heart's blood if need be. It is Tapiow I curse, the forest and its poisoned gift of years. So many years, so many, of seeing, understanding, yet being blind." "Seeing what?" Elof's voice grew strange in his own ears, harsh and imperious, tinged with night. "What have you understood?" Corentin stared up at him, wide-eyed. "I know that voice. I know it of old. Tapiow's will, that I have understood, his design for men, his grand design." The long fingers clawed in the dust. Kermovan looked at him doubtfully. "We know something of that. To be immortals, or Alfar, as suits men best. Are there not worse choices than that?" "Are there?" There was no kindness now in Corentin's laughter. It was cold and bleak. "Do you not see that there is no choice at all, save whether to linger or fall swiftly? To preserve the aspect of a man a while, or surrender it at once? A year, 1,000 years, what does that matter? The burden of the years is too great for any man, and the forest knows that well. In time the change must come to all, slowly, subtly, insidious as poison." He looked down at his long fingers. His fists clenched in sudden spasm, and blood started between the taut fingers. "Do I not see it at work, even now, within me? Look at me. Look at any of us. Are we not, all of us, on the road to the Alfar form? And that is Tapiow's will." "But he's not one of the evil powers, is he?" spluttered Rock. "The ones of the ice, I mean. If the forest's not on the side of life, who is?" "Of life, yes," said Corentin bleakly. "But of men? Are we, as we are, on the side of life, untrammeled, unbounded? Of any life save our own? One thing of worth these long years beneath the trees have taught me, and that is that all nature is one, that when we waste it we spill our own blood, we tear bread from our own lips. That lesson it is the lot of all men to learn in time, perhaps. But Tapiow would not have us learn. He sees in us the wasting of his domain, the taming of his power. He fears us, as the first powers feared the coming of life into the lifeless perfection of their world. Yet he dare not rebel as they have, for what would become of the forest then? He seeks instead to force men into the mold he thinks best, to strip us of what sets us most in conflict with all else that lives." "Our minds," said Elof heavily. "As I feared. He told me that unending life was only for the heroes among men. But I see now that no man cheats the river without a price. Such life is for nobody. In the world outside, with all its chances and perils, it could not be. Only here, in this womb of the forest, can the bodies of ordinary men endure thus, and that robs endurance of all meaning. For what value had your life here? What purpose? To tread the same paths over again, to dance the same dances, say the same words, act the same pale acts of love, sunk into ritual. And all the time his hand lay on your minds, told you this was perfection, the best you could hope to find. Perhaps he truly believes it is, so little does he comprehend men. Small wonder you have all grown weary in time, however hard you fought to remain yourselves. And as you grow weary, your minds cloud, your bodies change, until you are driven to lay aside your humanity as a relief from lingering pain. Small wonder." Silence fell. Corentin drew himself painfully to his knees, gazing at Elof in growing puzzlement. But suddenly his eyes shifted, staring past the smith, out of the doorway into the mass of trees beyond. Elof moved to bar it, lest he should try to flee. But then he also saw what had caught Corentin's eye. "See," croaked the prince. "See, snowfalls. The first snow. Snow in the forest." Kermovan blinked like a man awaking from deep sleep. "Aye, my lord, a few flakes only, and it cannot lie long, for spring is not far off. What of it? Let me—" "What of it?" Corentin twisted toward him, seized his arm once more with a frightening urgency, and scrambled to his feet. "It comes every winter now. But it did not fall, not then, not here, even this far north, ever. There was no snow when first I came here." Kermovan's face grew suddenly grim. "What is it you seek to tell me, my lord?" Corentin stared out into distances further than the trees. "Can you not see?" His voice grew clearer, edged now with a bitterness and a desolation that tore Elof's heart. "Why, it means that even a great power may be blind to what he does not wish to see. It means that even Tapyao may welter in his own self-deceiving. For all that he has done to us, he has done in the name of helping us, saving us, even if only as animals among other animals. But even in that he fails. Across his boundaries the dark trees of Taunla spread, and behind them the barrens, the tundra that smoothed the paths of the ice." The prince laughed again, and Elof shuddered at the sound. "There is snow in the forest, where once there was none, and where the snow comes, the winters worsen, the ice caps lengthen, the snow line sinks ever lower, the cold creeps ever southward, southward, till glaciers spawn in the menacing, till down these very slopes they sweep to meet their chilled brethren of the north. And what of the forest then?" He laughed again, but in the taut furrows of his face tears glistened. "Why did I endure? To come only to this?" "You told me why," said Elof quietly. "You told me, and I understood. To pass on the wisdom in your charge. That was your wish and your purpose. For such a chance, if no other, you have fought to remain yourself throughout long centuries. Give us now what counsel you can." Corentin turned to gaze at him. "And that chance you have made possible. Hear me, then, what counsel I can give in pain and haste. You must flee, and soon. At the forest margins its power is weakest. Join one of the hunts that is being readied, the hunt for one-horns, for that will turn near the forest's northern margins." "Northern?" asked Ills, alarmed. "Is that not the most perilous way?" "Aye. Southward is less so, or was in my day. That is the way Lord Veda took Asa and her followers, sailing southward from Morvanek into a great bay that opens there, and thence up a river and across the margins of forest and waste. A hard route, but with fewer great perils than these trees, or the haunted swamp and barren of Taunla. But from here the south is too far, near 3 times the distance and through the forest's heart. You could never escape the Alfar, or worse sentinels. Seize what chance you have. Flee north and follow your quest." "You must come with us," said Kermovan quietly. In the dim firelight of the forge he seemed to have grown almost to the equal of Corentin's height. Morvan's scattered children east or west have need of Corentin Rudri to lead them once again. Corentin shook his head slowly, and the crown flashed and sparkled among the shadows. "Not so. Not when they have Karen again. For you are more like him than I would have thought possible, save perhaps that you have not yet come to believe enough in yourself. Seeing you, I could believe in truth that the river does cast us up upon its shores once again. And so perhaps the fear of it, the avoiding of it, is a cheat and a deception after all. If that is so, then perhaps we may meet once again. But not now. For I am out of my time and strangely altered, no longer fit to wrestle with the world. That I leave to you, kinsman, descendant, brother, worthy bearer of our name, to you and these friends who follow you, valiant and wise. Do you succeed where we have failed, and my blessing upon you." Kermovan knelt before him, and Corentin raised him and embraced him.
In the turmoil of his heart, Elof stepped forward, and he also bowed his head and knelt. "I ask no blessing, my lord, only your justice and your forgiveness, if you can spare it, for the deception I wrought upon you and the cruel pain I cost you. But you know why these things had to be." Then Elof looked up into Corentin's eyes, and felt sick and faint at the torment he saw there, a mind rent asunder in its struggle to be free. "I know none better," said the prince, and that same air that Kermovan bore of justice and judgment out of the deeps of time seemed to settle about him. "You are clear-sighted, young smith. You have wisdom and power beyond your years. You have done a deed few, if any, master-smiths of my own time could have equaled. Do you yourself think it master's work?" Unable to look away from those agonized eyes, Elof nodded. "Aye, lord, for it was as I planned it, from the start. The virtues I set in it harnessed and controlled. But it cost me dear." "Then for that," said Corentin sternly, "as was a prince's right of old, I name you now a smith born, made and proven, a master of your guild in mystery. Arise, Master Smith, and prosper." Elof stumbled up, startled, and felt Corentin's hard hand on his shoulder. "And for that deed I hold you quit of the ill you have done me. But hear the doom I lay upon you in requital. For you have also a gift for cunning and ruthlessness. Already it has served you ill, and may do so again. As well that you and others should be warned. So from this day forth you shall bear the name of Elof Valentor, which may mean the skilled hand, but also the hand hidden. Bear it with honor, but do not forget shame, and bear it with my blessing." Elof swallowed, though his mouth was dry. "Lord, I will, and may I never value mastery greater than the mastery of myself, and the truest desire of my heart." Corentin nodded. "So be it." Then he stepped back suddenly and stared out at the forest, turned all to white beneath the rising moon, and spoke softly. "And farewell, all. To you, smith so wise, yet unknown even to yourself. You, strong craftsman, worthy citizen. You, princess of our elder kin. You, warrior, who could be a king in the full flower of your youth and strength. See how it ends. Think on me." And with clawed hands he tore the helm from his head, and hurled the heavy thing the length of the forge, to crash and roll among the coals of the hearth-fire. Rock, with a cry, reached for the tongs, but Elof waved him back and shook his head, and his voice was bitter with grief and disgust. "Let it melt." When they looked back, Corentin was gone. His long paces in the snow led back to the castle, but that night they saw him there no more, and in the dawning he was gone, departed as he had planned to, with the westward hunt. And whether the prince ever came back to the halls of summer they never knew, for no mortal man looked upon Corentin Rudry again.